People, forgive the slight delay. I do appreciate you all bearing with me while I faff around with various bits of boring equipment. Welcome. This is one of my favourite things to do. This is the After Hours show. You know what it's about. This is not a debate show. We're not speaking to crazy religious fanatics on this show, and we're not talking about presuppositional apologetics, nor are we going to be spending long periods of time arguing about the definition of any words tonight. I can assure you, all we're doing is hanging out together, and this is an opportunity for you fine people to call in and ask me whatever you want, tell me whatever you want, talk about whatever you want, bring up whatever you like, and all of that kind of good stuff. And as I mentioned before, we are going to be joined this evening by a special guest. Actually, Sean isn't around for this one tonight because he's off doing something. But we are going to be joined by the absolutely fantastic Dr. Todd Phillips, who is a good friend, fantastic creator. He's blowing up all over TikTok and Instagram with his fantastic deconstruction stuff, and he's coming in and we're going to be telling you about something very, very, very cool. So he'll be joining us at some point. But in the meantime, where's the purple mood lighting today, says Bex? Well, what I tried to do is I'd have a slight differentiator for the after hours things. I just go for a kind of like a warm, homey sort of colour. Just turning my bleeping phone off. And I don't do the sort of other colours. I save those for the debate stream. So that's a bit of sort of a visual signifier. This is the kind of mellow, calm, everything's going to be fine lighting, and that's what we do for this one. The orange is great, very nice, says Jason. Thank you so much. It's kind of a muted sort of yellow, a warm something or other. Okay, so let me not waste any more time. We'll just get straight on with it. There's no bingo, there's nothing like that running tonight. This is just the normal thing. So what does colour blue mean? Says PVG. It just means that this is a debate show, I guess. Right, so we're going to get going. The first person we're going to bring in is that's TikTok checking up on us. Hang on a second. The first person we're going to bring in is Fro. So we're bringing in Fro right now. Fro, are you there?
Yes. What is the meaning of words?
Oh, Fro, the sound isn't great. Try again.
Oh, I can hear myself.
Yeah,
I can hear myself.
We can hear you. It's not too bad. Great to.
No, but I can hear myself.
You can hear yourself. Do you have the stream playing as well?
Nope. It's in Video Ninja.
Oh, I think I might know why. Actually, hang on. There you go. Might be better now. Yeah. Well, welcome, Fro. Nice to speak to you again. We haven't spoken in a bit. Are you well? And now we can't hear him at all. So what is going on with that? Tech issues abound tonight, everyone. What is this about? Hang on a second. Why are we not hearing Fro? Just trying to figure that out. Keep on going, Fro. Keep on speaking to us. This is all falling apart, isn't it? Let's figure out why. Why are we not hearing Fro? We should be able to hear him. Why can we not hear Fro? Keep on talking, Fro. Keep on talking.
I am singing. Why are
there we go.
You not
there we go.
Hearing?
That's it. We've got you. Okay. All right. Reset. Hi, Fro. How are you?
Hi, John.
Hey.
Long time no see.
Yeah, a long time. How's it going?
It's going better. I have quite a story to tell you and the audience out there.
Right.
But before I do that, we have to agree on what is words and what do they mean, John?
Right, yeah. Let's get into it. What exactly do you mean by the word "the"?
Joking. I listened to last night, and
yeah,
some of the people that came up last night. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a very long story, very short, and
sure.
You know some of it.
Sure.
So I've been super busy because guess what? I've been in a trial. Yay!
Right.
So I haven't had the opportunity to speak about this before, because guess what? It is not very smart of people to talk about what they have been in trial of and things like that. So I kept a little lid on it, and I haven't been on the internet,
Sure.
more or less.
Sure.
But I was accused of something extremely heinous. I was accused of delivering means of getting CP.
Yeah.
And it went so far that I had to go to a trial, and of course I was acquitted because hello, I'm here, and also I didn't fucking do it. So there's
Yeah.
no support.
Yeah.
And of course it had religious overtones. The pastor that I was affiliated before, I was his IT guy, and I got his internet going and things like that. And he was caught with CP, and because he was caught on CP, and I was the person that gave him the internet, the police believed that I was a part of his gang. So that was super fun.
That's horrendous.
When people were looking at me of distributing CP, as it was called. But after months and trials and things like that, I can now say I'm acquitted, and I have gotten some money actually from it. So I'm very happy about that, because what I went through was I don't wish that for my worst enemy in the world.
Yeah, and at a really difficult time for you as well, when you had just essentially deconstructed from your religion, and you'd left the church, and you were in a really vulnerable position anyway. It was exactly the kind of thing you didn't need to happen to you at that point in your life.
Exactly there,
yeah. That's really awful.
What I actually wanted to talk to you about is this. I have had this feeling the last 2 weeks that I am getting religious again, and I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the biggest fail of people that don't keep in atheism? What do you think that because for me it's still I'm still afraid of hell. I still wake up in the morning extremely afraid of hell.
Yeah,
that is probably my biggest fear that I still struggle with.
Yeah.
And the second one is prayer. I still pray to this day, and I still have problems doing that. I took the atheist challenge, by the way. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't.
So the atheist challenge is like living 7 days without praying, reading, or doing anything religious, and see if anything changes in your life. And it went really well. Because guess what? Nothing changed.
Sure.
But I still have those fears, and I'm kind of I think I want to ask, how do I keep away from regenerating back to my old beliefs?
Yeah, I mean it's so I think Todd might have something interesting to say about this. I'm going to bring him in after this call. So for everyone who's waiting in the queue, I promise I will get to you all. But I see Todd in the queue now, so we'll bring him in. I'm sure he'll have something to say about this.
Oh, I can wait. You can bring him in.
Well, I could bring him up, but I don't have an audio connection between him coming in on TikTok and you, so you guys won't be able to have a conversation. But if you want to, I'm happy to discuss this with him, and we can collectively give you an answer together. But I can certainly give you my thoughts now, which are that you have to see your fears of hell and desires for prayer are the results of years of abusive conditioning and psychological manipulation. And those effects can last a long time. And I think even once your brain reaches the point of understanding that this stuff isn't true, the emotional remnants of that conditioning can still remain for some time. So that's why you still, that fear that was programmed into you of a threat, the fear of a threat is a very deep primal kind of thing that human brains are evolved to deal with. And so your threat responses are stimulated by this notion that you've been told since you were a child, this terrible thing that can happen to you if you're not a good boy and you don't please God in the right way. And it can take a while for that stuff to go away. So I think that the strongest advice I could give is understand that for what it is. It's a response to years of psychological abuse. And the abuse is finished now, but the echoes of the abuse continue. And the effects of the abuse can still be felt afterwards. And you should feel angry about that. You should feel angry with the people, even if they meant well. You were still abused into being terrified of these threats. That's all they are. It's the monsters are going to come out from under the bed and get you, or Santa's not going to bring you any presents, or you're going to end up in hell. These are just the threats that people tell other people to get them to behave.
Yeah.
So the best advice I could give you is when you feel those threats, realize what they are. When you feel that fear, realize what it is. It's the child that used to live inside your body who kind of still lives there a little bit and is still scared of those things. But you're an adult now, and you've thought this through and you've realized it's not true. And if you're going to worry about the Christian hell, you might as well also worry about the Islamic hell and about any other kinds of hell that anyone might decide to threaten you with.
I don't worry about
exactly.
I don't worry about the Muslim hell. I don't even think about it one single second of my life.
Exactly.
I don't.
Yeah, exactly. And think about this.
Okay, so
there are people right now, Fro, who are worrying about the Muslim hell. They're worrying that they screwed up. We've got ex-Muslims in this community who sometimes think, oh, am I messing up on the Muslim hell? And you would tell them, don't worry about it. You would say to them, don't worry about it. So think about that. That applies to you too.
So what are the pitfalls that I should, that is kind of my second question. What is the pitfalls that I should look out for?
I'd certainly love to know what Todd will say about this, because again, remember, I haven't deconstructed myself, so I can't speak to any of this stuff from experience. But I think it's just it's mistaking the biggest pitfall is to mistake your emotions for a real threat. To mistake the fact that you feel scared about something, you feel nervous about something, or you feel a longing for something as being a signifier that thing actually exists. It doesn't mean that. They're just emotions that you're feeling, and the emotions themselves can't hurt you. So I think the pitfall is to make that mistake of going, oh, I'm feeling a kind of way, therefore anything about reality.
Am I being a bad atheist if I pray?
No, there's no bad atheist. There's no rules, right? There's no rules that you have to abide by. And that thing of
I was hoping you were going to say yes.
Yeah, no, I can't say that you're being a bad atheist, because there's no such thing. There's no such thing. Some of us play these kind of mental games with ourselves, like we say, okay, well, if this thing happens by then I'll do this or that. We always we have these sort of inner dialogues. I sometimes do it as a joke. I'm walking along the street and I say like, if the number of poles that I walk past before I get to the thing is even, then I'm going to have this for lunch. And if the number, I do these funny little internal games just like while I play around with reality. And these kind of inner monologues are a bit like prayer. That's really what prayer is. It's a kind of inner monologue. And I don't want you to feel that there's a kind of way you're expected to act or you should act in order to be an atheist in good standing, because that's not what it's about. It's just about you trying to live in a way that allows you to not have fear and not feel shame and be happy with who you are and enjoy the life you have.
Going to get more angry at me.
Sorry, man. You come to the wrong place. Yeah, it's room 10. Anger is room 10 down the hallway. This is the polite discussion room. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I said it to Megan, and I think I said it very nicely to her. It's this constant fear of being wrong.
Yeah.
And even though I don't really believe in Pascal's wager, and I understand that Pascal's wager is silly and stupid and everything around it, sometimes I wish I still believed.
Yeah.
I know that sounds silly, even with my background and everything I've gone through, but there are some days where I think to myself, maybe I shouldn't have stopped believing.
You didn't have a choice, my friend. You didn't have a choice.
I had the choice to call you and get convinced, I guess.
Something else would have convinced you at some point. You know, you had it in your mind already, and this is the thing that I will keep. The drum I will always bang is, if something stops persuading you, it stops persuading you. There is no choice. That is why the whole Pascal's wager thing is false. You can't decide to be convinced of things for strategic reasons in case you get punished later. There is no punishment, and there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
And you're on the right track. And look to communities like this for support, because there are lots of other people who have been through the same kind of things.
I have to admit I have been very disappointed in myself. I have to admit that I am very tough on myself. I'm my biggest worst fan when it comes to this, because I feel like I'm failing as an atheist, and there's nothing worse than going around thinking, I don't believe this, but I am still afraid of it. It's irrational. This irrational fear and how it controls my life makes me so incredibly angry at myself. I know it's not done with a sweep, and Maggie says to me that I should be proud at least to have taken the steps I have. I do agree to that. Yeah. But it feels like I'm failing the people that I have told I'm an atheist to, because I feel like I'm always like going back to, but what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong?
You're not failing anyone, Fro. You don't owe anyone anything. You just owe yourself some kindness. If you can find space to give yourself a bit of self-compassion, and imagine if that little boy who was terrified and abused, and you told me about some of the stuff that happened to you, if you were looking at that boy as another person, you would feel feelings of kindness towards that boy. You would want to reassure that boy and comfort that boy and let them know it's not their fault, and let them know that it's okay and they're good enough and they're worthy of love. That little boy is you. And so you need to give yourself those messages too. It's not about pleasing other atheists or living up to some ideal. It's very, very normal in the process of deconstructing a lifetime's worth of faith to have doubts and to have worries and to think, am I doing this right? And to be unsure. That uncertainty is a part of the journey. So just be nice to yourself about it. You're doing all right.
Yeah, no, I wish I was nicer to myself. I'm nice to other people. I'm not very nice to myself.
Well, that's something to work on, isn't it? And the awareness of that is the starting point, right? So you recognize that pattern.
Right.
When you catch yourself not being nice to yourself, just think about how you would treat the little boy and then do that.
On another, very, very short, and then I will go. Next week, when you will have your streams, is your store up right now?
The merch store?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay. The winner for each day, I will pay for crew, like a cup for the winner of each stream next week. And I will send them a cup on their behalf if they want to get a hold of me on Discord.
Well, that's extremely kind of you.
Yeah, the one that gets the highest score of that stream. Okay,
that's super kind, Fro. For anyone hearing that, Fro is offering to buy a mug from the merch store for whoever wins the conversation of the day on the streams next week. This, of course, is if I'm able to put back together all of those services which have been hacked away by.
Oh, yeah, you're being trolled.
I've been properly hacked, but it's not going to work. I am going to rebuild everything. I just need to rebuild it in a way that no one can reach in and mess with it. So that's my project.
I was listening to the stream and I had in the background. I was like,
someone hacked the bingo. Yeah, but I'm on the case. I don't know if I'll have everything back up and running for tomorrow night's stream, but I'm going to try. But yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Fro.
When or if he gets it up, I will pay for a mug for every winner that week.
That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. And look, keep in touch and message me if you need to, and come back and let us know how you're doing. And you're doing great. Be nice to yourself, okay?
Okay.
All right,
Love
buddy.
you, and I'm really interested in what Todd will say about my thing. So I will
I'm
listen
sure
to that now.
he'll have something
Okay,
to say.
bye.
All right, bud. Take care,
Okay.
bro. Bye, mate. All right, that is the wonderful Fro. I've got there's a special place in my heart for Fro. Okay, we are just going to get our special guest up as I promised before. We have the absolutely fantastic Dr. Todd Phillips. Todd.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going, my friend. How are you?
Wonder if I can use my camera here. I'm learning all this as I go.
It would be great if you can. There we go.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Let's just see if we can.
See, I've got this figured out. All of your people in the comment section helped me understand exactly where the button was to go live. That's how challenging things were for me. I didn't know where the button was. So
what I'm going to have to do is I need you to be able to people on YouTube to be able to see you. So I just have to do a very quick little reconfiguration so that I can make sure that they can. Give me a second, and we'll get your camera up. But while I do this, tell us what's going on with you. And for people who don't know you, introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Todd Phillips. I started on social media in January. In fact, I met John, 2 weeks after I started, and John reached out to me, and we've built quite for me at least, an incredible friendship, and I've really enjoyed it. In fact, John was the first person to invite me onto a TikTok live. I should have learned all the buttons back then, but that was about a 10 or 15 minute conversation we just had about my background. But I'm a former megachurch pastor. I actually pastored in some of the largest churches here in the country. One was McLean Bible Church up in the Washington, D.C. area, and the other one was Lake Point Church in the Dallas area. Those are the last two that I served in over the last 10 years of my pastoral work. And over the last 8 years or so, I've been going through a process of deconstructing from primarily evangelical Christian faith, which is kind of my background. And so now I consider myself, and would say that if you watch my channels, a non-resistant non-believer. I currently don't see evidence any longer that there is a God, but I'm open to the concept of a God. I also call myself an agnostic atheist, meaning certainly atheism, just lack of belief in a God, and the agnostic side of that is a claim of belief. And I do not claim that I know that there is no God. I simply currently lack a belief in a God. So that's where I am now. And I started my social media channels on TikTok, Instagram, and recently on YouTube to really just chronicle my journey and really talk through some of the questions that caused me to change my belief system. And originally, John, you know this, I got on TikTok January 12th, just 7 or 8 months ago, for the sole purpose of finding 3 or 4 Johns that I could have conversations with on Zoom or Google Meet. And it wasn't to build a following on social media, and it certainly wasn't to start a YouTube channel or anything. It was a survival mechanism because I was spending so much time ruminating in my head over these issues. I tend to think a lot, and it's very difficult for me to get out of my own head. And so I was looking for connection, and I was in some tremendous isolation up to that point. And so social media in many ways has been a salve for that wound.
Yeah. Well, I can say that somebody sent me, in fact, it was Lacadian, my great friend and fantastic TikTok mod, sent me one of your early videos. I mean, you know this, Todd. And the moment I saw this, I hadn't seen any of the follower numbers yet. And it was like, oh, he's just sending me one of these, a video from one of these channels that's got 500,000 followers and saying, you need to check this guy out. And I looked and it was like 4,500. I couldn't believe it. And I immediately just thought, this is going to blow up. This is going to blow up. And that was why I reached out to Todd. I was like, what's going on with you? And got you on the show. And we had a conversation. And I still get comments under the video of our first conversation, which is posted on YouTube. I still get comments now of people watching it. And occasionally it's like, oh, he was my pastor. And I even have people in the regular audience now, Todd, who were in your congregation at times. And so it was absolutely a no-brainer for me to reach out to you, and it's absolutely amazing and also not surprising to see that in the last few months. Just since January, that's 7 months ago, to have blown up to the extent you have. What are your follower numbers now across TikTok and Instagram?
Yeah, 140 150, something like that.
150,000 in 7 months, people. Like, that's absolutely insane. I've been caning away at this for a year, and I'm on about I don't know, maybe about 55 or 56,000 across TikTok and YouTube. So, Todd, you've got it. You just got it.
Well, John, and I'm sure the people in the comment section will argue against me, but I'm your biggest fan. So they're going to have to fight me for that. You really, what happened was, and then we can get off this gushing of one another, right? But I could do this for an hour. Specifically about you. You gave me a tremendous level of confidence when I was I lacked that level of self-confidence. And I really talked through some of that with you. I remember the conversation like it was yesterday in private. And you were very encouraging just to say, just continue to post the videos. Just don't worry what other people think, and share the journey to what you've started. Don't change anything. Just be you. And I took that advice to heart. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Sure, of course. So I've kind of trailed this to people, Todd. I've said that you were coming on and that we were going to be announcing something very, very cool. And a few people have said, "What is it? What's going on? What is it?" So do you want to tell people what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, to say I'm excited is an understatement. I think this has been the culmination of the last 7 or 8 months since I got on social media and just began to experience both the relationship I have with you and other creators and influencers that I've had the pleasure of meeting. What I found over the last 7 months or so, and John, you and I talked about this already, and that's why we're kind of partnering and collaborating with this thing I'm about to share with everybody. I just saw not 10 or 100. I'm talking tens of thousands of people that were expressing in the comment section, in the DM section. You say you're experiencing the same thing. People that are alone, they're experiencing a level of isolation that is just something that no one should go through. And I understand and relate, because I went through not months or weeks or months, but years of that isolation until very recently, and got to the point where, I was in such an existential kind of crisis mode that, and at such a level of depression, quite frankly, that I just didn't want to wake up the next morning. My entire identity was wrapped around Christianity and my career, my family, my community, my sense of hope for the future and eternity and heaven, and everything was just being whittled away at and ultimately disappeared. And I was finding so many people on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram, and watching your comments as I watch your lives, people that are just expressing that level of loneliness. They just don't have anywhere safe that they can talk. And for the people that, and you'll relate to this, for the people that actually take this very brave step to leave a comment in your lives or in one of your videos, or leave a comment, or especially in that public setting on social media, they're often met with anger and vitriol and just this reality of social media anger that I see. It's a very strange thing what people feel comfortable sharing, and how people feel comfortable responding to other people with lack of respect and dismissal of their feelings and things like that. And so I know that's real. I know it's a part of social media, but I started seeing all these people taking that leap, being honest about who they are and the questions they have. They say they can't talk to anybody in their church because they have questions about the stuff that the church believes. They can't talk to anybody in their career or their family because everyone around them is a Christian, for example. And so they have nowhere to go. And so then they leap into the comments section, and they get hit hard there too.
Yeah.
And so I started talking to some people, and you and some others that are both creators and influencers online, and just saying, I think there needs to be a community where we moderate it. And I'll use the term aggressively. It's behind a wall, and you have to join that membership, and there's questions you have to answer to make sure that you're kind of structured in such a way where you've got an open mind, that you're walking into this not to evangelize or talk anybody out of anything or debate anybody. It's just a place for an honest space for questions and connection. And the results is I've had these discussions. I've been working with about 10 people, that you're one of them, that's been inside the membership. We just opened it to membership 48 hours ago. So your group is, other than my live that I did yesterday, the first group to hear about it. And so it's a community where that connection can come in and be a part of you, and isolation can go away, where we can help to shorten the pain curve. Because my pain curve was very long. I want to shorten the pain curve for people that are walking through deconstruction, asking questions about Christianity, where they know they're protected, and that the people around them are supportive of them and are for them. And I think that's a real key. So anyway, it's called Decon Recon. It's for deconstruction and reconstruction. It's the Decon Recon community. And we're just allowing right now 100 people in. So I think we're up to like 40 or 45, something like that right now, since we opened a day and a half ago. And again, we just announced that you're the second group to know about it. And there's a 7-day free trial, so you can go in there and check it all out and see if it's something for you. But what we found is that the people in there, it's quite amazing how quickly they're engaging and how quickly the conversations are really kind of settling into some very powerful discussions about philosophy and theology, and sharing with family and friends and the challenges of that, and how and when do I decide to share the reality of this deconstruction if I have questions with other people, and what do I say to them? All these questions are coming into the group, and it's quite different than the regular comments section on a social media channel. I mean, everyone is supportive of one another, and the volunteer moderators I have are just phenomenal. So I'm just thrilled. And people don't know this, John. You're collaborating with this. You're already a member in there. You're joining the conversation in there. You'll be.
I've been part of it already.
In there as well.
It is great, and even the small sampling of people that you've got in there already, it does have a very different feel to like the comment sections, because I have all sorts of things going on, as do you, in the comment sections under the videos. It's like you post the moment you post a video on social media, you kind of create a place for a conversation to take place adjacent to the content that you've created. And that can be great, and they can be robust debates, and sometimes they go on for hundreds of messages. But can you say something about how this is different? Like, because you essentially, you kind of had it already in terms of the comment section. Why did you decide to create, I mean, I kind of know the answer, but can you say something about why you decided to create a special space for this rather than just relying on the huge audience you've got on social media already?
Yeah, I think a lot of people on social media, just by the fact that the vast majority of people view and don't comment, right? So even though you and I get thousands and thousands of comments, we have many, many more people that watch and don't comment than that like or save. But the people that get involved in the comment section, that's a pretty large group of people there. And it's fine. I think social media, from my perspective and from the perspective of the people that are in the membership right now, it creates an audience. It creates an initial contact, but the algorithm kind of drives you toward the next video and the next conversation and the next comment. And it doesn't allow for people to settle into the conversation over time and find a focused place for them to do that, right? So they have to go back and try to find the last comment or respond to the next one. And it's also a very, I want to say, kind of a frantic pace within social media, where this place is just, again, where you can come in and just kind of take a deep breath and experience some relief and realize that you're not alone and that you're not crazy for asking these questions, and can engage over days or weeks or months with the same conversation with another group of people who want to have that same conversation on an ongoing basis. And again, unlike social media, you're not going to experience the negativity from others. Now, we're fine with disagreement or creative ideas or anything like that. What we're not okay with is debate and evangelizing and trying to talk someone into or out of a certain space. What we say real clearly in the community is that we want you to share your experience rather than giving advice, so to speak. And I think that's a very different dynamic. And so what you find is there's a lot of positivity there, where you have to kind of swim through the negativity to find positive experience within comments many times. Yeah.
So it's making me think about, because I mean, you've spoken really, really frankly about how difficult this process was for you. Did you kind of do this wishing that you'd had something like this while you were going through it? Was that what was kind of in your head?
I mean, at the core, yeah, John, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I wish I would have had this 8 years ago. In fact, if I would have found a community like this, where I could trust that the other human on the other side of the discussion was going to be supportive and positive and deferential and caring, it would have changed everything for me. It was the isolation and the lack of community that caused that pain curve for me to be so long. And so this is the space. I have created the space that I wish I would have had 8 years ago when this all began. And I think it would have saved me not months, but years in pain and suffering and uncertainty and anger and sadness, all the things, the emotions I experienced in the process.
What was the hardest thing for you, Todd? When you were going through that might have been, eased by having something like this. Just to make it personal, if you don't mind me asking, like, what was the biggest pain point for you?
Yeah, the biggest pain point was not the intellectual exercise of changing my theology, right? That wasn't it. It was not fully understanding just how costly the process of deconstruction would be, and the level of isolation that I experienced. I mean, I truly felt like I was on an island with just me and a tree in the middle of the Pacific.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more isolated and feel more distraught by that sense of isolation. I don't know how to describe it. It's just impossible to fully help people that have never experienced that fully understand. And so,
Yeah.
the hardest part wasn't the change in theology. The hardest part was the isolation and the cost of the process. And I think what I'd love to help more people do in the community is really count that cost. And when they're experiencing the loss of a relationship, maybe a friend that doesn't understand them anymore, they're having a difficult time with a wife or a husband having a conversation, or they don't know how to talk to their kids, or they're questioning whether they just need to tell everybody, at work, at lunch, I'm not a Christian anymore, whatever that might be, right? This is a place where you can balance out those emotions and talk with other people through that before you make any decisions. Because one of the things that I find with a lot of people that go through deconstruction is that without intent, they blow up their lives. And I'll give you a great example. I had a friend of mine that was in ministry, and it was just too emotionally taxing for him anymore, just to hold on to everything. And it began to leak out in very unhealthy conversations around him, and ultimately cost him a job, because he didn't have a place like this community to go and have those conversations first. I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about that. This is how I'm feeling right now. I feel like maybe I should just blow the whole thing up and get it over with. That's the kind of stuff sometimes people feel, and they just have no one to talk to about it. And just someone to talk them off the ledge. Sometimes that's the best thing.
And for people who are joining, what would you want for them? Like, are you, because people will be cynical. Some people will say, oh, you're just trying to get people to, you're doing the devil's work, or you're trying to do this, or you're trying to do that. I mean, you and I have spoken, so in a way, I'm kind of asking you questions that I know the answer to, but I'm just trying to get you to, if you'll forgive me, I'm just trying to get you to kind of say things that I think will be helpful so we can get an understanding of where you're coming from. Like, what is a win for you? Are you trying to move people, away from Christianity, or win converts for atheism, or what is it? What do you want from the, for the people who are joining?
Yeah, so just like with my social media channels, that's a great question. I'm not looking to move anyone into or out of any belief system. Like, that's not my goal. I have no goal to get more Christians out of Christianity. Now, I know some people do, and that's fine, and one could argue that would be a positive thing. That's not where I am. What I want people to do is just critique their own belief system. That's it. I think people need to have an honest, a self-reflective, honest conversation with the theology that they've been given primarily by family for most people, and just ask honest questions. And if they're asking questions, it's okay to ask it. So my goal is just, again, I see this as more of a rest stop or a way station, right, on the journey. So they're in this places where they're a Christian and they have some questions. This is a place for that. Maybe they're actively deconstructing from Christianity or another religion. They know they don't believe that anymore, but they just don't know where to go from there. And they still have questions. They're trying to codify and put to words some of the thoughts that they have. This is a space for that. And I would say also for people, and we have several in there now they've been deconstructed from a specific religion for 2 or 3 or 4 years, but they just really don't know how to reconstruct their philosophy, or they don't have anyone to discuss new ideas or new philosophies or new religious ideas for that matter. And this becomes a safe place for that. So there are products in there. I've got my You Don't Need to Be Afraid of Hell Anymore. I've got my deconstruction guide in there, right? There's stuff in there, but the product is not the content. The product is the community. Yeah. That's it. And so I don't care where they land, right? If they come out, ask questions inside our community, and 6 months from now, they're back into Christianity, that's the journey they're on, and that's fine. But at least they've asked the questions in a safe space where they could go back to whatever it is they believe they want to follow now.
I can completely relate to what you're saying, because some people come to me and they say, why are you trying to get people to do da-da-da, or why are you attacking religion? And I always say, like, I understand that at first glance, it looks like I'm attacking religion, because a lot of the things I say are kind of attacking religion. But my aim isn't attacking religion. That may be something that happens along the way. My aim is simply to legitimize non-belief, so that if you are a person who finds yourself without belief and you're surrounded by a culture that tells you that this is a failing of some sort, I want to be a voice that goes, it's not a failing. It just is where you're at. It's the result of you being honest about how the world appears to you. And that can't ever be a moral failing. So I understand what you're saying about you don't have an agenda to change people's views. You just want to create a space where people can talk about this stuff and not be preached at in one direction or another.
Correct. Yeah.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's very nice. Look, I applaud your perspective on the same subject. I think one of the biggest things is to validate people's questions and validate where they are, the space that they are in at that moment. That's not a good or bad. It is. It's just where they are, and there's no judgment. And certainly within our community and on my social media channels, there's no expectation of taking any direction whatsoever.
So for people wondering, and again, I'm kind of doing a bit of a sales thing here, if you don't mind. I know the answer to this, but what kind of things are available in there? Like, what happens inside if you become a member of this? What is it?
Yeah. So again, the community is the product, right? So it's being able to go in there, and this is what I find. So people will kind of they'll enter into the space. They'll go to the Start Here section. I've got videos to help them understand how to kind of navigate through the community and kind of what's being offered there. And then there's also a classroom inside there. You again, like I said, I have several documents in there, and I'll be adding other materials inside the classroom, and we'll have guests. Maybe John, you'll come in and talk about the concept of unconvinced and the reality of the paradigm of belief as you express it. I would love to have that in there. And so we'll have things like that in the classroom. The Exodus Brothers, another YouTube channel, I just did their podcast. They've just joined, and they're going to be collaborating with us as well. John, I hope that's encouraging to you. So there's a lot of people that are building a lot of great content in the space that you and I are kind of paralleling in. And that content will be in there. But I think what I've tried to do is structure it in such a way that there's different divisions within the community. So there's honest questions. So if you have questions about theology, you have questions about the Bible, other philosophies, there's resources area. What social media channel has been helpful to you? Who have you been reading lately? Can we discuss a book? Those are the kind of things that have been happening in there. There's some that talk about connection and questions about relationships. There are a lot of people struggling with relationships, with their having to, come out, so to speak, with their spouse about their questions about Christianity, or maybe they don't know how to talk to their kids. And there's some really rich, vibrant conversation around those kinds of topics. So we've divided it up, and you can click on the top of the community based on the different areas of interest that you have, and then start engaging with those individuals that are already there. So people are posting different questions and different ideas, and then within each post there are comments. And then in addition to that, on Sundays, actually, I'll be doing an onboarding session for people new each week to let them know and talk through how they can best take advantage of the community. And then right after that, we'll have a live Q&A on a weekly basis. So I won't be doing TikTok or Instagram or YouTube lives. Likely, I'll be doing all of my lives inside the community, so I can really focus on them. Yeah,
that's excellent. Well, I may join you for some of those.
You're welcome anytime. I'm excited to have you. And another thing, back to the deep breath. I think one of the things I'm hearing from people. In fact, I just wrote a couple of these down. I'll share them with you today. I won't obviously give you the names, but it just says there's so much work to deconstruction. So to be a part of this community and to feel like I no longer have to do this journey alone means more to me than I can describe. Right? There's a quote from somebody that left a comment in there. Thanks for coming forward in this way. And I'm so glad that I'm not alone, and stop feeling like I was losing my mind since I first started watching your videos on TikTok, and now I'm in the community.
That's great.
So grateful to have a place where other stories are so familiar and comforting, and I know that I'm not alone. That's the kind of stuff that you'll see inside the community. So there's different areas of focus. And there's an introduction section. So whenever a member comes in, when they're ready, they can choose to introduce themselves and tell their story. And that's another really cool place where you just find out, where have people been? Where have they been? How you might relate to that story. And I just can't tell you the number of people that come in and just go, wow, I've been here 10 minutes and I found somebody who's going through the same thing that I am. And I think that's probably the biggest thing. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. So can you just explain how does it work? What does it cost? You've just limited it to 100 people at first. Why have you done that?
Yeah, I really want to focus. I really want to focus specifically on those people at the beginning, because I think what's important to me is focusing on their needs, their desires, what they want to see about the community. and have them help build the culture. So right now, let's say somebody's watching this right now. If you're watching this, you would come in, you would join the community, you'd be part of this Founders 100. It could be 50 people or 75, who knows? But as of next Thursday, that window will close. So if we're at 84 people next Thursday, we're still going to close it. If we hit 100 tomorrow, we'll close it tomorrow. And the goal is to not have too many people in there, because numbers are not success. It's the engagement and the community that we're building. So I'm going to focus in with those people on our TikTok or on our community lives over the next 30 days once that group gets filled. And they will be the ones that contribute to the culture and say, hey, Todd, can we do this? What about this? Here's some good ideas. This is what I found. And then once we really refine the internal kind of community and culture, then we'll open it up to the public about 30 days after that. And currently the Founders is $29 a month. They can cancel anytime. So it's really easy. You just stay in as long as you want. And then when you're done, you're done. And for your group, I just turned this on today. And for those that are listening on the live side, on my side, you can go in there. There's a 7-day trial. I just found out that was even an option in the community. That's how technically challenged I am. But they would be able to go in. You would just become a member. And then after, your card won't be charged for 7 days. That way you can go in there and read the comments and see, that everything that I'm talking about is actually in there, and decide if it's for you. And then once you do, within that 7 days, if you decide to stay, then you'll just be charged $29 a month. So the price will go up after we offer it to the public in a month. I just don't know what that price will be. But for now, you just it's $29 a month, and you just keep that for as long as you have your membership.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Well, that was the cool thing that I wanted to tell everyone about. I'm really excited to be part of this, Todd. I'm really grateful that you asked me to get involved, and I really believe in this, because I think the kind of engagement we have here with people is fantastic. I have the most amazing sense of community in my live streams. The same people who turn up, and they know each other, and they see each other, and they greet each other, and they interact with each other, and we all laugh at the crazies together. And it is fantastic, and it's a particular type of thing, and I couldn't be without it. And for some people, it's absolutely the right fit. And I think what you're offering is a different type of thing, and I think there's a real place for it. And I think that you're the right person to do this, because I think you come with a unique skill set, and your background, and your understanding, and your Bible stuff, and your pastoral background, and I just think it's a really great thing. So I'm really I'm pleased. I haven't endorsed anything online. I get people approaching me all the time asking me to endorse things and get involved with it, and I haven't. This is the first thing that when you started telling me that this was a project you were working on, I was like, okay, well, I'm happy to be involved with this, because I really think it's a valuable thing. So yeah, I'm happy to put my stamp on this and go, try this out, people. I've had a bit of experience of being in there just in the last few days, and there's great people and great conversation, and I'm really excited to see, what you're going to do with it. So I will carry on mentioning Decon Recon to people on the channel as they come in. I'll mention it from time to time, and I'm going to put a link to it in the both the chats, so people can go and have a look themselves. And if you think it's for you, then come and do the thing.
Yeah, so you've got the link. You'll send it to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a link in. I'm gonna put a link in both chats now. I've just created a short link. It's bit.ly/Dr. Todd, and that's gonna get you there. So I'm gonna stick that in the chat right now for anyone who wants to check it out.
Yeah, sounds good. And then also, if they have any questions for me, they're welcome to DM me on TikTok or Instagram, or my YouTube channel. It's probably easiest to find me on TikTok. As far as DMing me. So if they have questions about it, or they go over there and, sign up for the 7-day free trial, and they've got questions that,
great.
They'll find me in there as well. So
fantastic.
Yeah, and I really appreciate this, John. And I
that's fine.
Your involvement in it.
I'm happy to be involved. Honestly, I really am. I think this is a good thing. I think this could genuinely help some people who just are going through the same sort of thing that you went through, where they're very alone. And I can't let you go without asking you about my good friend Fro, who came in before. And the question he asked is, what would you say to someone who has got to a point of sort of deconstructing the faith and feeling that they don't believe this stuff anymore, but is still haunted by the fears, is still feeling anxiety about hell, is still wondering if they got it wrong, and still feeling like they're just not doing life right because they're kind of stuck between the places, and still feeling the anxiety around it?
Yeah, so I was listening to that earlier, and I would say, first of all, Fro, if you'll DM me, I'll send you, you don't have to get in the community to get it. I'll send it to you for free. you don't need to be afraid of hell anymore. I think it would be a helpful thing for you to read through just to understand. I think that would be important, but it does take time for our emotions to catch up with the belief systems that we've had for a long time. So what John was telling you about your emotions are not telling you the truth. You know, I still intellectually, when I knew hell wasn't real anymore in my life, every time I brought up the word hell or started talking about hell, I would feel it in my body. I would get stressed and I would get chills, and my body would respond because I've been hearing about hell, and it was such an existential reality in my life for so long. It takes quite a while sometimes for our bodies to catch up with what we intellectually know, because we've been believing these things and our bodies have responded to those things for so long. So just for Fro, it does take time. And I do say this quite often, and it's not a throwaway. I think for people that are able to do it, counseling is a very good decision. I wish I would have gone to counseling earlier. I wish I would have gone into community earlier. Those are the two things I wish I would have done earlier in my process. And the other thing, Fro, I don't know if you've checked out recoveringfromreligion.org. They have a lot of great resources. And in addition to that, that's a nonprofit. That's another free place to go to find some areas of connection. And they have volunteer counselors that are available as well to talk through those issues. So anyway, hope that helps, Fro. I'd be happy to provide that for you if you just DM me. Yeah.
Amazing. And Fro, if you're listening, if you have any problems getting hold of Todd, just hit me up and I'll connect you guys. Well, Todd, thanks for coming in to speak to us. There was a point where I thought, is this sounding a bit like an infomercial? It wasn't meant to. I said to you the moment we started talking about this, once you're up and running, I'll get you on the show and we'll tell people about it, because I just want people to know that if they feel something like this would be a good space for them, go and check it out and see. And if you think it is, great. And if you don't, then that's also fine. But, I just wanted to put it in front of my audience and say, here's something which is a little bit different to the debate in the comments under a video or something like that. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, John. Thanks. And so I appreciate everything that you've done and continue to do. And I have a lot of people inside the community and on my channels that watch you very often. And I just want to encourage you before I get off. The work that you're doing on YouTube, specifically over the last 6 months, and your efforts in that area to kind of expand your reach. Boy, the comments, everything about that. TikTok and Instagram are great too, but I think your YouTube channel, and if people haven't checked it out yet, either people from my side or your side haven't checked out your YouTube channel, I really think they should. It's quite amazing. So I don't know if you want to tell them, is it they can just look up John Cohen, correct? I mean, is that the easiest way to do it? Yeah. So anyway, I love what you're doing there.
Thanks,
so thanks
man.
again.
Sure. Appreciate you. And we'll be in touch, won't we? So thanks for coming up. Appreciate it, man.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Cheers, Todd. Take care, buddy. There we go. He's awesome. Absolutely awesome. What a great communicator. And just check his videos out, because he's just very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, so back to the business at hand, which is, of course, the call-in show. So the next call I have to get in is, let me see, is Buzz still in the queue? Because Buzz was in right at the beginning and then messaged in the chat saying that he was trying to come in, but I can't see you in the queue, Buzz. Are you still there? I'm not sure if you are. There's an awful lot, so we will have to get through everyone and get the job done. All right, well, I'm going to move on, and we will, while we're waiting for Buzz to make an appearance, we're going to get... there's Buzz. Okay, there's Buzz. Here we go. Because I saw Buzz come in right at the beginning before we even started, so I thought, okay, we got to get Buzz in. Here we go.
I'm here.
Buzz, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How are you, man?
Hey, lovely to talk to you again, John. How are you?
I'm good. It's saying kill switch activated because the hack is left over from yesterday. Let me just get rid of that silly nonsense. That's hilarious.
No, people just fucking hate me. That's all.
That's what it is, clearly.
Yeah. The kill switch on a friendly day has been activated because Buzz. I'm just out to offend people.
That's it. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Thanks for asking.
Good.
I hope you're doing the same. How about you?
Excellent. Couldn't be better.
I'm going to use this as an opportunity for a very, very specific Ask Me Anything. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. So I've got to give like a not a disclaimer, but what the fuck is it called? At the beginning of the Constitution, pream. What was it called?
Not sure what you're reaching for, but go for it anyway.
Shit. Either way, I've got to give you a quick whatever that's called. Jerusalem is, I think, the most important place in the world, and I think it dictates the rest of like how society is going to play out and how the world's going to get along with each other. And the reason I say this is in the Torah and the Bible, you have this prediction or prophecy that the second temple of Solomon was destroyed and the third temple of Solomon will be built upon the grounds on which currently stands Al-Aqsa Mosque. Both Judaism and Christianity prophesy this as the beginning of the end of times, and Islam prophesies this as the beginning of the end of times, that Al-Aqsa will be destroyed and the third temple of Solomon will. And we have all these problems, like people think of the covenant is buried somewhere underneath Al-Aqsa Mosque, so like Israel wants to get in there, but they're not allowed. But anyway, I know this is like a crazy, random, off-topic thing, but I just thought I'd ask, what do you, based on how these prophecies are aligned with Jerusalem specifically, which I think is the hottest spot in the world.
Yeah.
When is this shit gonna end between Israel, Palestine, and most of the Arab countries in the Middle East? And because I think it's probably permanent.
Yeah, it's not clear to me how this ends, because when both sides think they've got the creator of the universe on their side, that who have promised them a specific parcel of real estate, and they're all convinced that they're right, I don't see how a compromise can really be reached. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that a compromise can be reached, but I can envision a version of human history where in 500 years people are still arguing about specific parcels of territory in the Middle East and who God promised what to. I don't know. I have times when I'm feeling more optimistic about it. Certainly, I think the leadership in various countries in that region has to change before there's any hope of anything like that. But I think even if that did happen, I'm not sure that it's going to be kind of structurally possible to reach a point where people are happy with whatever arrangements are reached. So I'm pretty pessimistic about it.
I'm pessimistic about it too. I think in fact, you're pretty hopeful to assume that this will be going on for another 500 years. I think this blast off between Israel and Iran is more like I have a very weird. Well, I don't know if it's weird, but I have a very specific prediction. Since this is the goal of all three Abrahamic religions to start the beginning of the end, I actually believe that Israel is going to find some way to bomb Al-Aqsa Mosque, to build the third temple, and that they're going to false flag and say, oh, look, an Iranian missile hit Al-Aqsa, and then we've got, 75% of the world invested in that, because not only do you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims, but you have sympathizers, like people who think that religion is untouchable, that it's not just an opinion, like my favorite color is blue. I don't know, man.
I hope you're wrong.
I know this is...
I hope you're wrong. I don't want to... I kind of don't want to really think about that. I mean, yes, it's possible that might happen. It would be such an awful tragedy if it did. I hope it doesn't, and I hope that your intuition there is not right. It's heartbreaking to see this happening. It's heartbreaking to see all the suffering, and it's heartbreaking to see people whose primary disagreements are, what word to use for their imaginary friend, and to the extent that they're willing to then kill each other over that. I just think it's absolutely horrific, and that's why part of the reason why I think in certain context, religion is such a tragedy because it just needlessly divides the world up into communities based on what bullshit they believe, each one. And I just think if those barriers were removed, then so many of these issues would go away. And of course, those barriers can't be removed because people are inheriting these beliefs from their parents, passing them on to their kids, and so they are sustained, and these divisions between people are sustained. And I just think it's really wasteful and needless and horrific and sad. And I prefer watching videos of puppies on YouTube because that makes me feel happy.
Fair enough. Videos of puppies, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, or kittens.
Yeah.
Puppies or kittens. That's what I do when I need to recover from how awful things are. Go and watch puppy videos.
You got to go and watch videos of dogs who get scared by their own farts. I don't know why. Maybe I'm a child, but that's like the funniest shit ever to me.
That is quite funny. Have you seen the cats? Have you seen the cats and cucumbers videos?
Oh yeah, what the hell is with cats and cucumbers?
It's like they have an instinct that they think it's a snake or something like that. So if anyone hasn't seen them, I mean, arguably this is an instance of animal cruelty, and I shouldn't be promoting this because it is arguably quite unkind. But people just quietly put a cucumber on the floor near where a cat is perhaps feeding, and then the cats turn around and they see the cucumber, and their reactions vary from launching themselves vertically 5 or 6 feet into the air to all sorts of other things. It is vaguely amusing, although it's probably very much not okay. If you have cats, don't do the cucumber thing. I tried it once with my cat because I was just curious. She didn't care. She just looked at it and said, "What am I, vegetarian? What do you think this is?" But yeah, there we are. So that's it.
I don't think it's animal abuse, but yeah, you know, I think you're a little bit more hopeful than I am about this because you're talking about people, you know, deciding which flavor of God they like or which name they prefer for this God, even if they're all under the same Abrahamic bullshit. But it's all focused on one place, like is the most contested piece of ground on earth. And I don't know, one of my bachelor's degrees is in international relations, and I must have written 15 papers about Israel and Jerusalem, and I don't know. I know this is really random, especially a weird switch from the topic we were just on, but it's something that's on my mind all the time. I endlessly watch documents about Jerusalem from all perspectives, Jewish, atheists, Muslim, whatever. But anyway, I'll leave it there. Thanks
all right, buddy.
For having me.
Great to see you, Buzz. Thanks
to talk to you again.
Thanks for your ongoing support. And yeah, we love having you around, as always.
All right. I'll keep the silly super chats going.
Nice one.
Take
Cheers,
care.
brother. Take it easy. Thanks.
Bye.
Take care. Okay, there we are. That was the wonderful Buzz. We will get our next guest in, but we actually do have some super chats. So let me share them, lest I get too behind. So Buzz was indeed the first super chat, and he said, "First super chat, eat it." Thanks, Buzz. And then we had another one from Buzz. John for Nope. Hooray! Sean for Cardi Null. Absolutely. Sean will be happy to know about that. And Tim out the gate. Thank you, Tim. I am of an age where my doctor says, camera up the bum or poop in a box. So I got to pretend to be a cat this morning and mailed that crap off. As you got to do. That's what you do. Delightful. But thank you for sharing. And Buzz sent out a gifted membership. Thank you, Buzz. Okay, let's get on with the next caller, who is going to be T. T, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, busy boy. You're
always
live 3 nights in a row. You're going to be sleeping all day Sunday.
It's more. It was Wednesday because the Tuesday live got moved to Wednesday. So we had Wednesday, we had Thursday, we had tonight, and we've got tomorrow. So it's going to be 4 nights in a row. So yep, I'm going to be knackered on Sunday. But hey, I'll sleep when I'm dead. What's up with you?
Oh, not much. Dr. Todd was a nice guy. Seemed very interesting.
Yeah, he's awesome.
When he does go live with letting people join, I'll put his link in our Discord if he allows that.
Yeah, that'd be good. I can send you a link. You can put it up now because it's he's taking people now. So I'll send it to you and you can stick it in there for anyone who's interested. That'd be great.
Oh, and also Buzz, I did a Cardinal Sean picture. I don't know if you saw it or not. Go check it out.
It was so good.
And Fro, I'd like to say, you know, I understand where he's coming from. When I first started deconstructing, I get a sniffle and I'd be praying. Or a couple times I'd end up going to church if I felt a little sick. It's a hard habit to break. I mean, and especially the health thing, you know, it's basically driven into you with fear since the time you're old enough to understand the word and what it means. And that's one of the last things that I shook off from all of it was the fear of hell.
The fear.
And it used to be whenever I heard it, it was like a little twinge in my body that like, oh my God, you know, and now it's just like, yeah, whatever, you know, yeah, hell, yeah, sure, you know, but, you know, it once you keep applying logic to it, the more logic you apply to it, the less scary it gets.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't, even if there was a God, I can't believe a real God that loves his creation would burn them to death for eternity.
Exactly. And like I say, and if God is evil, then we're all screwed anyway. So you might as well just enjoy your life.
Exactly. And if this isn't the like you tell other people, if this isn't the real God and Krishna or one of those other ones is a real God, then you're in trouble anyway. Right. So you're not worried about that. You know, Christians aren't worried about Allah or anything like that. All them religions have just as much evidence as they've got, but they believe theirs is the only one, just as all the other religions believe they're the only one.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know,
exactly.
Fro, you're doing good. You sound like a strong guy. If you need help, you know, we're there for you. There's links in the Discord for you that you can go to, and there's always some resources out there that can help. But I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. You're going to be scared for a while, but you know, don't be afraid of the fear. If you have to, I've been listening to Miranda. You know who Miranda Hart is?
I don't.
You don't know Miranda Hart? Is that her name? Yeah, Miranda Hart. She's a very famous comedian. She had a show called Miranda.
Oh, yes. I do know that. Yeah.
I've been reading her book. I believe it's called I Haven't Been Completely Honest with You. And she talks about getting diagnosed with Lyme disease and some other things. But she said, don't be afraid of the fear. Don't be afraid of getting mad. Don't be afraid of, just feeling and just being yourself. And she said, if you're afraid, she said, it sounds cliche, but journal. As you're journaling what you're afraid of, you start to reflect on things that you were afraid of before. And it helps you compartmentalize all this stuff. And I have done journaling. When I first found out I was HIV positive, I journaled. And it really does. I mean, I was journaling and I started reading it back, and then I just reflected and thought, this isn't as bad as it sounded in my head.
Yeah.
I mean, it really helps you sort it out.
I think it's a really good idea. You're kind of leaving crumbs to mark the path behind you, and you can kind of see where you've come from. I think it's a really good bit of advice. Really good.
Yeah, and then once you journal it, it's out of your head, and you can leave it in the past. Just read it back to yourself, and you'll usually get a conclusion.
Excellent stuff. Well, thanks, T. All right, buddy. Great to speak to you. I
want to say one last thing.
Sure.
But wait, if you join now, you'll get this beautiful tan tote. That's for your infomercial.
I love it. Cheers, T. Take it easy, mate.
Talk to you later.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Take care. Thanks. All right, that was T. And next in is who is the next one? I'm trying to do this fairly, but it's really hard because I don't have a consistent record of what order people came in. Let's do Karis next. Also on the Video Ninja side. Let's try this. Karis, are you there?
Hello, John. Nice to finally meet you.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great, sir. How are you doing?
Great, thank you. Welcome in.
I'm happy to be here. And I have to say, it's like I was like browsing through your merch store. Love the stuff in there.
Thank you.
Really considering getting one of the shirts that this shirt is convince yourself this shirt is blue. We'll wait.
Yeah.
I'm just sad you don't have it in my favorite color.
What would your favorite color be? I could possibly organize it for you.
Blue.
Right.
If just for the fact that it would be very fun, it would be at least humorous to me for people to go, wait, is it not?
Yeah, that's funny. That's quite a sort of almost sort of meta way of looking at it, isn't it? You'd have to be familiar with the argument's first iteration and then understand the irony of kind of deconstructing the argument. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a shirt in my merch store which is clearly not blue, and it says, "Believe that this shirt is blue, I'll wait." And it's designed to kind of stimulate conversation. So someone would look at it and say, well, what's that about? And then you get to have a conversation about, well, you can't believe it's not a choice, etc., etc. So, I think a blue shirt saying, "Believe this shirt is blue, I'll wait," is next level meta, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole thing with like, if you remember the meme from a while ago, is like, is this shirt black or gold or white or gold or blue or black?
I don't know if I know that. What was that?
Basically, it's like this thing where people would keep seeing this image, and I believe it was like of a white and gold shirt, but just the way certain people perceived it, like something to do with like the cones in their eyes.
I do remember that now. And there were big arguments on the internet about what color it was, and everyone was looking at the same image. I do remember. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And they'd have to have color correction to just show like how vastly different the two things were.
Yeah.
And it was chat saying like it was a dress. Yeah. But
brilliant.
Yeah.
It was a dress. Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, was there anything else you wanted to bring up?
Mostly just kind of an interesting anecdote of I recently was moving a bunch of my stuff, and I was going through like, boxes of like old books, which I have like far too many books. I'm a big, I like to call myself a big lover of things that aren't real, like fantasy, sci-fi, mythology. Those are like really my wheelhouse. It's like, and now I have another that just I happen to believe was real for a while. But I was going through this box of like, it was old. Essentially, it was the place where I'd put like all my old things from when I was a believer, like a bunch of Christian books, music, CDs. Like basically during the time when I started deconstructing about 10 or so years ago, just like kind of like, just took it all off my bookshelf, like shoved it aside, and like, kind of just didn't want to look at it again for a long time, and just stumbling across that again. And it was interesting in that after like, because it's been about 10 years since I started questioning like 2016. Finally admitted I wasn't a believer anymore 3 years later. So I say it's been 7 years since I've like completely stepped away from God. It's this fact of it didn't bring me this anger anymore. And there's like parts of it parts of it absolute garbage I could easily get rid of, but then there's parts of it that I still remember the joy like these books or these certain things brought me, like certain like, and it's a weird melancholy. I almost feel like do I keep these things and still see the value of them, or is it like a matter of,
I get that.
Yeah,
I totally get that. I mean, we can be sentimental for things that we have moved on from and that don't fit our lives anymore. But the sentimentality attached to that period of our lives, and how it's always, for me, it's always wistful to think back to times in my life that are past, even if there's nothing that special about them. I remember sometimes I get a kind of gooey, warm feeling thinking about a job I had once when I was a teenager, and it was a crappy job. Like I had nothing to say for it. It was rubbish. But I think about it, I think, oh yeah, those days, and I remember that place, and I remember that guy, and I remember that thing, and they really were nothing. It's just the fact that with the passing of time, we do get sentimental about stuff, and especially if it's things that had an emotional resonance for you at the time. So maybe keep them, and allow them to have a significance for you.
There are a few I have kept. Like a lot of them, like some of them I got rid of. Like stories, it's like oh, it's like, oh, I remember liking this. Oh, and it talks about how you can pray homosexuality away. Nope, getting rid of that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that shit you can burn. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But then there's ones I like. I specifically liked one writer called Stephen Lawhead, who he basically did like his own versions of like classic, already classic stories, like Robin Hood, King Arthur. Stories I already naturally like. I like Arthurian lore, like in like the various different incarnations it's come of, and his books were kind of an extension of that. It's just he kind of had this thing where he would try to make them more like, appealing to Christians. Like his one on Arthurian lore is like the Pendragon cycle. So to make it more palatable to Christians, naturally it starts in Atlantis.
Right. As you do.
It just these absolutely crazy things. But I still can't bring myself to get rid of those because I remember deeply enjoying them.
Yeah.
But,
all right, buddy. Well, maybe we'll move it along. We've got a lot in the queue, but thanks for coming up to say hi, and appreciate you.
Appreciate you too, sir.
Take it easy, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
You as well.
Bye. Bye. All right, we're going to move swiftly along. We're going to get Hasty Jane in next. We'll do a couple of super chats and then get Jane in. Babs, thank you so much. Babs has generously sent out a gifted membership. Appreciate that, Babs. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And Ivy Ann, thank you so much for the super chat. This sounds amazing. Thanks for sharing here. And thanks, John. It can be incredibly isolating, especially on days when I start wobbling, end up not sharing for fear of ridicule or else being jumped on by Christians. That's exactly the kind of thing that Todd was talking about, a need for people like that. So yeah, Ivy, have a look into it and see if you think it might help you. That's awesome stuff. Okay, let's get Jane in next. And it would be lovely to speak to Jane. Always is. Jane.
Hey, John. How's it going?
It's going really well. How are you?
Doing good.
Great.
I was sitting here while Fro was talking about sort of this issue of religious residue. I've been thinking a lot about this because I'm doing a chapter on this for my documentary on the deconstruction community.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, and because it's like a real thing that happens after you deconvert. It happens for a long time. Like I'm 18 years out now, and I still get like times where, like the other day, it happened with all the fires that were in Europe. Like I grew up in a Jesus is coming any day now kind of hellfire kind of house, and I did like immediately just like cold sweat. I'm like, oh my God, I'm wrong. I'm wrong, and the world's about to end.
Wow.
And I mean, 18 years, and I'm as strident an atheist as anybody. You know.
Yeah.
And I'm angry about it. And it still happens. And it's like there's a lot of papers on it. If anybody is like interested in reading more about it, I've been collecting some papers and everything. Like, reach out to me. I'll send you my list. But there's a really good video by Religion for Breakfast here on YouTube. I think he put it out about 3 months ago on religious residue, and it kind of gives you an idea of sort of how that's working and like what happens and that sort of thing. But
that sounds excellent. Did you say Religion for Breakfast?
Yeah, Religion for Breakfast.
Okay.
He does a lot of like,
that's something
studies type stuff.
Anyone can look that up then. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's a free channel. It's open to everybody. But yeah, I think it's interesting for people to see, and like I get a lot of that too. Like I'll notice myself every once in a while being like getting nervous or in a position where I'm like, I don't know if I'm adult enough for this position, for this situation.
Yeah.
And being like, look for a man, like just that kind of like, training from youth. And so that's a real, religious residue is a real thing. And I think it should be a topic that we talk about more in these communities. Anyway, that's all I wanted to talk about.
Thanks, Jane. Always great to hear from you. And I look forward to hearing more about the documentary as you progress with it.
Yeah, thanks. I'm deep in writing mode, and it's really hard. So
fantastic. Well, keep me posted.
Have a good one.
Cheers,
Bye.
Jane. Take it easy. That's the very, very awesome Hasty Jane. Okay, we are now going to get in Screaming Silence. Our very, very good friend Richie coming in right now. I love it that we have these wonderful people who come back time and time again. Absolutely awesome. Richie, how are you? Hello, Richie, are you there?
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How are you doing?
Good. I've been better, but I won't bore you with the specifics. My health.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, I was in the hospital last week.
Ooh, hope you're doing okay, man.
I'm all right. I sent a super chat. I think it was last week. I don't know if you remember, where I was talking about my sister and her family are here.
Yes.
And I actually my brother-in-law, her husband, went to a New England Patriots game last night, preseason game, and it was close to a 3-hour drive. So
you said you were going to have the talk in the car.
Yeah. So I've said it before, but for anybody else listening, I really enjoy these type of conversations, and I like to have conversations. I don't go into it looking to debate people or argue things. And he's someone that I always had a good conversations with, because he is a pastor and went to Bible college and grew up. I think his dad was a pastor as well. So even when I was part of the faith, we would have some conversations on specific doctrines and things. So I already knew it was gonna, go well. I wasn't worried about anything. And we actually, we pretty much talked the whole 3-hour drive there about God and the Bible and my deconstruction process. And it went, very well as far as a conversation can go. There was no arguing or,
Sure. Yeah,
getting upset or anything like that, which was great. It's funny because I think he went through every single fallacy that one can possibly go through.
Yeah.
It's nothing that people don't hear on this channel and you've heard before. But it was sad after the fact, because I just realized how brainwashed he is. Everything that he brought up, I was able to kind of like argue against and evidence my position, and even get him to agree on how I would come to my belief. And he would say things like, I totally get where you're coming from. It makes sense that you would think that, it makes sense that you would look at that and say, like, God's not good or whatever. And so it got to the point where I was like, let's not focus on the whys of why I don't believe, but let's focus on the whole belief portion. Which is essentially your topic of choice, generally. And, it's strange because he agreed that belief wasn't a choice. He agreed that I wasn't able to just flip a switch and suddenly start being convinced that Jesus was my savior.
Yeah.
And so, I pretty much asked him, what do you think about that? Because that's kind of the whole crux of Christianity, as far as his version of Christianity. I know some are a little different.
It's holding you morally accountable for your inability to do that.
Exactly. And, through the whole process, I would explain to him and say, like, I'm just being honest, man. Like, I'm only being honest. There's nothing else I can do. It's not that I believe God's real and and giving him the middle finger, or I want to go live a life of sin. Like, none of this has convinced me, and I'm just being honest with myself internally. And so, do you really think like I deserve to go to hell? Like, I want to know. And he he sat there for there's 30 seconds, I want to say, of silence. And that doesn't sound like a long time, but when you're sitting there for 30 seconds in complete silence,
In a
it's
car.
a long time.
Yeah,
yes,
for sure.
Exactly.
It might as well be half an hour. Yeah.
Right. So I didn't want to interrupt him. Hold on. I'm just trying to. There. Can you see me? I feel like this is a little more personal.
Let me see. Your camera's not on yet, actually, for some reason.
Oh, weird. I just turned it on. Let's see.
I can say invite to turn on camera. How about this? Does that work? There we go.
Work?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Now we can all
there
see.
We go.
There we go.
So essentially, I'm sitting here like this, and he's not responding, and I just let it go. And then he finally, like takes a breath, and he goes, "Well, the Christian view is," and I go, "No, I don't want to know the Christian view. I want to know how you feel inside about that."
Yeah.
And again, he took a little bit longer, and he just goes, "I'm not the judge, and I can't really answer that." And I said, "See, man, like that's a thought stopper. Like, do you see where you're not allowing yourself to look at these things and to feel these things? You're a human." And he goes, "Well, we're never going to understand God. Like, we're not going to understand him." And I said, "Well, listen to your heart." Like, I said, "Does it seem like it's justice that God killed his son whom he loved, who the Bible says he loved, for the sake of appeasing himself?" And he's like, "Well," he's like, you're looking at justice as an individual thing, and you're looking at," and I've never heard this before, so this was new, actually. He goes, "You're looking at justice as like an individual thing. You're looking at mercy as an individual thing. And you're looking at grace as an individual thing from a human perspective." He's like, all of those are the same thing to God.
Wow.
I was like, that doesn't make any sense. He's like, "Well, it won't make sense because it's God, and we really can't understand." But he said all those things come from God and they are God. So you won't be able to understand that. And I was like, man, to you, because you already presuppose that God exists and that he's ultimately all good and he's sovereign, that to you might evidence your belief. But I said, to me, that's evidence that he's not real, because it doesn't make logical sense.
Isn't it wild how something not making sense is framed as like a piece of evidence for how profound and beautiful it is? To me, that's like just a red light comes on when something doesn't make sense, and you're being expected to, you're being told it's true, and you're being told that all of these people have an understanding of how God works and what he wants for you and why these things happen. But the moment they can't explain any of it, suddenly they throw their hands up and they say, "Oh, well, it doesn't make any sense," as if it's a feature. Mm-hmm. It's wild.
Or that not making sense makes sense. Because it's God.
Like it's wonderful, it's profound, it's a mystery, and the mystery adds to the beauty and the majesty. And no, it doesn't. It just makes what you're saying completely incoherent. And it was really interesting listening to you recount this story, because you asked him if the conversation went as you said it did, and I have every reason to think it did. You were asking him how he felt about a thing, right? You were saying, how do you feel about the idea that you've agreed with me, I can't change my beliefs if I'm not persuaded otherwise. I can't just decide to be persuaded. If I'm not persuaded, I'm not persuaded. How do you feel about the idea of me being condemned and punished for that? And he didn't actually answer that. He pretended in a way, I'm not saying he meant to do this, but he answered a totally different question, which was, why might God do it? Or what might, is God in charge, or is God sovereign? He said, like, it's not for me to decide, and God is the boss, and God's got his ways, and God is perfectly just. All of that has actually got nothing to do with the question you asked him, which is, how do you feel about this? And when people say to me, who are we to judge God? We can't judge God. This is obvious nonsense, because we are all capable and arguably obligated to, we're capable of and obligated to have an opinion about things. We're allowed to judge our leaders. We're allowed to judge authority. We are allowed to have an opinion about whether things are right or wrong. And us having an opinion about them is not to presume that we are the authority. It's to recognize that we're not. but that we're still sentient and that we are able to think about these things and say, no, this doesn't feel right to me. This is how we stop totalitarianism. Totalitarianism is the idea that you don't get a say and you don't even get an opinion. The boss is the boss and that's it. That's North Korea. And it's so weird to me that people lean into that.
That was like the crux of his entire argument when I cornered him with something. So when we spoke about like the morality of God in the Bible and the things he did or the decisions that he's made, and I challenged him about that, and I said, like, as a Christian, I said, you're put in an unfortunate position to where you have to say, like, grape is good. And he was like, well, in the Bible, I said, no, I'm even talking outside the Bible. I said, ultimately, if God is all powerful and he created everything to operate in a certain way, even if you want to blame humans, he ultimately thought the best choice was to create a world where people have the ability to grape somebody. So he ultimately thought that that was the best world. So ultimately, everything that happens is good according to God because he said this is the best option.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, no. You're confusing him, like allowing something versus him intending to create something a certain way. And I was like, man,
right.
I said, just please stop and think about this, dude. Like, please. I said, and I put it in a syllogism and I, went through 1, 2, and 3 with conclusion. I said, do you agree with this? Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this? And then I came to the conclusion of, God allowing grape is good. And he was like, no, that's not the conclusion. And I was like, well, which one do you disagree with? And he's like, I disagree with your conclusion. And he wasn't able to look at it with that outside perspective. And it was very unfortunate. And like I said, I walked away feeling a little sad because I saw that he actually wasn't using his own faculties. He was appealing to the apologetics, and everything was rehearsed. So it was definitely a great conversation. And it was a 3-hour long conversation where we covered everything, every single topic. And I really hope some of this stuff gets him thinking, because this is what he does. He's out there evangelizing. He's trying to, give people this information that they wouldn't have unless it was given to them. So that was kind of my goal, is to kind of give him question marks, but it was very deep ingrained in him, to the point where, like I said, it was sad because, sitting at the football game, it's been a long time since I was in a crowd of that size, and there's 50,000 people there. And I was just sitting there and looking around and I was going, man, if everything he said is true, most of these people here, I mean, I'm looking around at thousands and thousands of people. If what he's saying is true, like, most of these people are going to go to hell. And I just was sitting there going, it just doesn't make any sense. I could never believe that a God is good that would create a world where all these people, and I'm looking around and people are taking pictures together and people have their kids and they're smiling and they're, cheering and everyone's very happy. It was a fun time. And I'm like, man, according to him, all these people are evil.
Yeah.
These
Deserving of punishment. Yeah.
Deserve to be hurt for trillions of years. And I'm like, man, like, I just can never again get myself to acknowledge that. I really can't.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It really is disgusting. But I just want to say before we part that even if you're not successful in getting him to change his outlook, what you were successful in, and this is why I'm so pleased for you, is having your own voice about this. That is a win, irrespective of whether his opinion changes 1%, 50%, 10%, 0, nothing. The win there is you got to be authentic. You got to say your piece. You got to say what was on your mind and to say how you look at things and to evidence it and to back it up and to know that you were on solid ground. And I think that's a huge win. So, whatever happens, he's the one who's in his head doing his thing. But for you, I think it's brilliant that you took that space and you were authentic and honest, and you did it without fear, and you did it calmly, and I think that's fantastic. So good for you, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I just want to take this opportunity to tell anyone listening that don't be afraid of having these conversations, because you know what, for me it's actually very healing. I feel like every time I have these conversations, the wounds close a little more, because when I look back, when I used to share my faith with people because I thought it was the right thing to do, internally I knew I wasn't being 100% honest. And being able to be myself and 100% just speak my truth and not feel like I'm having to either hide something or say something I don't fully agree with, like it is very healing. So not even for the sake of like specifically only the other person, that hopefully that does take some hold. It does help you if you've had those traumas. And also go into it not trying to win, not trying to argue, not trying to be right, but genuinely just trying to have a conversation with a fellow human being.
Good for you, Richie. Good for you, my friend. Good stuff. Always a joy to see you, friend.
I appreciate you, John. Thank you very much.
Take it easy, buddy. Thanks, man. Cheers.
You too.
All right. That is good stuff. Big W, Richie. Big W. Okay. We are going to just move swiftly on. We have a ridiculous number of people in the call queue, so we are going to get through everyone. And we're going to proceed over to the YouTube side and get in Luke next. Presumably the audio is all going to be good. We hope it is. Hey, Luke, are you there?
Okay. We are going to just move swiftly
hear ourselves on the delayed stream. We'll catch up in a moment. Hey, Luke.
Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can. We can hear you indeed. How are you?
Great. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very, very good indeed. Welcome in. What have you got?
I've been following your stream for about 3 weeks now, and I thought it was a great place for me to share a bit of my personal life about my deconversion, because it's a story I don't usually hear on the internet.
Sure.
And so it all hinges on one particular moment in... Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
So when I was in middle school, I had a history lesson from a teacher. He told us about the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah.
And it made me realize that not only because I was raised Catholic in France, I was raised as a Catholic in France, and it made me realize that not only is there different ways to interpret the text, the Bible, but also that there were different conceptions of how to interpret. So the Sola Scriptura was a discovery for me. I had no idea that it was a thing, and I've got so many things I want to talk about. Then I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Just pick one of them, and we'll talk about it, and then you can call back another time and pick another one. It's all good.
Yeah. That's what I was planning on. Just 2 topics today, and maybe another one.
Sure.
In 2 weeks or some other time.
Of course.
The thing is, I questioned my faith at that time, and I couldn't call myself a Catholic anymore, because I knew that the Pope had gotten things wrong. I knew that the Church had gotten things wrong. So
Yeah.
I took a step back. I called myself a Christian, but no longer a Catholic. And then I looked at the Bible. I was like, but maybe the Protestants have something right about them. And I couldn't get past the first few verses of Genesis because they're so ludicrous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I might have been religious, I might have been a believer, but I certainly knew that the earth was old enough to bear any sort of fossils. I knew that reality was a thing. And
you knew that plants didn't come before the sun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
and so the question was effectively, which parts of the Bible do you believe literally and which parts do you not? And
right.
I couldn't just accept the whatever people would tell me, because what if the reasons they tell me to trust in these and these parts are based on nothing, based on their own desire for what is right and what is wrong. So I took another step back. I said, well, I believe in God, but I don't want to call myself a Christian anymore. And taking these steps back again and again, it then come to a point where I could only say, I have no reason to believe in God.
Yeah.
Because reality is just the way it is, and there's no place to fit him.
Have you heard of Dan Barker?
No.
Dan Barker,
you said?
Yeah, Dan Barker. Yeah, Dan Barker is absolutely wonderful. He's one of my favorite writers in this space. He was a fundamentalist evangelical preacher for about 20 years. And he had a process very similar to what you're describing, where he moved from being very literal, 6-day young earth creation, all of that, very, very literal. And he moved along the spectrum where he became a little bit less fundamentalist, a little bit less completely literalist about everything. And this maybe is metaphorical, and this maybe is not exactly what happened. And he kind of moved along the spectrum, and then he got to maybe not all of that stuff, but still Jesus. And then he got to, maybe not exactly Jesus, but still some kind of God. And eventually he got to the same kind of place you were describing. And the way he puts it is, he threw out the bathwater and discovered there was no baby, because we have this phrase in English is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and he threw out the bathwater and recognized that there for him was no baby. And now he's the president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation, which is fantastic, and he's a wonderful writer. He's got the two books that he published. One is called Losing Faith in Faith, and the other one is called Godless. And I recommend these books to lots of friends because they're just fantastic. So I completely understand that process you are talking about of moving along a spectrum. Can I ask how long it took you to do that process?
So as I said, the hinging point was this history lesson that I think I was maybe 12 or 13 years old, something like that. And it may have taken me 5, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less, 5 years about.
5 years. Yeah, funnily enough, I think that's about the same time he said it took him. So very, very interesting. Very interesting. And so now you're a happy, proud non-believer, is that right?
Well, I'm proud to be a non-believer. I'm actually an anti-theist. I believe there is no God.
Yeah.
But I must say, I did have, and I do still have some dread for, the end of the world, the end of life, everything of that nature. So I'm proud of being atheist, but I'm also dreadful on some other aspects.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The world is a tricky place, and that there are things to be concerned about. And I would say it's okay to accept those concerns and then try and just enjoy the life you have as much as you can without letting those things kind of define you and get on top of you. And there's lots of wonderful things in the world. And when you're actually living life rather than, focusing on what happens to you at the end of it, in terms of like if you're a religious person, that might be the beginning of your real life, or worrying about it if you're not. Enjoy your life, be in the moment, be nice, be kind, and don't let any toxic ideas bring you down. It sounds great.
That's my goal. I'm forward to that every day of my life.
Good for you, Luke. Good for you. Well, thank you for calling in to describe that process. I think you described it really eloquently, so I'm grateful for that. And I'm sure other people will relate to it. And feel free to call us back anytime if there are other aspects you want to talk about. That's what this show is for.
Well, thank you for welcoming me.
Sure.
And have a nice evening.
And you. Cheers, Luke. Take it easy. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. That was Luke. Good stuff. We are going to move swiftly on and get Beefy Snacks in. Such a good name. Beefy Snacks. Hey, Beefy Snacks, how are you?
Good. Hold on.
Oh, falling down the stairs. Are you all right?
Oh, no, yeah, I'm okay, sorry. Just stepping outside now. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, yeah, you can just call me Eric. So, actually, I've been calling Eric because I've been going back and forth in my head the last couple of weeks about.
I'm sorry, we're still getting more we're getting more movement noise than voice. So, if you can, settle down and be still, and then the conversation will begin.
Okay, how about this? Is this better?
That's better. Don't move at all. Good. Don't move a muscle. That's it.
I had a headset on. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've been kind of going back and forth in my head with this argument about strong atheism versus weak atheism.
Yeah.
Right? And I was wondering if I could run it by you and get some thoughts, because I keep coming to the conclusion that weak atheism just kind of doesn't hold, right? And I know that might be counterintuitive, but I figured I could just run it by you and you can let me know what you think.
Yeah, sure. So just for the purposes of anyone who may not understand the distinction, weak atheism is the position of just saying, I'm not convinced that a God exists. And strong atheism is the position of saying, I believe no God exists. We're getting a lot of more noise on the mic, I'm afraid, Beefy. Lots of like rumbling or breath or something. It was quiet for a moment. Is it the wind?
Yeah, sorry. I'll just move to a different spot.
Yeah, that'd be good. Only because we can't hear what you're saying when the mic is doing that.
Yep, no worries.
So so those are the two sort of flavors of atheism. One is a bit more is more sort of subtle in a way. It's just saying, well, I'm not convinced. There might be a God, there might not be a God, but I lack a belief. That would be weak atheism. And strong atheism is the more positive claim. There are no gods. So with that said, give us your thoughts.
Right, and so there's a few assumptions, 3 assumptions just to start off with, which is, first one would be that you're willing to take a strong atheistic position on some claim, which I think you've said before, right?
Yeah, with regard to some gods, for example, like we can be a strong atheist with regard to Zeus, for example.
Exactly. There are some God claims you're willing to take a strong atheistic position on. That's the first assumption.
Yeah.
Second assumption would be kind of like how a proposition is either true or false. Claims can either be justified or unjustified. There's no middle.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the third might be the most controversial, but is that we are justified in claiming that the supernatural does not exist. And I think I've heard you guys say something more along the lines like there's no such thing as the supernatural.
The closest I'd get to that is to say that if things happen, even like occasionally magic is real, then we would have to update our definition of what the natural world is to include those things. So it really is a matter of definition. So let's say, for example, occasionally people can fly around on broomsticks. Well, if we define that as being supernatural, we could say, well, okay, this is a very rare event, and normally the laws of nature preclude broomsticks from flying around, but occasionally people are able to fly around on broomsticks, therefore it's supernatural. Another way of looking at it would be to say, well, it might be that the way reality works is broomsticks can almost never usually fly. but occasionally they can, and therefore that's part of nature. That is the nature of reality, and therefore we wouldn't say it's supernatural for broomsticks to fly. We would just have to update our definition of what nature is. So either way, depending on which of those two perspectives you take, would determine whether you can say we're justified in claiming the supernatural doesn't exist.
Right. I think I would lean more towards the second one, where you're saying if that something that seems supernatural were to occur, given history and what we know about the world, it's likely that there is a naturalistic explanation for it.
Okay.
And that would be evidence in favor of the claim that the supernatural does not exist.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's probably the shakiest, but those are the three assumptions. And then the final thing, the final thing is a yes or no question, and I'll pose it rhetorically because I think it doesn't work either way. And I can walk you through that, which is, are there any God claims that you're unwilling to take a strong atheistic position on? Right? And so, is there any claim you're aware of that you're just like, I just can't take a strong position on that one? Well, and the way this goes in my head, you can answer if you want. I was just going to pose it rhetorically and walk through.
Well, you can carry on if you want, because immediately I'm saying yes, there probably are claims that someone could make about a God where I would take a weak atheist position on it, not a strong atheist position. If someone said, for example, that they believe in a God who, like a deistic concept of a God who just created everything, doesn't get involved in the world, doesn't make miracles happen, but some sort of mind that created everything, not necessarily an ephemeral mind. It could be some sort of, maybe there's a physical creator somewhere who's just capable of creating physical universes, and he made ours. It's unfalsifiable. We have absolutely no reason to think it's true, and so that's why I withhold belief and I take a weak atheist position on it. But I wouldn't necessarily say that I would take a strong atheist position on it necessarily. I would probably just say I have no reason to think it's true, so I'm withholding that belief.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, that's fine. But I want to just walk through both the yes and no to that.
Sure.
Because if you say no, the way this plays out in my head, if you say no, there are no known God claims that I'm willing to take a strong or a weak atheistic position on, then it kind of sounds to me that if you were to then turn around and say, but I'm open to other claims about God claims, the word God in that sentence, ultimately, even though we all kind of know what the word means, is meaningless. Yeah. It's an empty signifier. It's undefined. It can't be identified. It means nothing. Yeah. Right. And so I know I've heard you talk about Carl Sagan's The Candle in the Dark. I love the dragon in my garage. What's the difference between, a God you can't, with no properties and no, can't be identified, no God at all. Right. So it's a meaningless term in that statement. So you kind of really never leave a strong atheistic position if you're willing to state that all other claims that you've heard of, you're willing to take a position on all known claims, right? It's kind of like the word vehicle in my mind, right? If you said John drove down the street at 50 miles an hour in his vehicle, you'd just be like, okay, and? But if I said, like, that vehicle's a wheelbarrow, right? You'd be like, okay, well, back it up. Like, we got to talk about it a little more, right? Because the context matters. Yeah. And the same thing seems true to me about God claims, where it's like divorced from any kind of personal preference or religious doctrine. The God claim means nothing, right? And so this is kind of how I see it playing out in a conversation. Oh, if you were to answer this no, like say you're talking to a Christian, you're willing to take a strong atheistic position on the Christian God. You tell the Christian, I believe there are no gods. I believe it's almost certain there's no gods. The Christian can then respond, okay, what is your evidence for that claim? Yeah. What I would respond in that position would be, well, what do you mean by a God? So the Christian can respond two ways. They can say, well, they can define the Christian God, which you've already agreed you take a strong atheistic position on. So you end up in strong atheism there anyways. Yeah. Or they can say, you define it. And so if I have to define it, first of all, I would say I can't provide evidence for something that to me has no definition, right? Like I said, the word God in that sense means nothing. So it's like, I can't provide evidence for something that can't be defined. right? But forced to define it, I'm going to define it the way that, again, you would define vehicle, which is kind of like that, what we all kind of understand it to mean, which is, for a god, it seems like to me, just some supernatural being of varying degrees of power. But we've already agreed that, taken a certain way, you can assert the non-existence of the supernatural, so you're back at a strong, if you agree with that, you're back at a strong atheistic position again.
But what they could say is that if we've done the trick that you and I agreed on earlier to define the supernatural out of existence, they could just say, well, I still believe in that God, you just might not label it supernatural, but it's still a God. Like, it's still a creative being that, made everything in some way, but you're just calling it natural because you've redefined what supernatural means. Would be their out in that situation.
Well, if you say that, you're saying their out would be them defining it as a natural God?
They could, yeah.
But see, to me, that doesn't make any sense, because if your God is natural, then he's subject to the laws of nature. And if you say, actually, my God can control nature and is also natural, that's just supernatural with extra steps.
I see what you mean. What I'm saying is, maybe what they could say is that they would reject our updated definition of the supernatural, and they would say they've got their own, and then we just have to get into an argument about what we mean and whether it is. But the one point you make here that I think is really powerful is that if we're going to do this thing of saying, well, technically we need to remain open to some concept of a God, we can be all we can congratulate ourselves for saying with conviction, I don't believe in the Christian God, I don't believe in the Muslim God, I don't believe in the Hindu gods. Here are all the specific, I don't believe in the Greek gods, I don't believe in the Norse gods. We can kind of be really specific about all of these gods, and then we can be very smug and say, but I am open-minded about some undefined creative something God, which allows us to remain open-minded, which is kind of something I do. What you could legitimately attack me for in that situation is saying, well, am I similarly open-minded about other things? So am I open-minded about am I a weak a-fairyist? And am I a weak, a leprechaunist? Am I open-minded to the possibility that there may be some definition of a leprechaun somewhere that does exist? Or do I have the strength of my convictions to just say, the idea of a leprechaun is a little creature, whatever, that has these properties, and I don't think they exist, and just pin my name to that. So you could be making a valid point. Maybe it's time for us to be a little bolder and say, this is an incoherent concept. It's nonsense, and maybe we should be willing to go that little step further and say, I don't believe in this.
Right. Actually, you preempted it a little bit, but the question I asked earlier...
A lot of wind noise again, my friend, also.
Sorry. The question I asked earlier, which is, whether or not you're willing to take that position, if you answer yes, you're willing to take a weak atheistic position on some God claims. I feel like that puts you in an awkward position, given what we've already established, because if you imagine for a second, like we're standing, you, me, and Sean are standing on a line of basically a 50% line, right? And you can take steps forward to go towards a belief, and you can take steps back to go towards non-belief. If we have a claim, God claim, whatever, A, and we say it's a toss-up, it's 50%. Really, there's, we just don't know. If you take one step forward into belief, and Sean takes one step backwards, sorry, hold on one second. Sean takes one step backwards into non-belief, and I stay exactly where I am, that I don't know. The question I have there is are all three of us equally justified in our belief, or am I the only one that's justified in saying I don't know?
I don't know is still non-belief.
Right, exactly. That's my point. So what I'm saying is if there's a claim, and based on the evidence, it is a 50-50. It's a toss-up. If you take a position of, okay, well, given the evidence, 50-50 toss-up, I'm going to choose to believe. If I stay at I don't know, non-belief, and Sean takes a step back and says, I don't think, I don't believe at all. I believe affirmatively that this is not true, right? So basically like an agnostic versus a strong atheist position. Does that make sense?
Kind of. You can't, if the evidence is, as you say, 50-50, it's inconclusive. You can't choose to believe. You are either, if you're choosing to believe, then it means you don't think the evidence is 50-50, because that's
right.
Choosing belief is, you can't choose believe. If you believe, it means you've been persuaded that it's true, which means you don't think the evidence is 50-50. So it just means that you have found it persuasive.
Well, I guess, yeah. What I'm positing here, more or less, is personally, I don't think that any God claims have that much evidence, right, to ever warrant 50%. But I'm imagining a situation where there was sufficient evidence to put us in a position where, you're convinced, Sean's not convinced, and I don't know. Are we all equally justified in a situation like that? Or is it that the person who is withheld their belief is justified, right? And I don't know if that may not make any sense the way I posited it, and that I'm willing to accept that, but in my head that makes sense.
I think I see what you're saying. I think you're saying, is the person who merely withholds belief, rather than saying I believe this is false, asserts the believe not P proposition, are they justified? And I think depends on the individual case. I don't know. I see what you're saying. Right. An argument can be made for saying that that sometimes absence of evidence is in fact evidence of absence, which is why we say I don't believe in unicorns, right? I don't believe in pixies. We're not obligated to stay open-minded to it. So I hear what you're saying.
Right.
I think the case for strong atheism is probably stronger than many people think. How about
right?
That?
And that's really where I was going with it. It's like, if you say all three of us are equally justified, then you're kind of in a contradiction, because the person who says they believe based on that same evidence would believe in something supernatural, but you've already affirmed that it's justified to negate the existence of the supernatural, right? And so if you're willing to say the supernatural doesn't exist, you can't also at the same time say that someone else, regardless of the evidence, is justified in a supernatural belief, right?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense to me. But if you say that I, as the person withholding belief, am the only person that's justified, and the believer and the non-believer, or the positive non-believer, are not justified, you're still kind of in that same position where you'd have to explain why, if you're willing to say otherwise, that the supernatural doesn't exist, you'd have to say otherwise why somebody's, regardless of the evidence, why somebody's belief would be justified in the supernatural. And if you're willing to take that position and defend it, then all other supernatural claims, at least on the basis that they are supernatural, are back on the table.
Yeah.
And you'll have to find additional reasons to discuss, to negate the justification for belief in all those other supernatural claims, right?
Yeah.
I think you could no longer say trolls don't exist because they're supernatural. You'd have to find additional reasons.
Yeah, I get it. I think you make a pretty good case. I think you make a pretty good case, certainly for being a bit bolder in a willingness to express a strong atheist position. I understand what you're saying. Right. I understand there's an inconsistency that you're pointing out there.
Well, it gets me, and I'll say this one last thing, and then I'll go and I'm 40 years old, and I've been an atheist since I was pretty young, and I came up during New Atheism. A lot of people remember some of that New Atheism stuff, like Harris and Dawkins and Dennett and all them. And I kind of tuned out for a long time, and I've recently come back to see the atheist debates. And I got to say, like, the arguments haven't changed. Like, it's the same. I've been watching for a couple of weeks, and it's like the Christian or the theist arguments are exactly the same. They're exactly the same. And if you read the preface to, like, for example, Hitchens' Portable Atheist, it's all the same arguments. And so, like, nothing is really. I can't help but feel trapped in that loop, where it's like, how do we get past this? And in my mind, if I'm having a discussion with a theist, I'm saying, if they want to have that discussion, to me, it's like, you can make your claim, you can define your God and provide your evidence, but if you can't do those first things, I don't care about your argument. I don't want to hear your syllogism. I don't care, because you're just arguing for nothing at that point. If you can provide no evidence, your syllogisms and your propositions and they mean nothing.
Yeah.
Right. And I can't help but feel a bit of desperation to think that 100 years from now, somebody's going to be sitting here having the same conversation.
Probably
You know
so.
what I mean? And
Probably
we're
will.
Gonna be listening. Somebody's going to come with the kalam in year 3020.
Yeah.
And I find that depressing. At some point, we just sort of got to be like, actually, just no. Like, no more. No more. You know?
I hear you.
Like,
I hear you.
But that's my thoughts. I just wanted to see if I was completely out of my mind, because
I
basically
think
this is a conversation that's been going on in my head for the last 3 weeks.
I appreciate it. No, you've definitely given me food for thought. I appreciate it, Beefy. All right.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Thanks. Take care. Okay, that is excellent. Yeah, a little complicated, but I understand what he's saying. Right, I am going to move swiftly along because we want to get to everyone. Let us get in John O'Neill next. John, are you there? For people, sometimes if they're listening on the YouTube, on the stream, it takes a few seconds for them to hear me call their name, and then they know to move over to live. How about that? John, can you hear us? We can't really hear you speaking, John. We can just hear sort of noise in the background.
Oh, hi, John.
There you go.
Am I on?
There you go. You're on. Yeah. Hey, John. How are you doing?
All right. What I want to ask you about is the music career you had. So I don't know specifically what question I should ask, or do you just want to start it off with however you want to?
Sure. Well, kind of you to ask. So I was in the music business for about 25 years. And I worked as a producer, which means that I was hired by record companies to make records, to make albums and singles and record music, and sometimes write it and work with artists. And I was really lucky because I had an opportunity to work with some fantastic people across a lot of different genres, like pop music and classical stuff, and kind of the sort of poppy classical type music, and all sorts of different things over a period of years, and no one project was like any other. So the work was really varied, and I had a fantastic time. I started out as a musician myself when I was much younger, kind of as a keyboard player, and I used to tour and play with other people, and then I realized in my early 20s that that's a hard life. The life of being a performing musician is hard life. You have to just keep on. You're always being paid from show to show, and it's pretty tricky. And so I didn't want to do that, which is why we call it in the music business, we call it move to the other side of the glass, which is to say, out of the room with all the microphones into the room with the big comfy chairs in, where you sit in front of a mixer and you say to someone who's just performed, that was great, do it again better. And so I basically did that for quite a long time, and I loved it, and had a really good time. And then a few years ago, I started sort of thinking about other things. And funnily enough, all the way through that period of time when I was doing that, my hobby, my sort of thing that I would do when I needed to decompress after a few hours in the studio, was I would get online and do kind of religious debates and get into having these arguments and discussions with people. It was always my kind of hobby. I would even say obsession for many years while I was doing the music stuff. And then a few years ago, I just reached a point where I thought I wanted a bit of a change, and the music industry has really changed a lot in the last few years, and not just because of AI. It started changing before AI. It started changing in terms of the way that music was distributed, and it used to be the case that I would make an album and they would know that they were going to sell a certain number of copies, and there'd be CDs and all of that kind of stuff, and it was all a bit more knowable. And then everything kind of has now changed, and the economics of the music industry are very different now. And so for the last few years, I've been trying to figure out what to do, and that's kind of why I've ended up doing this, to take my passion. I feel like I've kind of cheated at life, because I had a career in the music industry because I took the thing I loved, my passion, and I made a job out of it. And I seem to have done the same thing again with the other thing that is my passion, which is all of this stuff, and making a job out of it.
Well, that's interesting. I had a bunch of questions come to mind, and I've had to decide, well, which one am I going to ask now? And because when you mentioned Dan Barker earlier, there's some sound on there. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's right. It's my end. It's okay.
Okay. So Dan Barker, when he was a Christian, he wrote a lot of music, and interestingly, he still gets paid for those songs because
He
there's
does.
still lots of Christians that.
Yeah. He wrote Christian musicals about how white the lamb, or I can't remember what it was called. He wrote a number of Christian musicals that he still receives royalties for to this day, which I think is hysterical. And in the past, I have also been involved in recording some gospel music in the past. I wouldn't say I get royalties for it these days, but certainly I did do some of that stuff in the past. I worked with a songwriter, with a couple of songwriters, and we ended up having songs recorded by a gospel group in the US whose name now escapes me, for something or other. And yeah, I worked with a gospel choir and stuff like that. So yeah, I totally understand the Dan Barker thing of having been involved in that type of thing. It's quite ironic.
Well, with Dan Barker, I think he has tried to write some kind of secular music, but I don't know if he's done much of that, because there was a show that used to be on here on the TV on Sunday mornings, but they don't have it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because Sunday mornings it was made available for mainly it would be religious programming, but then Dan and his wife would that be the host of the show, so it was Freedom from Religion, and
Annie Laurie Gaylor.
Yeah.
Occasionally he did a show about music, but not often. He had a really good one, and I'm pretty sure that was the musician, but it was instrumental, so it didn't have lyrics.
Yeah.
But the idea was, secular people creating music. So I guess that never really has become a thing, because I don't know how inspired secular people feel to write specifically secular music. You could, right? But I guess it's never really taken off as an idea to try specific, because like the guy you had on earlier, how much there is this need for secular stuff.
Yeah.
And you could see how specifically art and most of all music, it would be a good thing. But I don't know, I guess, how good could it be? Like, I guess we'd want a really talented person to write something satisfying, like it wouldn't come
Tim
off
Minchin.
as,
Tim Minchin has written some fantastic, I wouldn't even call them secular songs, but kind of anti-religious, hilariously funny stuff. So if you want to hear the one of the best songwriters in the world writing what you could say is secular music, I would say check out Tim Minchin's stuff. Minchin.
Well,
he's really good.
It's always funny, humorous. It's never like what would you say, like a heartfelt type music? It's never that.
Yeah, that's true. It always funny, humorous, and that you make a fair point. And I'm sure there are people who have written, been moved to create art, whether it's songs or paintings or other types of expression, to reflect either their own personal feelings about this stuff, or the majesty and wonder of the natural world. It gets a bit subtle, doesn't it? Songwriting is a medium where you can kind of say words to communicate the thing you mean. And so there are people who have done it. I know there are, because I occasionally get sent things. Here's a song I wrote about not believing in God and stuff like that, and it's all about my journey out of faith and that sort of thing. But I don't think, no one's really broken through in that way, because I think music is taken to be a part of devotional practice, whereas it's not assumed to be a part of non-devotional practice. So,
right, I see your point there.
Yeah,
but I can still see how secular music could be, specifically for those people, like you're saying, that they're deconstructing, maybe something really tailored for them. Possibly that would particularly be popular and really helpful, because like, see, I never went through this deconstruction thing.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I pretty much was like, it was never that kind of thing. I remember I was going to church, all that, Catholic, and then by about 16, then I
I pretty much like just walked away from it. I
Yeah.
didn't have to go through any kind of difficult transition out of it. That part. But I hear often for so many people on your show and Justin's, and how it's mostly that is the experience. They have to go through a phase of leaving.
Yeah.
And I get it with the family and the friends and all that. It's a big thing. I didn't have to deal with that,
Good for you.
So,
You're lucky.
but
You're lucky
so
that you
maybe
didn't.
specifically. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I think about the people who didn't grow up with any religion like you, right? That was true with you. I feel jealous. I really feel a jealousy and wishing I was brought up without it, And so I guess another question just came to mind. Can you imagine ever going back into music producing, like part-time, just to produce that type of music, possibly?
Maybe.
That question just came to mind.
Maybe. When you
That
fall
would
in
be
love,
good, right?
when you
You
fall in
already
love
have
with,
all that experience.
yeah, maybe when you fall in love with music, you never kind of fall out of love with it. But I sort of feel like I gave the music industry my pound of flesh and some for many years, and I'm quite enjoying. I mean, funnily enough, I still have some commitments to ongoing music projects, but I'm weaning myself out of the industry slowly. Whilst I still have some kind of, there are a couple of projects I've kind of committed to which have long time frames, and I'm still involved in. I work with someone on some kind of music educational stuff, so I'm still sort of got one foot a little bit in it, but I can't see myself going back into the industry as such. That's probably not going to happen. Maybe one day I'll feel inspired to get involved in creating something. And I look at someone super talented like Joel. And Joel is doing a fantastic job of. He's a brilliant musician. Joel reads Bible. If anyone doesn't follow Joel. He's amazing, and he's a brilliant musician as well. And I think what he's doing is fantastic. So you never know. You never know what might happen.
Well, John, I just thought about how everybody listening, maybe that person is listening right now, or several that they've been wanting to do something like that, but they didn't put it together, that maybe they're not that familiar with your previous career in music, and maybe this could happen. You'll start getting people contacting you wanting to do that secular music. Yeah. I mean, that would be awesome. All the ones I can think of now that come to mind, just like individual songs, I can't really think of any, other than like, my favorite band is Rush, right? And the drummer, Neil, he wrote almost all the lyrics. And so he definitely touched on it in some songs. But I remember you said you don't like Rush. I remember when I brought that up, I put some lyrics in a super chat.
Yeah.
So could I ask, since what is it that, do you not like Rush at all?
It's just, I mean, I've got quite strange taste in music. So I listen mainly to classical music, and instrumental jazz is mostly what I listen to. So I tend not to really listen to bands very much. So, but that's just me. It's not to say that I don't think they're fantastic. There are lots of bands and artists who I think are absolutely incredible. It's just not what I choose to listen to when I do listen to music. Not that I don't like.
I do
them.
understand what you mean.
Thing.
I get what you're saying, really, because in like a lot of the magazines for specific instruments, guitar, drums, interviews, and musicians will say in that they respect Rush a lot for their talent, but they just don't like that type of music. But they can clearly still recognize and respect the talent as a player, but yet that music doesn't. It's just not their genre. You see, so I'm familiar with that, absolutely.
Yeah.
But to get back to another question, and I guess I don't want to take too much more time. I'm thinking it should be something like 15 minutes, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
What did you do the most as a producer with your main job, right? Because I know people have probably seen the studio has an enormous board of dials. So was that your main task, to adjust so many of those dials, right? It's incredible. That alone, like that job, was that your main?
Not really. No, I would normally hire an audio engineer to do all of that stuff. So the producer's job is a bit like a film director. So like the film director's job is to oversee the entire process of making a film, from hiring the director of photography to supervise, thinking about the script and casting the actors and finding the locations. They may hire people to do that, but ultimately they have the say, and they'll hire an editor, but the director has a say over how the final edit. and they'll hire someone to write the score, but the director has the final say over what the score will be or who's going to write it or give creative feedback on it. The film director oversees every aspect of the creation of the film, and a music producer oversees.
John, I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
There's some woman's voice, like it sounds like AI coming in saying with a direct.
Yeah, I can. I understand why that is.
It sounds like an AI.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky for me to deal with that. That's other people in the queue who you're going to be able to hear. So I'll wrap this up and we'll move it on because there's quite a few in there. So for me to mute everyone, I think that might hopefully solve it now.
Yeah, so, it finally stopped.
Yeah, good. Yeah, so the
you know what triggered that?
It's fine. I got it. So a music producer's job is to oversee every aspect of making a recording for commercial release. So that's the musical parts, and it might be booking a studio or hiring musicians if necessary, or working with a band if it's a band, and then overseeing the recording and coaching the people through the recording. And so the actual sort of technical thing of sitting at a mixing desk and changing the levels of things and sculpting the sound is just one technical aspect of a bigger process. So that part of it isn't massively my background. So I would always work with really, really skilled audio engineers who would do that. I would hire people to come and work with me on the project, and that would be their domain. But I would be the guy who sits there at the desk, and once the singer's finished singing the song through, I would say, that was great, but you were a little bit flat in the first verse and you were rushing the phrasing in the second chorus, and let's do that bit again, and you're doing great, keep on going, let's do it again, kind of thing. That was my job.
Well, the comparison with a movie director is really interesting, because that's something I dreamed about doing for a long time, and so I got very interested in it, and like most of all, was Stanley Kubrick, because he's from New York. So that was really, I became very interested in him, and he's so respected how well crafted his movies are, and because he really put a lot into his movies. He would
we lost you a little bit there.
Like years of, even like a year of preparation to make the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, are you losing me? Because you've been having that distortion sound a bit for me. I don't know if it's going out on the stream or if it's just me hearing it.
It's all good.
Distorted a little bit.
Yeah, it's all fine. The sound on the stream is good, John.
Okay, but for me, I've been hearing that. I guess it's just on this platform where I'm hearing you're distorted to me, but I'm still able to follow you. Understand what you're saying?
Good.
So let me see a couple more things before we're done. So your main thing doing being a producer, did you do a lot to with the lyrical part? Because that's very interesting to me. Like if I compare it to movie directing, like how much the director might be involved in the actual dialogue in the scenes, whereas when I learned about that, some wouldn't. Like they have total respect for the writer and wouldn't want to change a thing.
I didn't really write lyrics. No, that's not my thing. I worked with some great lyricists. I worked with some of the best lyricists in the world I've worked with, but no, I don't consider myself to be a lyric writer. I'll write books, but I don't write lyrics.
I see what you mean. But like, did you ever, I was thinking more along like, did you ever want to change things? Maybe just one word and say, wouldn't this,
Yeah, quite often I would. Yeah, exactly. I would make suggestions. So if someone else had written a song, I might say, the phrasing here doesn't quite work. Maybe you'll consider this or something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. John, I realized I could talk to you for a long time about this. It's only getting more interesting as we go for me. But the last thing I want to get in is a separate topic, if I'm not, being indulgent here, just to talk a little bit about secular humanism. And I think, because when we talked about your book last time and Prometheus and Paul Kurtz, I think you just gave, the short answer, like, no, you haven't been interested in humanism. But would you want to expand on, did you ever find it interesting or anything more than, I recall you said, no, you haven't been interested in humanism, but we didn't really get into it as far as, well, did you ever how much did you read about it and so on?
I mean, I remember reading Paul Kurtz as a very young man and just thinking that he was brilliant as a moral philosopher, and as his clarity of thinking was superb. And as he was one of the voices that was present while I was pulling my kind of view of things together. He was one of the voices in the mix, him and Carl Sagan. And I know he's not the flavor of the day these days, but I was really impacted by Richard Dawkins' science writing, not talking about his writing about anything else, but his science writing gave me a clarity and enabled me to see what it looks like when people kind of describe ideas which might be quite complex with great clarity, so simpletons like me can grasp them, and like I really appreciated that. And so for me, Paul Kurtz was like one of those voices. Who else was I reading at the time? It was him, and Hitchens was a little bit later that I discovered him. Dan Barker, and for me, Paul Kurtz was just in there, and I became aware of humanism as a kind of philosophical approach, which was based on reason and compassion, and those are two values that are really important to me. So I didn't need to sort of read into it that deeply in order to go, yeah, this is where it's at for me. I like this. These are the principles that instinctively I would be drawn to. And someone said, well, look, there's a name for this stuff. We call it humanism, and this is pretty cool. So that's the extent of it for me, really.
Okay, so this is definitely going to be the very last thing, and I can see the next person in the queue, so that helps motivate me to wrap it up, because people who's never called in, I can see on the video who the next caller is, but he looks patient. He doesn't look like he's in pain listening to me.
We have quite a few. So John, if you will, let's wrap up fairly quickly, because I'm mindful of keeping people waiting too long.
Okay. The last thing is I'd like to start on YouTube a live stream for humanism. I don't know if you'd want to participate in it, and I'd want to make sure I'm never like on at the same time as anybody else. So everybody listening, if anybody wants to, if we can get your feedback, anybody wants to get a humanism live stream.
You've cut off there, John.
Hangout, no debate.
Yeah,
I really love that if we can.
You cut out a little bit, but John, if you're going to start a YouTube stream on humanism, hit me up. I'll give you as much support as I possibly can. I think the more of us doing this, the better it is. And there are people who have helped me and continue to help me as this channel grows, and I will always pay that forward and always help other people. I think the power we have and the strength we have is as a collective. So anybody who wants to start channels, start things going, get conversations going, get groups going, start putting stuff out there, I'm always massively in favor of it. So if you're going to do it, hit me up and I'll do whatever I can to help.
All right, John. Excellent.
Right, John.
Thank you. So cheers.
Thanks, buddy.
I'll see you.
Keep well. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
John. Cheers. All right. We will get the next guest in just a moment. I'll do a couple of super chats and we'll keep it going. I love it when people start stuff up, and I couldn't possibly be happier about people wanting to spread the word further and promote all of this good messaging. I think it's an exciting time to be doing it. Geekzilla says, "Hey John, I know you say that there's no proof of the supernatural, but you are convincing me it could be real. The amount of patience you have is otherworldly." Hope you continue to have a great day. Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that. The patience is strained sometimes. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it's strained, but I do enjoy it, and I'm happy to do it. And Buzz says, commenting nonsense to boost algorithm. Well, thank you, Buzz. We appreciate that. A bit of nonsense never did any harm at all. I do it all the time. And Buzz also said, thank you so much, Buzz. This community is the tits. Love y'all. I isolate myself from people in real life quite a bit, but I'm always excited to see familiar names in here. You guys rock. I couldn't agree more, Buzz. This community is the absolute bomb. You are all wonderful. I really, really mean that. And when I say it, I sometimes think, God, am I sounding insincere? But I really, really do mean it. I'm so humbled by the fact that people turn up time and time again for the streams, and it means a massive amount. And I'm super, super proud to be part of this thing that we're all doing together. Okay, I am going to get the next guest in. This is it says Sean's #1 fangirl. So I think this possibly could be PVG. Let's have a look. Let's see if this works. PVG, is that you? Let's see. Again, if it's a call on the Video Ninja side, it's always a bit iffy whether it's actually going to work or not. Are you there? Not getting much back. Okay, so what we'll do, because we have a lot in the queue, I will put this one back on hold. I'm not going to dump it. I'm just going to put it back on hold. And if you want to come back in, then just drop a message in the chat and I'll see you and I'll get you back up again. Because that one isn't working for now, so you might need to come out and come back in or something like that. So with that said, let's get hang on, is there I see signs of life. PBG, are you there?
I'm here.
There we go. We nearly missed you. I'm glad we didn't.
It's the lag, and
it is. It's the delay, isn't it? I get it. It's about 20 or 30 seconds sometimes. Well, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. How are you?
Yeah, thanks, John. How are you? Let me just turn the fan off because that never. Oh dear. There it is. Hi, sorry. I've been because I was in the queue and I was watching on the mobile phone, and there's a lag. And then when I heard you say my name on the mobile phone, and there was like a 20-second delay, and then let me go to the
Indeed.
laptop.
Well, I'm glad we got you. How are things with you, my friend?
Not bad.
Good.
Just living the recluse lifestyle, and it's 45 degrees Celsius, so I'm literally melting.
Gosh, that is very, very hot. Yeah, that's very hot. It's been about 36 or 37 in the UK today, which for UK standards is extremely hot. We're having like wildfires in the UK, completely crazy. But weather aside, what have you got for us, friend?
Yeah, just before I go into the anecdotes and everything, Espresso works. I was talking with Espresso, and he works in IT security on the weekdays. He's pretty good, and he has offered to help you kind of securitize the
really
the online tools on the thing. So we just messaged a while ago, but you were here on the live, so once after you finish it, maybe you can just
that'd be awesome. I'll reach out in our Discord group, shall I?
Yeah, later on. It's just in the group chat we made on Discord. He has just answered. He said he's happy to help, and
amazing,
because his main line of job is just IT and security and everything, cybersecurity basically.
Well, we need some of that. We need some of that round here because someone was hacking the hell out of us last night, and it's very annoying. So the last two live streams, all our kind of extra things, the bingo and the call rating and the kill switch and all of that stuff has all been kind of taken out of action. I do have a bit of a plan for beefing it all up, but if there's someone who's got expertise in that area, I'm completely all about getting some some guidance and advice. So I'll definitely jump in the Discord either when we're done tonight or tomorrow and get that conversation going. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. And again, another thank you to you for all the timestamps you do. It's not a small thing. For anyone who doesn't know, PBG and also Espresso are responsible for all the timestamps on these like 7 or 8 hour long live streams. That's a lot of work. So I am profoundly grateful, and I know everyone else is, because it makes the difference between it being easy to navigate something like that if you're looking for something in particular, or being a real pain in the neck. So huge thank you.
No, it's my pleasure, John. I get as much out of it because I get to see people's psychology and how they it's funny to see adults behave in a way that even children, sometimes don't. Yeah. And the psychology of it is just fascinating. And to summarize each and everything and to write the logical fallacies they incorporate in the conversation, it's kind of like it's quite entertaining for me to do that. It's like puzzle work. Okay, let's dissect the psyche of this caller. What are they doing? And it's quite fascinating.
You do a brilliant job, and the timestamps they do have a little hint of spice here and there, which is brilliant. They're not just completely dry; they are fantastic. So if you want to just know this caller this time, you can get that. But if you want a little bit of side commentary, which is just the right amount, it's brilliant. Really well judged and really good. I think we all appreciate it very, very much. So with all of that said, was there something specific you wanted to bring up or talk about?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk with you guys, and it's been a while since I spoke to anyone in the community, and it's really, really lonely where I am because I'm being very what's the word? Being very antagonized or vilified for just expressing that I'm an atheist. And just a few days ago, right, there was a huge that they have transformers in streets. I mean, but in India it's all exposed anyway with wires and everything, and a cow died, electrified, because one of the electric wires were hanging, and then a stray cow got electrocuted. And then the locals, they started smashing the transformers and thinking that, oh my God, it killed their sacred animal. And the whole street has been having a blackout for 2 or 3 days.
Wow.
And it was kind of annoying. And things like that happen all the time. Once you go out, you see how crazy some people are when it comes to these beliefs and faith. And so I come from a very religious family, even though my parents are quite liberal when it comes to giving me the space to make my own decisions. They've always been like that. But it still feels lonely being with a group of people in a place where people believe in all these supernatural stuff and karma and the afterlife, and then somehow having good morals and ethics are kind of associated with believing in God and going to temples. And so it's been very, very bad. And like I even told you, like there are some matrimonial sites and the Indian version of dating sites that, and I got repeatedly not just turned down, but vilified.
Really?
Like all communications cut as soon as I said I'm an atheist. And
wow.
So it feels really lonely. And I feel like the only way I can reach out is like, your community. And I feel like I'm with my people. So I've been only back in India for 6 months now. So
you're super welcome here. You know that.
Yeah, it's just, sometimes it's so damn lonely. And it's not just pathologically, you go out and it feels like you're in a, it's not just a culture shock. And people don't, culture shock would be the light version of what I'm experiencing. I feel like it's a pathological agoraphobia when I go out. And it's kind of getting to the point where I can't go out if I don't have sertraline and my other medications. It's a lot of agoraphobia. And
can I ask you a question about this, though? Is it the case that your own non-belief must necessarily come up as a topic of the conversation at some point, or is that something you could just keep to yourself? Or would it feel impossibly inauthentic for you if you weren't open about it? Because like there are people I know in life, and I have functional relationships with them. We either work together on things, or I know them socially, maybe not close friends, and they don't necessarily know what my beliefs are because it doesn't come up in conversations. It's not an issue. Is that the case for you, or why does it come up that you are an atheist? Because that's your own personal opinion. No one else is entitled to know that about you.
Yeah, it's different. It comes up because, unlike in the UK, you don't, even though there are preachers on the streets preaching Christianity and stuff, over here, every morning ritual, there's a lot of religion. If you go to anyone's home, they'll have photos of deities, and they'll have like a sort of like a idol to ward off the evil eye, and things like that. It's kind of ingrained into how people live on a daily basis. And a few weeks ago, when my grandmother passed away, and I was really broken. And I could after the cremation, I couldn't go downstairs because they had to bring in a priest, and then they put up this bonfire, a Hindu bonfire, and then it was just burning all sort of stuff, and the smell was so suffocating. But I didn't go downstairs, so that's literally they're sending off her soul to heaven, and they have to do all these kind of very big rituals to make sure that happens. And people don't, the way people have their dietary, people who do eat meat over here, on certain days they don't eat meat because it's supposed to be the day for this particular deity, and you're not supposed to eat meat. And then they also do, have a practice of going to temples. So if I go and if I meet people, chances are that when I talk with them, they would have gone to temples and they would have. It's just I don't know where to start. And the type of interests I have when it comes to, if I'm saying like, let's talk about books, or when it comes to just work stuff, that's fine. But I haven't, because I was just coming out of academia, I've not found my peers here in India yet. And you still want to be able to talk, with your support network, where you have people like the community here. You just want to be able to speak with someone, and they should be able to understand you somehow or something else. If I say I'm depressed, do you believe in God? It comes up. And I say I'm not feeling good. And when I express my mental vulnerability about my mental health or emotional vulnerability, their way of solacing me is saying that, have you read this spiritual God man? Have you read about this? School? It always comes up. And so I can't even, if I can't be safely vulnerable, I feel intimidated. So,
Understood. I understand that. And it's frustrating because when you're just expressing basic human needs, and then those needs are responded to in a theological framework, and that's not where you're at, then they're not meeting you in the place you are. They're meeting you in the place where they are, where they want you to be. That's not very fulfilling at all. So, are there any kind of secular or non-religious networks that you can find locally? I mean, you can't be the only non-believer in the village, as they say over here. Is it possible for you to reach out and find other like-minded people in some way?
I've been looking into, some Reddit subreddits and stuff. It's not just, let's say many are just underground. It's very hard to find them because if you're too vocal about superstition, if you're too vocal about, because the government now, in the national government here in India, is quite very theocratic. Sometimes some of the, let's say if you talk about evidence and science and say that cow urine has no medicinal properties, stop wasting research money on that. Chances are that you'll be arrested, or you'll be, there'll be some sort of a misconduct geared towards you. So people who want to express things like feminism and, have you heard of Arundhati Roy?
No.
She's a good writer, and she's been one of the leading voices of feminism that's coming out of India. A great writer as well. You will really like her book, Arundhati Roy. So a lot of feminist views and things. It's not as bad as the Middle East, but it's still, you have to be very careful. It's still not, it's not safe for people to come out very bravely and things like that. There's no motivation for those groups to come out and be vocal, but it's there. It's definitely there. I just have to look harder. And I've been trying to reach out. It's just not easy as finding you guys. It's just because the platform was there, and I can readily. But it'll be nice to go out and meet some people, and then go out to just in-person meeting that helps always. And it's
I hope that you can find something like that in time, and in the meantime, until you do, the community here values you, and we're really happy to have you around. And the Discord is there, and the lives are here, and you definitely belong in this crowd. So please know that you are valued and accepted and wanted here. And with that said, I'm going to need to move on because we've got an awful lot of people in the call queue. But great to speak to you.
Username, thinking Sean will notice it, but Sean never shows up.
He wasn't here. He's very committed in the way he turns up time and time again for these lives. But he's off having a life this evening, and we applaud that. So he may well be around on tomorrow's show. But I'll screenshot this and I'm going to do it right now. Actually, I'm going to screenshot it and show him that was you coming in.
Yeah,
there you go.
I've been trying to order some Merc as well from your Merc store, and I saw your face on one of the mugs, and I wanted to get that. But I want to also have a mug where your face and Sean's face are together, and Sean's with this devil horns, and you guys are together.
Maybe we need that. We need a Sean's face with devil horns on something. I'll get onto that. All right, PVG. Well, thanks for calling in, buddy, and I hope you're doing okay. And keep in touch. And I'll speak to you in Espresso on the Discord group about the thing you mentioned. I'm really grateful for that. Please tell him that I'm super grateful. All right, friend.
Will do.
Take it easy. John. Thanks, man. Bye. All right. We are going to get my very good friend, the absolutely wonderful Radio Spencer, up in a moment. I'm just going to do a few super chats before we do. What have we got? We've got one more skateboarder said, "Take my money if you make it blue. Boo, hail skatin'." That was when we were talking about the blue shirt earlier. Thank you, friend. Appreciate that. And Sonus Percussion. Hi, I found your channel recently and it's fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Sean is great also. I agree. Cheers from Argentina. Well, that's awesome. I love it when we hear from people in different parts of the world. That's absolutely fantastic. The beauty of the internet is you just spreads out and you just never know you're going to hear from. We had people getting in touch from Iran before. Absolutely amazing. But thank you so much. Amazing to have you here. Thank you kindly for your support. We really, really appreciate it very much. And Buzz says, obligatory silly super chat. You got to send them. They're obligatory and silly. Thank you, Buzz. Buzz also says, Richie, sorry for spelling, is a great fucking dude. I completely agree. Richie is one of my favorites as well. Super, super brilliant guy. Love knowing Richie and love having him around. And Buzz also says, still wanted to say, you're a goddamn legend for working with Beck and May, among others, especially together. They blow me the fuck away. They were, in fact, she's still here. He's not. Amazing. It was a huge privilege to work with Jeff Beck, and I love Imelda. She's awesome. She's a lovely, lovely, humble person. Somebody whose talent is exceeded only by her humility is rare to find, and she is absolutely one of those people. Absolutely amazing. And Buzz finally says, Pope is stupid, John for Nope. I accept the nomination for Nope with great pride and honour. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get Radio Spencer in. For those of you who don't know, I was delighted to meet up with Radio Spencer recently in the US, and here is the man himself. Dude, how are you?
Hey there, my friend. What's going on?
It's all happening. How are you?
Oh, good. I've been waiting for one of these because obviously we don't have anything to debate each other on. We're on the same side of this great cosmic battle. And,
indeed.
I just wanted, I know you have a lot of people in the queue. I just wanted to tell everybody that this was like on my bucket list. I know people might say, oh my gosh, man, like, how about like seeing the Great Wall of China or like being one of the first people on Mars? You know, that's not my bucket list. My bucket list is simple things like meeting good friends and people that I've met here in real life like you. And I still think about our short visit together in Seattle and how special that was to me, and meeting your wife and son and just the good time we had in such a short period of time. And my only regret is that we live so far apart. Why do we have to have such a big body of water separating us? Huh?
Sucks, doesn't it? I know, right?
I'm not a swimmer either, so I can't even do that. But I look forward to your next visit, and maybe one of these days my wife will get me to England, and
that'd be awesome.
See you on your own turf.
That'd be awesome. We had the best
pleasure.
We really had the best time, and it was, talk about life's simple pleasures. We didn't do anything extraordinary. We met up at the aquarium on the waterfront in Seattle, which is really lovely, and we just wandered around, and we were sort of chatting, weren't we, as we went. We weren't paying too much attention to anything other than just kind of being in an interesting place while we nattered about everything, and then we went and had a bit of lunch, and it was all just very it was small stuff, but the small stuff is often where the big value is, and as you say, for me, my greatest joy in life is the people that I get to meet, and it was just such a lovely thing, and
it felt very organic to me,
It was, it was awesome.
And I want everybody to know, not that they don't know already from watching you, but John is the real deal. I was in talk radio for over 30 years, and I met a lot of celebrities and a lot of politicians and a lot of people, authors, characters and stuff, and a lot of them I looked up to, and when I met them, it was such a turn off, like you meet like a favorite movie star or something, and they're so rude to you, or they're just really flippant, and you're like, oh my gosh, I waited my whole life to meet this guy, and they're terrible humans. John is as good a guy as you see here on this live. This isn't an act. This isn't like him trying to smile for TikTok.
Thank you.
a genuinely good human being, and I look forward, my friend, to the next time we can hang out.
Me too. It was such a joy. And send my love to your wife as well. And I'm really sorry she couldn't join us, but next time.
Yeah, she still regrets it, but she looks forward to the next time.
Amazing. Thanks for coming up, buddy. Lots of love to you. Take care, pal.
Hey, likewise. Thank you.
Cheers. Amazing. Well, that was a very wonderful Radio Spencer. If you do not follow Radio Spencer on TikTok, do it right now. Just do it. You won't regret it. He's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Not just because he said nice things to me, because he is genuinely brilliant. He was one of the first people I started following when I started on TikTok just over a year ago. So amazing how these kind of things can create friendships that will endure. It's absolutely wonderful. Brilliant stuff. Okay, we are going to next get in Zach over on Video Ninja on the YouTube side. Zach, are you there? Hoping. Again, there might be a bit of a delay. We need to allow for the delay because of the people listening on YouTube only hear us about 20 seconds or so later. So we will allow a little bit of time. There we go. Hey, Zach, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good indeed. Let me get your name up on the board. We know that you are properly in now. And we can all get oriented. That's it. Brilliant. Welcome. Thank you for waiting patiently. Lovely to speak to you. What have you got?
Very nice to speak to you too. I've been following you for probably about a month now. I've been in a deconversion process. So I grew up Catholic, and I went through a period of my life where I was both very depressed and deconstructing at the same time. And I didn't realize how much it had affected each other until I went to therapy. And my therapist says, hey, why do you think you're terrible? Why do you think you're a piece of shit? Why do you think your soul is beyond redeeming? And it was all the same stuff they taught us in Catholic school and church and things like that about original sin, about how much we deserve hell and things. And finding these communities it's been great. It's been probably the thing that's kept me very sane. And I just wanted to come in here and tell you how grateful I am for the work you're doing and, bringing people together and allowing people to hear you not only debate away the talking points that they may have grown up with, but, have a place for everyone to come together. I think it's awesome.
Thank you. That means a lot to say. There was someone in the YouTube chat earlier saying, when I was speaking to Dr. Todd earlier on, he was saying of me, John is so full of hate. I was like, wow, how amazing that someone would look at this community and look at the way that we are and the way that we are basically advocating for just accepting people for who they are, for what they are, for where they're at, for what they believe, and just affirming the value of human beings. That's all my message is really. It's like, don't tell people that they deserve to be punished because of what they find convincing. Don't tell people that they deserve to be punished because of who they find attractive. Don't tell people that they deserve to be punished just because of who and what they are. It's not cool. And that's really what I'm advocating for. And it's extraordinary to me that some people would look at that and then go, this person is full of hate, whilst they venerate the God who wants to, set us all on fire for all of this silly nonsense. So it's really affirming to hear from people like you that the work we do here does actually make a difference and does help and does, provide some sense of something of value to other people beyond just laughing at the crazies when they come in.
Well, I mean, that part's fun too.
Which is fun too. Let's not going to lie. Samuel was an absolute legend this week. I don't know if you saw that one. Yeah.
I think I may have missed that one. I haven't been able to have you on during work as much lately. But
okay, yeah. It'll be clipped. It'll be clipped soon. Don't worry. He was in on Wednesdays. He was in on Wednesday's stream. Samuel 164, I think his name, and he was hilarious and has been constantly DMing me and sending me voice notes ever since. It's fun. That kind of thing is fun. But actually, the fact is we are here to legitimize non-belief. And there's no hate here at all. I don't hate believers. I don't hate anyone, really. I just feel that it's time that people are allowed to speak freely out against toxic ideologies and horrible doctrines that dehumanize people and make them feel like they're worth less. I'm not gonna sit by quietly while people do that.
Yeah, and to what you were saying, I think people say it feels hateful, and I know exactly how this feels. It's because you conflate your religion so much with who you are. It's part of your soul. It's a personal relationship with Jesus. This is my savior. This is all these things that you get taught and all these things that you kind of internalize about the world around you and the way things are. And any attack on that feels like an attack on you personally. And I can see why many people construe that as hate.
Yeah.
It's not true. And this is something I've been super hesitant about, talking to my family about this, because we grew up Catholic. Everyone else is still Catholic and practicing. And
yeah.
I know my family will accept me for who I am. They're very liberal. They're very decent people. But I worry that poking at this thread of belief and what it means to them may put a strain on our relationship. And, it's just something we're trying to take day by day and see if it's a relationship we can keep together.
Yeah. And you'll be the one best placed to have an instinct for what needs to be said and what can not be said and remain unsaid. There's no rule anywhere that says we are all obligated to share our inner convictions about everything with everyone. And there's a time for tempering the degree to which we make our feelings, about things known and our thoughts about things known. So I'm sure you'll do a great job of figuring out that balance between authenticity on one hand and pragmatism on the other, and understanding that you're entitled to keep some of this stuff private too if it works for you to do that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Sure. All right, Zach. Well, thanks so much
I want to just say one last thing.
Yeah.
Earlier on, Karis called in and he was talking about old media that he was going through that was religious, and he didn't see it until afterwards.
Yeah.
We have a 6-year-old daughter, and I really want to show her Veggie Tales, but there's so much stuff about Jesus. I don't know if you're familiar with Veggie Tales, but this was a series of animated shows that were Christian based, and it's like animated vegetables that recreate Bible stories, but it's like musicals and it's silly and the comedy is good.
Right.
And so many people I knew grew up with this, and I'm like, wow, this is a huge part of my childhood that I still think about, and I don't want to share it with my child. It's such a weird feeling about
that
old
is
media
weird.
like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I'm sure you'll find other things that might be a better fit, even if they don't have the emotional resonance for you that those things from your childhood have. And you can see those things differently. One is it's got the R value for you because of the childhood memories, and then it's got the yikes, I'm not really liking this values in terms of where you're thinking about things now. But yeah, I appreciate that. I think a lot of people will identify with what you're saying. So thank you for calling in, Zach.
Well,
I really
you have
appreciate
a great rest
it.
of your day.
Thank you, buddy. All the best. Thanks for being part of the community. Really appreciate you. Thanks, man. Take care. All right, that was Zach. We'll do a couple more messages and get our next guest in, who is going to be Mikhail, also known as Semi-Ems from yesterday. We will get in shortly. Buzz said, horizontal is better than vertical. Yeah, I mean, I don't run 2 separate streams like Justin does, so I don't have the schism. There's no risk of a schism here. But of course, for me, the TikTok stream goes out vertical, the YouTube stream goes out horizontal, and both things can exist side by side in peace. And Rio Grande Dance Classic, great to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, can the new symbol for religious theism be a circle with a pretzel inside of it? I definitely think it should be. I think whoever came up with originally the whole kind of pretzel meme is an absolute genius. It's just so brilliant. And the fact that we've now got pretzel emojis is a source of considerable joy to me. I can think of nothing better. The shapes that people twist themselves into when they're trying to make something make sense that just doesn't make sense, or make something moral which is just clearly immoral. Pretzel is just it. And my favorite thing about all of this is pretzel has now become a verb. So now people can be said to be pretzeling. Life doesn't get better than that, people. It doesn't get better than that. It's absolutely golden. And Tim said, John, I highly recommend the Vitamin String Quartet. They do full string renditions of popular music from 9 Inch Nails to Despacito. Ah, interesting. I've not heard of them, but I like things like this. In my old life as a musician and producer, I did quite a lot of arranging, and so I would quite often create like musical arrangements of well-known songs and stuff. It's something I've done a lot of, like many dozens in my life of that kind of thing. So I'm always up for hearing how people have done things like that, I will have a look into that. Vitamin String Quartet. Sounds great. Thank you for the recommend. And Tim also says VSQ Vitamin String Quartet doing Smells Like Teen Spirit with a link. Oh, fantastic. I will definitely have to look at that. Sadly, this link won't be clickable because it's just showing the thing on the screen, but definitely up for looking at that. And it may well have been clickable in the actual chat. I'm not sure how that works, but thanks so much, Tim. Sounds really interesting. And Buzz says, why is Dawkins unpreferred? I guess there are issues around some of his views on things outside of science that people don't like. I still think he's for me, he'll always be an important part of my story, just because whatever you think about him, he's one of the truly great science communicators of our age. So if you read my first Dawkins book was The Blind Watchmaker, and then I think I read Climbing Mount Improbable, and then I only read The Selfish Gene after that, and The Extended Phenotype. Those 4 books will tell you everything you need to know about evolution. If you never read another book on evolution, you'll get a solid grounding in that area of science just from those 4 books, or even just from the first 2. The Blind Watchmaker and Climbing Mount Improbable will probably do it enough, just those 2. And he's brilliant in that way. So the fact that he's not flavor of the month anymore, and people don't like his views on certain things, I get it. But I will always respect him for those bits of writing. And Tim says, true story, I met the Trans-Siberian Orchestra at the Alamo. They were in town, my dad was in town, and apparently we all decided to go. I'm probably missing something there, but that sounds interesting. What can I say? Thank you, Tim. As ever, thank you. Okay, we are going to get in Mikhail back after a wonderful performance in the stream yesterday. Mikhail, how are you? Hello. How are you?
Hi. Can you hear me properly again?
Yes.
Yeah. How's your afternoon been, John?
The afternoon has been fantastic. I can't stop wondering about you, Ems.
Yeah, Ems. I don't think so. I think you have a mistaken identity.
Of course.
Yeah.
But
it's
the subject of a lot of conversation here. Everything is fantastic. I must say thank you for coming in yesterday. You did a fantastic job while we were speaking to Ad, I think his name was.
No, Lloyd.
Oh, it was Lloyd, wasn't it? It wasn't Ad. Ad was a different one. Yeah, it was Lloyd.
I would have come in, but I didn't even realize he was a Muslim until the end of the segment.
Right. Yes.
Which was a shame.
Yes. Well, we were delighted to have you, and I'm delighted to have you now.
So, could you tell me about that time that the actual Ems came on your live and pretended to be a flat earther?
Yes, the time that the actual Ems came onto the live and pretended to be a flat earther, and he did it in such a genius way. And I still think you're Ems, but he did it in such you did it in such a genius way that I realized that I would just not be able to argue. So I just conceded.
If you want, we can actually get the actual Ems on here to prove that I am not a real Ems.
That would be good. That would be an immersion changing moment. But another thing that Ems did when he was on pretending to be the flat earther was he came on as a different account as well at the same time. It was superb. There is only one Ems. There is only one Ems.
Do you remember the name?
I can't remember the name. No. Do you?
I don't. I was asking you because I haven't actually watched the live at all. No, I was going to ask you what had happened because every time I come on a live, Sean is always saying like, "Hey, this guy called Ems is coming on lives and pretending to be flat Earth." So I was like, "Oh shit, I should probably check that out," but I cannot actually find it.
Right? Yeah. It. I don't think I ever posted it as a clip, possibly because, well, it was just one of those moments where I was fairly speechless. I was like, it just kind of, I didn't really know what to say, so I just conceded and said, "Yeah, fair enough. The Earth is flat." It was just such a good moment.
Wait. Do you remember, like, was he arguing with himself?
Wait. I love it.
Wait.
Sure.
Again,
I see Justin's got sure on a mug now in his merch store.
He also has, like, again.
Again.
He also has Habibi on there.
Habibi, that's right. Yeah. That's it as well.
That is his favorite catchphrase, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Superb. Yes. How does it feel to be such a legend?
I'm not the legend, though. It is Ems who's the legend.
Of course.
Yeah. Could you get Ems on here, actually?
Could we get Ems on? We should try, shouldn't we? We should try.
Maybe he can prove to you that I am not the real Ems now.
I would love this. But it won't work, of course. Hang on a second, because of course we're speaking to Ems now, of course, but still going to try and see if we can, if we can contact him. Let's have a look. Here it is.
Because he came in your life not too long ago.
Yeah, I know. Strangely and mysteriously, it says that Ems is currently live already. So
could you check what live he is in?
Let's see what live he's in and see where he's at. Let's see what's going on. Oh, he seems to be in with Justin. What is going on with that? Now I'm genuinely confused.
Let's take a look in here. He will probably speak.
That is the weirdest thing. So now I'm genuine. Ems has basically cloned himself, or someone's created an Ems voice.
No,
absolutely.
I am not Ems now.
No, apparently not. I am genuinely stumped and stunned and surprised and.
But then again, I could just be live on 2 different accounts.
You could be live on 2 different accounts. Yeah. That is possibly true, and you could be right now having this conversation with Justin and saying, this other person, can you get him in here? And Justin could be having a look at our live right now and going, oh look, he is live right now. That is a thing that could be happening. This could all be made into a movie, couldn't it? What's the guy called who's just done direct, who did Odysseus and all of those films? It's just left my head right now. If someone will know, who makes all the clever movies?
Do you mean a part of a franchise?
No. I'm thinking about the brilliant. Who's the brilliant director who did?
Who did Gel on One Life?
Who's the director?
Said that.
What did Lloyd say?
He said two Antichrist on One Life.
Oh, fantastic! Oh dear. Welcome in, Lloyd. I think it's delightful that you're here as well. Nolan, Christopher Nolan. I was going to say all of this could be made into a Christopher Nolan film, where he does these weird reality inversions, doesn't he? In his films, and this feels a little bit like one of those. Like there's a concept in magic called the logical disconnect, when you do something in a magic trick and the audience perceive what they think they're perceiving, and then they realize that it also can't be the case, like an object fitting into a bottle which is bigger than the opening of the bottle, or something like that. And that moment of realization, which causes cognitive dissonance, is called the logical disconnect. And for me, I'm having the logical disconnect right now, because my brain is trying to put together how this can possibly work.
How one person could be at 2 different places.
Yeah. How one person can be 2 different places, and Mception, says Winstead. Absolutely.
There's a problem, though. Dear. But there's a problem, though. There's a problem, though.
Yeah.
You're assuming that it's only one person.
Well, yeah. That might be the solution to the conundrum.
Assume that it's 2 people. 2 different people.
Well, if you assume that it's 2 different people, then that problem evaporates and a new problem emerges, which is, how can 2 different people, apparently unrelated, have exactly the same speech patterns? Unless one is just a really, really, really good impressionist, which might be the most parsimonious explanation at this point. I remain open-minded.
Then again, what is the probability that you'll meet one random person who can happen to mimic exactly what another person says that you actually know? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't think you'll know. I don't think you'll actually know that, no.
I couldn't possibly. I'm not aware of the size of the possibility space there, so I'm not able to triangulate that probability.
But then again, I could also be Ems. I could definitely be Ems. There's a chance I could be, at least in your position, though.
It's also, Sean seems fairly convinced that this is not Ems. I am still pretty baffled, I have to say.
He is only convinced because I made a catastrophic blunder by confusing, what was it? Evolution and abiogenesis. The real M's would never do that.
Right. The real M's probably wouldn't do that, but you never know. Someone's a bit tired. They didn't get enough sleep last night. We all have an off day.
I was a bit tired that day. I didn't get enough sleep now.
So it's possible that the real M's could have been tired and not got enough sleep and made a similar blunder.
Then again, it also could be possible that it's two different people. We are both out of.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put it to the audience. So I'm going to start a poll on both sides. So I'm going to say M's or not M's.
By the way, do you know that during the time I showed up when you were live, people were calling me N's, as in the letter N. Yeah. Mikhail, when did you decide to choose the path to hell? There is no such thing, Lloyd. But anyway, again, did you know that people were calling me N's?
N's, yeah. Oh my God, we could make a confectionery product based on U and M's. Call it M&M's. Or M's and M's. Okay, so the poll is going out first. The poll is going out to the YouTube audience, and I'm going to put the poll out to the TikTok audience as well, just as a normal poll. So on the TikTok, say yes if you think this is M's, no if you don't think this is M's. Let's sample the audience and see what.
I think they'll side with me.
We will see. We will see. We will soon see. We don't have a huge audience in tonight because weirdly the After Hours show always has a much smaller audience, about 20% of the audience size of the debate streams, but about 4 times as many people in the call queue. Right now we've got quite a number wanting to come in, which is pretty wild. Okay, so we have at the moment, yeah. Pastor Ferry saying Ems is live on Justin right now. So that would definitely count as evidence against. And I think that the most parsimonious conclusion at this point is probably no is winning on the YouTube side and narrowly on the TikTok side as well. So we have 5 votes to 4 on the TikTok side in favor of no, not 6 votes to 4. The results are in. It says 6 votes to 4 for not M's on the TikTok side, and on the YouTube side we have 58% for no and 42%, which has gone up to 59% for no and 41% for yes.
Why is there anyone choosing a yes at all? I clearly sound different.
Well, I think it's interesting. It's interesting. It's I would definitely want to have a conversation with you about whether or not you're a professional impressionist.
I'm not putting this accent on. It's just how I naturally talk.
Yeah, I think if you did that with his accent, that would be it. Then it would all be over.
The problem is that I cannot actually fully master another person's accent because he is not me. And I am not him.
That's true. But my advice would be work on the accent and then you'll be able to stump absolutely anyone.
I have no desire to impersonate somebody I do not know. But by the way, I do want to apologize because yesterday I made a blunder.
What, another one?
So, remember when I asked you to pick out the words of the other chapter of the Quran?
Yes.
I read out the wrong word. I realized that. And I forgot to correct myself. Even though I pointed to the right word, I said the wrong one.
Oh, okay. When we were pointing out the Arabic.
I meant to say yadribunna, but I said wad barahum. I read a completely different word, despite the fact that I made you click a completely different one. So shame on me. I'm sorry about that.
Well, you could have got away with that, but now Lloyd is going to claim some sort of post-dialectic reviewed victory because of that.
Then again, why would we take his opinion seriously? He tried to tell me that my translation was wrong despite him not even knowing the language.
That is true. That is true. And to answer your question, we wouldn't take him seriously. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say I'm strangely fond of Lloyd, but that might be overstating it. Let's just say I find him vaguely amusing, despite his disgusting defense of domestic abuse.
Sure.
Let's just say that.
But I want to ask, what is your obsession with him anyway?
What is what? Sorry.
What is your obsession with that guy anyway? He doesn't seem like the smartest guy.
With Lloyd, well, I don't think I have an obsession with him, but I do think he's quite amusing, and is fairly guaranteed to produce clippable content. You could say stuff which is amusing to the crowd, and so I think it's kind of worth it like that.
And I kind of think his arguments are so stupid that I don't even see why they would gain traction.
They won't.
But you just find it funny.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. I have. There are a few regulars. There are a few people who call in regularly. Sometimes there are people who call in regularly and they're quite serious about what they're saying and they have well thought through arguments, even if I disagree with them. And even if I think their apologetics are bad, they've at least thought about their position, or they've done some reading, or there's some erudition behind what they're saying, and they call in and we have a certain type of conversation. And then there are other people who are just sort of, they I don't know, let's just say they fulfill a different niche in the creative output spectrum.
I think a lot of your content is fulfilled with you looking at the camera with like a mischievous face and then saying this Christian or this Muslim or this whatnot, trying to justify this, and then it failed.
Yeah, that's probably a good summation of the content here. I think that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
But it was pretty interesting so far. I think that you'll come. Can I ask, when did you first start this whole thing anyway?
A year ago. Almost to the week. Yeah. I got a happy birthday, your channel's 1 year old message last week. Yeah.
How do you feel that in about a year you've amassed 31,000 people?
Astonished and grateful and ambitious to keep on building it.
What made you even start wanting to do this anyway? You said you were a musician before, right?
Yeah, I've kind of been easing my way out of the music business for a few years, but I wrote a book, and my book is coming out in November, and so I started going online to start building a platform to promote my book, and then I discovered that I enjoyed being online and doing the online engagement and having the conversations and building a community so much that became my focus rather than the book, which is why I regularly forget to mention the book. If I was my own publicist, I'd be telling myself off all the time for not doing a good enough job promoting my book. But for me, it's not really about that anymore. It's become a thing in itself, and I absolutely love it, and I feel grateful to be doing it.
How did you meet Sean?
Sean was a guest. Sean came up as a guest when I was streaming only on TikTok. So before I started streaming on YouTube as well, it was just the lives were just on TikTok. And it was fairly early on in the first maybe couple of months of doing it. And Sean came in as a guest. And basically what he said was he was really happy to find someone who was saying the same stuff about belief being involuntary as he had been saying for a long time. And he was really excited to find someone who was making the same kind of argument. And we had a really good connection. And then on the next live, he came in again. And we were chatting, and I said, look, just stay up on the panel while we get the next guest in. And it just worked really well. And so then when things started kind of expanding more and building more, I thought it might be nice to have a co-host, because there are times when there aren't callers, and it's nice to have someone to banter with and to talk about stuff with. And I'm pretty aligned on pretty much everything with Sean, and I think he's a really kind of fierce intellect. I think he's got the arguments are down really tight with him, and so it was a bit of a no-brainer. I said, do you want to come and fly with me on this stuff? And that's it. The rest is history. So it's good stuff.
How did you meet the person you thought I was?
How did I do what? Sorry, meet the person I thought you were. How did I meet Ems? I first heard the person I thought you were. It's like he who must not be named in the Harry Potter books. First heard Ems on Justin's show, and he was like a wraith who would just suddenly appear out of nowhere with this otherworldly voice and absolutely demolish people on anything Quranic. And then one day he just popped up in my in my life, and I was delighted when he did, and I'm still delighted when he does, and I'm delighted when you do. How about that? My aim is now to have you both on.
Thank you. I would be more than welcome to join on your live with the guy you thought Mayor was.
I think it would be awesome. I think it would be awesome.
But I think that I honestly think from the description, it sounds a lot like me. Some random guy you heard. Well, then again, you never knew him before. Knew me before. But some random guy who joins and then fiercely demolishes somebody for you to then like invite them for more lives. It seems like me and this guy have a lot of similarities.
It does, doesn't it?
It's strange because he is entirely a different person.
I'm still experiencing the logical disconnect right now. I'm not going to lie. My brain is snapping between it is Ems, it isn't Ems, it is Ems, it isn't Ems. It can't be Ems. He's on with Justin right now, but it sounds so much like Ems. But he's got a different accent. I know, but the voice inflections are exactly the same. I don't know. How does it work? I don't know. I'm just like a deer caught in the headlights. I'm like a clueless little child.
Deconstruction Center has joined. I thought somebody from Justin's life had joined. But anyway, again, go ahead and the sure, and the yes, I think is more than enough for you to believe that I am Ems, but I'm not Ems now.
Well, you do a damn good impression of him, and
it's not even an impression. I'm not doing it correct. I'm literally just speaking. That is all.
That is all.
That is just the way I speak. But
fantastic.
Let me actually ask. I don't want to again. Oh, by the way, I am not a doctor now. So if you ask me something like in advanced medicine, I probably will not know. My specialization is more in mathematics and physics. But I was going to say, I should probably give you a little bit of background information about me, just so that you understand. I am 18 years old, and I am from Yemen. But I just recently finished. I live in the same country as you, by the way. And I finished my college diploma, and my specialization, whenever we have debates like this, is usually Islam, mathematics or physics or any form of science, or philosophy as well. But I don't really delve within the realm of medicine at all, no.
Fair enough. Well,
correct me if I'm wrong, but the actual Ems is a medical doctor, right?
He is a medical doctor indeed. Yeah, I think he may be a neurologist, but I wouldn't stake my reputation on that.
Apparently his degree is in medicine and surgery.
Medicine and surgery, right. Yeah.
This is all the shit I have heard from other people when they accuse me of being that guy.
Right. And did you say you were 18?
31st of October 2007 is my birthday.
Right. There's a hell of a voice changer then. Good stuff, though. Love it.
It's not a voice changer, no.
I continue to remain flummoxed. Scientists are baffled, I think is the phrase.
I don't think it is a matter of science not being able to understand. People younger can have lower voices, especially different inflections of speech.
Indeed.
Like for example, no, I do not have a medical condition now. I was going to say that, like for you, for example, I assumed when I first met you, you were around like maybe 30, maybe 35, but I assume you're much older than that.
Yeah.
So like, that would be confusing to the average person, though.
Comfortably old enough to be your father, son.
My father is around 55.
Yeah, not quite that, but...
So, like, how did you meet Justin?
How did I meet Justin? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I was put in touch with Justin by Sarah, who is leaving Faith. And I asked Sarah, I needed a bit of technical advice. And so I asked Sarah if she'd be willing to ask Justin a question for me to do with setting up the dual streaming thing. And she just put us in touch. So we started messaging each other, and he was really super helpful on the tech stuff. And then we just, because we were acquainted, we were still messaging. And then he messaged me one day and said, are you free to... Oh no, he popped up in the live one day, and he came up and was like on the panel for a bit. And then he messaged me and said, are you free to, do you fancy doing a joint stream? And we did that. That was back in April. And then we did another one a little while after that. And I mean, everyone knows Justin is the GOAT. His knowledge in this area there's no one else like him. So I think he's
Yeah.
I think he's really changing the face of counter apologetics more than any other person I can think of. I think he is changing the face of counter apologetics.
As somebody who has read as somebody who has personally read a lot of Christian literature, he surprised me with the scriptural knowledge. Even though most of what he knew was trivial, I still didn't even know. Because again, the information he has access to is not something that an average person like me, an average person who hasn't had a degree, can actually find by themselves. His scriptural injunctions are incredible. I've watched a couple of videos of his. He dismantles Christians like Ems and I dismantle Muslims. It is brilliant. Yeah?
It is brilliant. Yeah, he's great. He's great.
You know, John, instead of what you did with Sean, I will personally invite you anytime you need like a Muslim to be have the belt put on their ass. Do not hesitate to give me an invite. If Ems is not around, of course.
I would not hesitate, my friend. I would not hesitate.
Feel free to give me a follow, because I myself, I'm trying to amass my page. Because I'm new to this whole thing.
Okay.
I'm not I don't have a year of experience like myself, the people around me do.
Right. Okay. Well, everyone give Mikhail a follow, and I would not hesitate to ask you back on. I think you demonstrated yesterday that whether or not you're Ems, you're more than fit for the job. So
I think you should be certain now that I'm not Ems now.
I feel incrementally more confident. Let's say that. Brilliant stuff.
Last thing I'll ask you before I let another person up.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, what exactly is your aim here? What exactly, because you were a musician and a producer before. So why did you get into religious, dismantling religious apologetics?
Well, I've always been interested in that anyway. It was a hobby doesn't even come close. A complete obsession for years and years and years. I've always just been interested, and I spent an unholy amount of time on Twitter when it used to be not a complete cesspool, debating and engaging and stuff. I mean, hours every day. It was embarrassing. Even when I was in the thick of it, I've got memories of being in the recording studio, in the middle of projects, and I'd have my debates going on in the background. I'd be not paying attention while I did this stuff. And as I started transitioning out of the music industry slowly a few years ago, I was like, well, what am I going to do? And what else shall I do? I wasn't completely sure. And then the book happened, and then came on here because of that. And my aim really is, I love the community building, which is why I do these shows. The after hours shows are just brilliant because it just kind of brings people together. It's a smaller scale thing, but it just feels really nice. It feels really wholesome, and it's just makes me feel great to see people kind of come together. And there's no drama. It's not about debates or fireworks or clips or anything like that. I love that. And I just love the idea of spreading this notion that non-belief is a completely legitimate thing. It's a morally neutral stance. It's just doesn't say that you're a good person. I would never make the claim non-believers are better. I would just say non-believers are human beings, and they are not deserving of any different treatment to anyone else. So that's my agenda. My agenda is just to promote the dignity and the legitimacy of non-belief. And if I'm able to do that and equip some other people with some of the arguments so that they can do it themselves, and I get messages all the time saying that is the case, that it helps other people to in their own discussions and in their own interactions, then I feel like I'm making a contribution to the world, which has some value for some people, and I love that.
So dismantling the dragon of religious discourse. What you've just said is possibly the biggest issue regarding the dismantling of religious apologetics. The disparity between people, whether or not you're a good or bad person. It's like one man taking on a sea of dragons. Thank you for your work, Joe and Cohen. And I hope again that I'll be able to come back on.
You definitely
I appreciate your work here. And 31,000 other people appreciate your work too. Thank you.
Well, thank you, friend. You're a valued part of the community. We love you. So thanks for coming.
Have an amazing evening.
Thanks, buddy. All the best. Cheers, pal. Wow. Okay. My head is slightly spinning. I'm not going to lie. Remarkable, because the dude knows his stuff. He actually really does know his stuff as well. It's not just that he sounds uncannily like pseudo Ems. And I'm just seeing there's a message saying I'm going to have to just read this super chat now because it's just come in. This may clarify it. From Best Beatboxer Alive. Thank you for the super chat. This is a new Ems, John. The usual Ems is cooking a Muslim on Justin's live right now. So that's it. It's settled. It's settled. This is not quantum entanglement. This is actually another human being who has obviously just very skillfully internalized the turns of speech and the mannerisms of someone else and nails it. And it's more than style alone. There is substance there to back it all up too. So if you don't follow Mikhail over on TikTok, do it. Give him a follow. And that's awesome stuff. Okay. We will move things swiftly along and get in. My gosh, we do have quite a lot of guests. It's overwhelming. The debate streams are never like this in terms of guests. So we'll start moving through the conversations a little bit more quickly just to make sure that we can get to everyone. So we're going to get in Mao next over on the YouTube side. And again, there may be some slight delay while they are able to hear us say this. But Mao, are you there? Let's see. Hopefully they can. That message will arrive with them in just a moment. Mao, are you there? Maybe not. There's always this pregnant pause while you're waiting to find out whether someone on the YouTube call inside is actually going to be able to hear you and whether we can hear them. But apparently not at the moment. I was going to say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just go send them a little text message. But we cannot hear them at the moment. That's it. Yeah. Hey Mao, are you there? We can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. For some reason. Okay, well Mao, if you're listening to this, you may need to refresh the browser or go out and come back in, and that often sorts it out, because right now it feels like you can hear me, but we can't hear you. So if you, yeah, I can see your thing moving. Your meter is moving, but it's not getting through for some. There we go. I think we've got you now. Speak again. It was so close. It was so close. Sorry, everyone. I know this is desperately dull. Yeah, Mao, I think we're struggling. So I'm going to move it along for now, but I'll keep you in the queue and we'll try again in a bit. We will get in. Nami's Ninja. Good name. Coming in on the TikTok side. Nami's Ninja. Hi, Nami's Ninja.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Okay, great. I'm doing great.
Good.
I'm better than I've been in the last few days. I just, but things are hopefully going to be looking up. I just wanted to kind of reach out and just say how much I appreciate what you and Sean do on your streams. I've been coming in on almost every stream for the past month and a half now, and I learn a lot, and I also agree with just about pretty much everything that y'all have said, and my whole journey was that I grew up as a kid just spiritually believing in some entity that was there. We never went to church, but I always had to say my prayers at night because that's just what I was taught. Probably growing up through high school, I started to kind of take in belief of a God. And when I got into my 20s, I just did a lot of bad stuff, ended up in a bad way, got into with a group of friends and fellow martial artists that were really deep in the Christian faith. And that's where I started to move towards that, to kind of find sustenance, I guess, in what was happening in my life. And for a time, it felt good. You know, I got baptized. I actually got baptized twice because I thought that I had fallen away from God and just fell back into old habits. Came back, got baptized again, really dove into it, and started going to Bible studies and stuff like that. And when we would do some of the Bible studies, we would always skip over some of the context that I was reading into, more than what the Bible study was recommending us to do. Like, it was a set workbook and sheets and stuff like that, and questions that we had to answer and read, and there was nothing about the atrocities, basically, of what God was committing against. Like one that's always come up is, you know, the killing of the Amalekites and the children.
In First Samuel.
It made me wonder why that stuff wasn't brought up in Bible study. Why wasn't there reasoning behind an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-just, loving God doing this to people? And even with regards of it being a vengeance or revenge, it just didn't seem justified to me. And there was more questions that it brought up, and I kept diving deeper and deeper. And I went to my pastor, and he said, you know, just let God speak to you in his way. And I said, this is not somebody that I really want to listen to. And it kind of pushed me away. And I started to think about things of how I was before through the martial arts, going through the way of Bushido, which is righteousness and self-responsibility, and just holding myself accountable for what was going on in life rather than giving it up to God's plan and God's will, or, you know, influence of the devil and whatnot and stuff like that. And it made me realize that the way I was living and before was more beneficial to me than how I was living through God. And I just basically started to fall away. And it came to a really big realization and a really big struggle in my mid to late 20s with all of this, because I lost a lot of friendship. They were good people, and they, you know, they believed in doing good, but they didn't have the kind of answers that I was looking for. And I realized also that what I thought was God's influence in my life for the good or even the bad was not actually him. It was a result of my decisions, my steps in life that led to these certain consequences or benefits, rather than something that's not even there. And it took a while, and I still struggle. You know, I heard some people talking about it. They still struggle with some of the theology behind it and stuff like that, and wondering, and still getting some of that anxiety about a fiery death and whatnot. And yeah, I still deal with it. And one of your arguments about a just God is the cancer wards for the children. Well, my dog recently passed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Due to cancer.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. And people. Did you say your dog?
My dog's name is Nami.
Yeah.
And it's her in the picture.
People make light of the pain of losing an animal. But if anyone hasn't experienced that pain, it's deep and it's profound. I've had it too, and it's genuine grief and it's genuine pain.
I've never had kids, so I can't compare it to anything like that.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Would.
You don't have to.
I never would, but
yeah,
she was my daughter.
Yeah.
For 15 years.
Yeah.
And for a being to allow something like that.
Yeah.
It's just it's disgusting.
It is.
Honestly. Yeah.
It is. Well, are you feeling more resolved in your journey out? You've described the process of kind of your journey in, and then the doubts that you had and realizing that it didn't make sense. Where are you now with this stuff? Are you just like, yep, I don't believe it?
I'm back to where I'm focusing more on my martial arts and my walk in life as it was before I stepped into that world. Just holding myself responsible, looking for, things that are good, doing good, being good to others, being respectful, living the way that a martial artist should, a samurai would, in today's world. So that's my walk of life.
Good
and that's
for you.
how I spread that forward. And yeah, it's just how I find solace in where I'm at now compared to where I was when I was a slave, basically.
Yeah, and you don't have to negotiate with yourself about what you believe. You don't have to have that kind of internal fight that people have so often.
I really don't.
This doesn't make sense. Yeah, but I'm obligated to believe it. That tension in your own mind. This is one of the wonderful things. Look, I'm not going to pretend that deconstructing and getting rid of a faith that might have been in your life during an important time or for your whole life, whatever, for people, it is giving up a lot. It's losing a lot. But one of the real gifts you get on the other side is that freedom to just not worry about that stuff ever again. You don't have to have that tension between how the world seems to you and how you're told the world is supposed to seem to you. That's a really difficult thing to live with. And so I personally, I'm really pleased you don't have it anymore.
I mean, it's a huge relief off of my shoulders, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm not wearing a mask anymore.
Good for you.
You always bring up how the mask slips off of these Christians and the apologetics, trying to prove their God and whatnot, and it slips a lot. And I realized that I was wearing a mask. I was wearing a mask for everybody to, who they thought that I was, even my parents, who they thought I should have been. And when I took responsibility for my own actions and stepped up and said, this is who I am, they were kind of taken aback. And yeah, I did lose a lot of friends. I lost a lot of people who I thought actually really did care about me. And because we don't share the same beliefs anymore, they've kind of, they're cordial, but they just kind of stepped away.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Yep. And you'll forge new friendships which are more authentic, and with people who love you for you, not love you for the fact that you agree with them about certain, ideas and stuff. And that gives those relationships a level of robustness and authenticity that it can be lost when it's like a requirement for you to be an acceptable person that you believe the right things. It's ludicrous. So I'm going to say thank you for calling in, and I'm deeply, deeply sorry about your dog. I've been there. I know that pain. I really know that grief.
I didn't really mean to put all that in there, but
that's okay.
It kind of tie into everything. But,
it ties into it, and I'm going to say thank you for calling in, and I'm really glad that this stuff is helpful, and I'm delighted to have you around in the community. You're always welcome here. We're welcome in the lives. It's great that you're around. And
well, again, thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you, Sean, for everything that y'all do on this channel.
Thanks, buddy. Keep well.
Keep it up.
Thanks, man. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. I really feel that pain of losing a beloved animal is really, really, really hard. Okay. Right. We are going to read a few messages and then get our next guest in. Just need to do a quick thing here, which is going to allow me to do another quick thing. There we go, and give this a little refresh like that, and there we are. Right, let's have a look. We have got Buzz said, John, we know you love and care for us. Thank you, Buzz. I do. Genuinely do. I think that you guys are all amazing, and a big part of my heart lives with all of you lot. And Buzz sent out very kindly a gifted membership. Thank you, Buzz. And Herbie Shine, great to see you. XTC, Dear God, is a fantastic song about asking God why, what, etc. Did you work with any indie alternative bands of the 80s and 90s? I didn't. That wasn't my scene at all. So I'm like zero experience or knowledge of the indie scene and those types of bands. That was way outside of my thing. Let's just see if I still can't get the name. There we go. Name off the screen. That's what I was trying to do. But cheers, Herbie Shine. And Buzz sent out another gifted membership. Amazing. And Buzz sent out another. Buzz is on a roll today, gifting memberships to people. Under normal circumstances, these memberships actually are quite useful because they allow you, for example, to get involved with the Believer Bingo, which is seriously good fun, and other things as well. All of these things are going to be restored soon, I absolutely promise. And Jason Bond similarly sent out a gifted membership. Thank you so much. And then, not to be outdone, Buzz sent out 5 gifted memberships. Unbelievable. This behavior is craziness. And then, not to be outdone as well, Jason Bond sent out 5 gifted memberships. So all of these acts of generosity and kindness, allowing other people to participate in the community, is how we build community. So it really means a lot to me when people do this, and I'm profoundly grateful. So thank you so much. Right, we will get our next guest in. I did say that we would give Meow another try, but he seems to not be there. Oh no, he's still there. Right, let's try again with Mao. We'll try once again. This is such a funny old platform, this. It's just very fussy about everyone on both ends needing to be set up just right. TikTok is always great for guests. You add a guest on TikTok, it just works. But let's have a look. Mao, are you there? Yeah, we're still not hearing you for some strange reason, and I can't figure out why. I really can't. I wonder if I reset my client over here. Let's see if we can try it once again. One more go, Mao. Say hello for us. I think we're still not hearing you though. Let's try this. And I know this is not the best thing ever. Try again for us, Mao. Still not hearing you. Okay, so what we'll do, I'll try another guest on the Video Ninja side and see if that works. And that lets us know the platform or something on their end. We're going to try Ken and see if that works. If that works at all. Ken, can you hear us? Also, possibly not. Let's see. How's that? Ken, can you hear us? Apparently not as well. I don't know why. The strangest thing, it seems to be struggling to add in guests. Oh, there we go.
Hello, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So there we go. Okay, so we know the platform is kind of working.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ken. We can hear you. Yeah. Welcome in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can hear you, Ken.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Okay. Well, that's strange.
I'm trying to hear you, but I can't hear you.
All right. Let's see why that might be.
I see you.
Okay, give me a second. We'll try and
I do see you, but I can't hear you.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah, it is. You should be able to hear me, so don't know why you wouldn't be able to.
Can you hear me now? I disabled the camera.
Yeah, I can hear you, but it sounds like maybe you can't hear
but
me.
I cannot hear you.
Peak Entertainment, folks. Peak Entertainment. I don't know why. As far as I'm concerned, everything seems to be set up right here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. But you can't hear me.
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you, John.
Let me see if we can reset his output as well. How about that? Any better?
Oh, I think. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so there we go. So something about the output setting wasn't right, but it's all fixed now. So welcome in, Ken. We got there in the end. Welcome up.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm very glad to meet you, John.
Likewise.
I have two questions prepared while listening. And one of them sort of inspired by one of the previous callers.
Sure.
The other one I've been wondering for a while. From time to time, I think about the long-term evolution of human beliefs, and I look at how religious beliefs have changed in the past 2,000 years, and I wonder, I admit it's kind of whimsical, but I'm curious, or I'm wondering where we might end up maybe 2,000 years in the future.
If we last that long, I would like to think, and I think I heard it once put that there's no reason to expect us to survive our religious differences that long. And that's a fairly pessimistic way of looking at things. I hope that's wrong, and I hope that we are able to survive our religious differences. And I hope that much as we look back now at periods of our history, like the Middle Ages, and we think how naive everyone was there, and how there were witch trials going on, and all of that sort of thing. We look back at those times and we think, well, people were kind of, in a funny kind of way, a bit like savages. They were burning suspected witches, and they were interpreting the world in terms of curses and witchcraft and magic and dark arts and Puritans and all of this sort of stuff. I hope that in another 2,000 years we will have frankly grown up a little bit and realized that it's time to just shrug off all of these nonsensical myths that such a significant proportion of the world seem to be organizing their lives around, and just get on with just living. It's like reality offers us enough legitimate challenges anyway, without having to make up the requirement to fulfill the demands of this deity, or fit in with the rules of this religion that's got behavior codes and dietary codes and things you're supposed to do, and you use this hand for that, and you do this with that, and all of this sort of silly trivial nonsense. And it's interesting to me that there was a point in our evolution where we didn't have the luxury of that kind of thing. If you look at our ancestors back, say, 200,000 years ago, it was just about surviving. That was it. You had to hunt, and you had to find food, and you had to have shelter. And if you did those things, you survived long enough, hopefully, to be able to, procreate and pass on your genes, as it were. And that was the whole ball game. And it says something about how sort of luxurious our lives are, that we're even able to have these preoccupations and to waste so much time and waste so many resources in the name of these ridiculous beliefs. They are just completely ridiculous. So when I'm feeling optimistic, I think that in 2,000 years, we will have realized it's time to move on from all of that stuff, and we'll concern ourselves with things that are more connected to reality. And then other days, I think, you know what? Religion's been around for a long time. The way that religion stays around is a bit like a virus, in that it spreads horizontally across populations by people telling other people about it and persuading them. But more pervasively, it spreads vertically down as well, as children inherit the religious beliefs of their parents, and then they become the parents, passing those beliefs on. And I think it's going to be tricky to get rid of all the viruses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel the same way. Although I'm actually an optimist. It's kind of hard to support, but but I have really in my heart, I really, in spite of the facts, which contradict it really almost every day, I kind of have an optimistic long-term outlook about humans, and but I know what you mean about we're definitely our existence is far from guaranteed, and we have to be careful about that. It leads me to my second question,
sure,
which is that if and it appears that I agree that I think there will always be some kind of religious thought, and in a way, I don't. It's not that I don't believe that it's inherently bad or dangerous. It's just that somehow it can grow tendencies towards the kind of repressive behavior that you were talking about. So not just now, well, again, in the future, but even now, I think a lot about how there could be a kind of peaceful coexistence between theists and non-theists, and perhaps between like strongly religious people and trivially religious people, and we do face a lot of I think rather puzzling contradictions and conflicts. And just to give you very quickly an example of that is that locally here, there's a small town that's fairly conservative in its makeup. It's not had a lot of immigrants move in. They're like British Canadian ancestors, and pretty conservative makeup all around. But there was a mosque built there recently, and had the idea to broadcast the call to prayer over their loudspeakers,
mm-hmm.
and the people who were not Muslim were terribly upset about that, and so the the mosque people decided that they would invest. They didn't realize actually that it would create such a stir, and so they were said that they were reevaluating it, right? And then this led me immediately to the thought that every church used to ring its bells on Sunday. I mean, you could hear it for miles. In any kind of place in Canada, which is where I live, you would hear loud church bells on morning, like maybe even loud enough to wake you up. And we don't have that anymore. I think that it isn't just that people complained or anything. I think it's just that the churches have sort of accepted that their role is not as embedded. They're not embedded in the society in the way that they were before.
Yeah. Then they don't take as much space in the establishment, let's say.
And I think that's, that's a promising motion, kind of movement towards coexistence that I was talking about, right? And I've never been bothered by religious people until or except when they have become very aggressive and prescriptive and go beyond their membership and they have ambitions to really sort of take over, and that kind of scares me because they wouldn't like me. They really wouldn't like the things that I believe in and the things that I do, even though I consider myself a pretty plain and ordinary guy. I'm not. I'm an atheist. I'm very scientific and rational in approach, and so I've been a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church for a while, and they are very open-minded about what their members believe. But I don't belong to that church anymore, like mostly because they're not around here. I would have to go 100 kilometers or maybe 50 kilometers and to get to no, I'm sorry, that's not quite true. There's only one in this city that I live in. It's hard to get to from where I am, so I don't do it. But I do care. Convictions, the convictions that they have, which are with me, which are mainly just humanitarian, humanistic values.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Christopher Hitchens saying there's no good deed done or good thing said by a religious person that couldn't also be done and said by a non-religious person, and so it always surprises me when people sort of make the argument that, but if we didn't have these religious organizations, who's going to do the charity? Who's going to run the soup kitchens? There are plenty of people who are motivated by a desire to help others and a feeling of solidarity with our fellow humans and compassion for them, that you don't need religion for any of that.
Right. And the hardline version of that, which is that you're an atheist, you don't have any morals.
Right. Yeah, that one too. Yeah, we hear that anyway, around a lot. Yeah.
I guess I've used up enough of your time, and there's probably other people waiting. So
there are, but thank you for calling in, Ken. Lovely to meet you, and nice of you to call, and we appreciate your support. So thank you so much.
Yeah, it was delightful, John. Have a good one.
Thanks, friend. All the best. Bye. Okay, that was Ken. We are going to, well, it does say above my head, believers welcome. And I'm a man of my word. So we are going to bring in the aforementioned Lloyd. Lloyd is a regular caller to the debate shows, but he signalled in the chat earlier that he's not here to debate today. So in the spirit of all getting along, I give you Lloyd. At least I will once he's transported in off the TikTok machine. Hey, Lloyd, welcome in.
Hello, John. You okay?
Yes. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm actually like grateful that you let me on, even though we have our differences, and
all good.
At the same time, obviously guys presume that I don't have a lot of knowledge or read a few things, but it's okay. Like I still have a lot of respect in terms of letting myself on, and we do have a bit of a laugh and debate, but today's not the case. I was just more intrigued about you, John. You come across as a pleasant person. I'm presuming that you are.
I try.
But yeah, I was just like interested because you had a music career, didn't you? You said for a long time. So it seems like, well, I'm presuming that the whole thing of Unconvinced and the theme and what you're leading at the moment is probably quite an important chapter in your life, probably, or something that's kind of you're obviously very passionate about it.
Yeah.
What kind of got you to that situation where you thought, you know what, Unconvinced is something that I'm passionate about, and I'm gonna obviously lead it, which you are. Where would that swing for you, personally? Do you go towards that direction of promoting being unconvinced, or you saw it as a passion to become unconvinced? And
almost.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Almost. So what actually happened was that I've been interested in having discussions about belief and religion for many, many years. I don't know, 30 years.
Is that person to person, or is that just online, or
both? So I used to spend lots of time on online having discussions and debates and talking, and I would do in-person things as well. In the UK, they have a thing called Alpha in the UK, which is it's like a Christian kind of almost like an introduction to Christianity, and it's an outreach program. It's a program that churches run. It was started by a guy called Nicky Gumbel in a church in South London 20-something years ago, and it's essentially a Christian outreach program in disguise as a discussion group. So they're trying to win converts to church, and they used to have big posters all over the place showing a man carrying a big question mark. That was their sort of insignia years ago. They don't use that anymore. And I really enjoyed doing the Alpha course. I think I've done it 3 times, and then I did another similar course in another church. Not because I wanted to get into kind of arguments with people, but just because I wanted to test my own thinking and my own ideas, and I enjoyed having the discussion, and I enjoyed a forum where I could ask questions and push back on these ideas. And so I've always loved it. Even when my career was not focused in this and it was completely focused in other stuff, this was always my kind of passion project on the side, is doing these things, spending lots of time debating and discussing, not because I wanted to own people, not because I wanted to dominate people or win or anything like that, purely because I've always just been really interested in belief and in how belief works and in why people believe things and why people believe. Some people believe in alien abductions, and some people believe in psychic powers, and some people believe in spirits, and some people believe in religions. And to me, these are all different examples of cases where people become genuinely convinced of things, in my view, for really bad reasons. And that's always kind of fascinated me in a way that I kind of can't look away. I just found it fascinating. I need to prod this and look at it and play with it and push on the boundaries a bit and see what happens when you ask a question which is designed to penetrate the logic of what's going on. And that's always just an exercise that I found really interesting. And that culminated in me writing the book, Unconvinced. So I don't know if you're aware that that's why the channel started to promote the book, which is coming out on Prometheus Books in November. And so that's why I started doing the stuff online. And then, as I said earlier, I fairly quickly discovered that actually doing the stuff online, it became an end in itself rather than I now no longer do it to promote the book. I do it because I love doing it, and it gives me a great sense of purpose and fulfillment, and I meet amazing people. And occasionally people change their minds. It happens rarely, but occasionally people come in and we have a debate and we have a disagreement, and then maybe they come back again a couple of weeks later and their opinions shifted a little bit. And before you know it, it's happened a couple of times that they've ended up sort of coming round to a different way of thinking, and I think that's helpful and good and rewarding, and yeah, it's just it's good fun.
And is that your kind of aim to continue trying to doing what you're doing? Basically, do you still see that as a passion project, or do you see that as a more as a
this will be my
like a lifelong target project?
This will be my career for the rest of the time I work. So if I sorry, that's my air conditioner occasionally goes crazy and makes that wicked noise for about 10 seconds, and then it will stop. But yeah, this will be my work for the rest of my life now. I'm if I have any residual music projects, I'll deal with my commitments, and occasionally little projects will come up that I'll do with people I know and have existing kind of work relationships with. But this is entirely my focus now, and I'm going to do this now until I don't work
just
anymore.
man to man, like how I see myself, viewing yourself, for example. Like I see myself on a train track, if that makes sense, and I see you like somebody that's stepped off the train, if that makes sense. You kind of, I see it as like somebody obviously thinking out of the box, because you're not following the normal trend, shall I say, of people believing in God. I do see you somebody like stepped out of the train and thinking for yourself, not in a bad way, if that makes sense.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that.
I see myself on the train and continue to be on the train, whereas you stepped off the train and like deciding for yourself, hang on a minute, I'm not going to believe in ancient text and what's going on, and God doesn't exist. Well, obviously I'm not agreeing with you obviously at all, because
sure,
my
hear
stance.
Yeah, I hear that, and you can take a position where you have a different view to someone on something whilst still seeing the humanity in that person, and that's something I argue for in my book, Lloyd, is that non-believers should understand that people who are still within a faith, whether it's Islam or Christianity or any other faith, they are human beings first and foremost, and they didn't choose what they believe either. So the book argues, basically the whole book is a moral argument to say people shouldn't be judged for not believing. But I do make the point in the book that we need to also be careful not to judge people who do believe, because people like you who have a religious faith have that because they found it convincing. They found the arguments compelling. They found them convincing. And if we found them convincing, we would have been believers too. So I always try to advocate for a compassionate approach to understanding that we need to be willing to give believers the same thing that we're asking them to give us.
There was 2 more questions, sorry, because I know you're a busy channel, right? So I appreciate you giving me the time.
No problem.
Obviously, so I appreciate that. I wanted your opinion. Say, for me as a British Muslim, so I'm living in Britain. So let's forget about other countries. So like, what do you think my general daily life is like as a Muslim? What do you think, like, I want to know your view of how my daily life is regarding my practices. Like, what do you know? What do you think my daily life is? Do you think that, like, because I think that my life's normal. It's like everything's kind of fine. Nothing. My religion kind of doesn't get in my way, if that makes sense. I still get to go like work, kind of go to school.
Sure.
Or,
I would guess that you've incorporated your religious commitments into your life, much as one might incorporate hygiene commitments into their life. So, like some people, you wake up in the morning, you shower, you brush your teeth, you do the things, right? I would imagine that for most people who regularly practice a religion, the obligations that they have under that religion are folded into their life in exactly the same way as that. So you probably, I would imagine if you pray, you probably build that into your routine, that there's a time of day when you do that, and you do it in the way that you're used to doing it, and there's a ritual aspect to it, which probably gives you a certain degree of a structure and a regularity in your life, which some people would say is a really good thing. And I think there are definitely benefits that I can see to the kind of normality and order that can come with those sorts of things. But I wouldn't presume to say what I think your life is like. That would be for you.
I don't mean my general life. I mean like regarding like the the practical elements of my beliefs, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
of my religion.
So by the practical elements, you mean like the things that you feel you're obligated to do?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I would imagine that you know, when you do anything with regularity, it just becomes normal. So I would imagine for you, these things are just normal.
Yeah, well, that's fascinating to know. I appreciate that. I think, like in a nutshell, it's like about a good Muslim. Like obviously, many Muslims don't pray regularly. They'll probably skip a few, if that makes sense. Like some rules gets broken, but for a true Muslim, like they'll put aside everything and make sure they don't miss their prayers. Like that's one of the things. Doesn't mean that there's something urgent that they put to one side. I'm talking generally. Right, it's prayer time. Let's put one thing to one side, 5 minutes. And you know, like from my experience, when you do, even if it don't take that long, to be fair, like 5-10 minutes max. But I feel like my soul gets that relief that you've done your duty as a Muslim and you're connected to God just for that 5-10 minutes. You know, like sometimes it's like putting a pause on your day. You spoke to somebody, you've asked for something.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's hard to put a pause on your day because you're just too busy with the the hamster wheel, so let's say of work and life. And so,
I can imagine that that's a real benefit. Like there are people who practice meditation and they will take a few minutes out of the day at a couple of moments to, as you said, you eloquently said, to get off the hamster wheel for a moment and just have a moment of calm silence where you're just, kind of catching up with yourself, as it were. And I can absolutely see that could be a really good thing.
Yeah, and it probably depends on person to person, but for me, it's like it makes you a little bit more humble because, like, you take that pause, you remember God, but you also remember about yourself. You reflect on your day. How's the day gone so far? You do reflect on things as well as just praying to God. You think about and so some people pray early on in the morning because they feel like their brain's like a lot more active, so they'll pray like the 4 a.m. prayers, for example, the first one, or depending on obviously a cycle of the year, you could move to 6 or 7 a.m. But people do like a lot of the active work straight after that because they feel that they're more operational. If that makes sense. So by 10 a.m. comes, most of the work's actually done. It's not because of the prayer; it's because of just
you got up early and got stuff done. I think I can completely see it as benefits to that. By the way, it's not something that I would be able to manage myself because I'm something of a night owl, and so for me, 4 a.m. is quite often around the time I'm getting to bed, or even before I get to bed. And so I would struggle with that kind of routine. But yeah, I completely see how. I've always said, Lloyd, that even though I think there are some really, really terrible things about religion, and I think some of the ideas in these religions I find morally problematic, I've always granted that there are benefits too. And I personally know people whose lives have been completely turned around by finding faith and finding community and finding acceptance among others, and got them out of bad situations they were in before. That's absolutely a thing. I wouldn't want to pretend that I ignore those aspects.
And without getting into any debates, because I promised I wouldn't today. I'm trying to have a man-to-man discussion more than anything. If that makes sense. But I went to this one talk and this person were explaining some scripts of the Quran, etc. And the guy said, justify it to the people that were sat down in the crowd. And like everyone was thinking, like he brought a scripture out, which is obviously could come across as like contentious, as like controversial. And they'll start bringing up so many excuses, trying to excuse the word of God. And then at the end of it, like nobody could like give a straight answer, a good answer to why the scripture was written. So he said, listen, in a nutshell, you don't have to justify God's words. It is what it is. We're not here to be liked. We're believers, and that's how we are. This is what we chose to do, if that makes sense.
It does,
so, like sometimes when I come across a bit like, blasé, not willing to give explanation, it's because I'm from that stance, if that makes sense. If it's written, it's written. That's how I see it.
Well, yeah. I would say next time you call in when it's a debate show, we'll talk about whether that's a reasonable way to look at things. It's going to be outside the scope of what we're discussing now, and I do want to make sure we get our next people in.
Just a final question. I've done then, John. Is that all right?
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with me or you, by the way.
Sure.
What do you think about Scientology? This in a nutshell.
They're batshit crazy.
Yeah. I have to agree with you on that one. So let's leave it there, John. Listen, it's
All
a
right.
pleasure talking to you.
Thanks for coming up, Lloyd. All the best.
Take care. Bye.
Take it easy. Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, there you go. Yeah, when I say believers welcome, I mean it. People can call in, and it's not a debate show. We can have conversations. It's fine. It's good. There is more that we have in common than what separates us. And I think that's a good thing to remember from time to time. Okay, we'll have a couple more of these wonderful super chats that are coming in from dear friends, and then we'll get our next guest in. I had told my wife that I was going to aim to finish at around 1 a.m. UK time tonight. It's now 12:30, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, some ludicrous number of people still in the queue. So I'm going to keep on going. I'm not going to bail on you. I am going to keep on going and try and get through everyone. It can be a bit sobering when the queue is growing more quickly than I can shrink it down. But we'll try and be efficient in the conversations, and we won't let the conversations go on too long. And that way, hopefully, I can get to everyone, because I'm aware that people have been waiting a while, and I don't want people to be disappointed. So, with that said, let's get through some. So Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat, says, a small token of thanks to you and your community for being so welcoming to me. Well, you are indeed extremely welcome, and I'm very grateful for the token. Thank you so much. That's really kind. And Tim says, hi from the box holding my brain. Hi to the box holding your brain. And Buzz said, Imelda May has the sexiest stage presence ever. She is spectacular. If you haven't checked out Imelda May, check out Imelda May. She's wonderful, amazing talent, amazing, and I agree. She's awesome in every way. And Tracy T says, "RS, you aren't weird. My bucket list is to meet John." That was to Spencer. I feel confident that we're going to make that happen on the bucket list, T. I'm going to do another trip to the US next year. I haven't planned exactly when it is. I was originally planning to come around the book release time this year, but I'm likely not going to do that. But I am planning to come next year. I'm going to definitely try and get along to one of these conferencey things where all the people come together, and the different content creators, and there's always a couple a year. So it's going to be a plan to get along to something like that next year, and then we will figure it out. We'll figure it out, and we'll get a meeting together, because I'm enormously grateful for everything you've done helping me build the community, with all the work you've done with the Discord and all of that stuff. So we'll make it happen, T. We'll make it happen. And Babs says, not going to super chat, turn right. Cool. Thank you, Babs. And last for now, Tim said, are you saying he's lowercase m's? What a wild trip. What a wild trip Mikhail is. I mean, amazing. Amazing. I'm delighted to have found him, and he's definitely getting called back on the show because he is awesome. Okay, let us get our next guest in. It is going to be Dogware, the wonderfully titled, as opposed to Yahweh, we have with us Dogware.
Dog. Hang on. We got to make it official. Hold on a second.
We're going to make it official.
There we go.
Oh, look
Say
at
hi,
that.
John.
Oh,
there we
look.
go. You see her. She is resurrected. This is Dogway.
Oh, Dogway, welcome in. That's awesome.
How are you, John?
Oh, fabulous. Fabulous. Welcome,
That's
welcome.
good.
How are you?
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's good to see you.
Likewise.
It's been a while.
Oh, lost you for a second. You appear to have become muted.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
We
got you.
Do you realize it's reckless?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I recognized your voice.
Okay, that's good. Because I don't use my main account anymore.
Right.
Due to some stuff, so which is fine. And so Dogway has been doing her own thing, and we're gonna be doing maybe a tour in the future. So many people want to meet her, and she's done so much and brought happiness and love, and she loved the LGBTQ community. She just wants to love all and all people.
Love that.
Yeah. So how are you doing, my friend?
Couldn't be better. I'm doing the thing I love. I am a fulfilled man. I'm very, very happy.
That's good. You know, I have a question. So my dad has been passed since April 5th of this year, and I'm still grappling with the loss of him.
I'm
and
sorry.
It's kind of a fuckery, if that's the word I want to use. And I've been told we're trying to move out of this like Christian nationalist town that I live in, because a lot of people are like, well, did he believe in God? It's like, why is it anybody's goddamn business what my dad believed?
Right.
And a lot of these people will say, well, he's in hell. And it's like, I fucking hate that.
Yeah.
I fucking hate it with every inch of my fucking breath. Like,
yeah.
Why do people have to be such dicks? You know,
unacceptable to say that to someone. To say that to a grieving person requires such an abandonment of basic humanity to be able to do that. Don't even have words to describe how depraved I think that is.
I don't know why people want to manipulate that and like be so gross and say, you know, well, if your dad didn't believe in God, then, you know, he's in hell.
It's remarkable.
Yet he lived his life doing what he loved, and he was kind and compassionate to people.
Right.
And I don't think that there's any issue. Like, I was told by somebody who's deconstructing that my dad is just sleeping. That's it. He's lived his life. He's done. And that's it. And I'm glad that somebody said that, because then I don't have to like wonder or worry. But it's really still so disrespectful for believers to do that to other people. No matter.
It is. To me, it's even worse than disrespectful. It is disrespectful. You're completely right. But to me, there's a lack of basic compassion and empathy to say to a person who's suffering the loss of someone they love, to tell them that you think that person is now in the process of being tortured by the God that person is talking to you worships. It's so depraved. I think it's almost mentally ill to be that completely switched off from basic human kindness. You know, even if you think something as fucked up as that, keep it to yourself. You don't say that to someone. It's absolutely unforgivable. If I heard someone saying that to someone else, I think my veneer of British politeness might temporarily evaporate for a while.
Right. And it's crazy. Like, these people will sit there and say, you know, well, I'm not being judgmental. Well, yet they are being the worst judgmental pricks on the planet, because you're forced to believe in this deity that they do. And if you don't believe in that deity, well, this is it, because it is the quote truth. And it's like, who the fuck do you think you are?
Yeah, it's obscene, absolutely obscene.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what that kind of thing. Stories like that are what motivate me to do this even more, because I just think, you know, if I can persuade one person to not believe that stuff, if I can persuade one person to pause before either saying something as horrific as that to someone else, or even just hearing it from someone else and it landing with the full force it was intended with, then I've done some good in the world. And so when I hear stories like that, it just motivates me even more to know that you know, that what we're doing here is worth doing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, and I try to be calm, but Reckless is tired of being calm. And I've thought, if I don't become calm, I'm going to end up in an orange suit. And I don't want that. But at the same time, I should be able to stand up for what I think is right and tell these religious people to just sit down and shut the fuck up and leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, keep their crazy whack job beliefs to themselves. They're free to believe anything they want. I'm absolutely fine for someone to believe in anything they like. Just don't tell me how I have to live. Don't tell me that people I care about are being punished and tortured and that they deserve it. No, if that's what you have to say, then keep your thoughts to yourself. Go away, and I'll speak to more sane people. And yeah, that's it. So I understand your outrage. I share it. I'm really sorry for your loss. Genuinely, and
I usually am a little bit more peppy, but it's been a while. Like my dad's birthday is in September, and I'm just
that's going to be a hard one.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But I'm glad I got to see you live, and I got to see the video of you and Spencer. That was fantastic.
Yeah, it was lovely. It was so great to meet Spencer. He's such a lovely man, such a lovely guy. I even had a tug of my heart when we were saying goodbye. I was like, I felt sad saying goodbye to him after we met. It was such a lovely, just genuinely joyful meeting, and it was great. And I feel privileged to know wonderful people like that. So with that said, we're going to move it along and try and whittle away this queue. Otherwise, it's going to grow all night, and we'll still be here at this time tomorrow. But great to speak to you. Thank you for coming to say hi, and good to see Dogway looking so wonderful. And keep in touch. We'll speak soon.
All right, absolutely. You're a good man, John.
Thank you. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. There we go. How can people be heartless like that? Absolutely remarkable. Okay, I'm going to keep things moving along quickly. We'll do a couple of messages and get the next guest in. Relax with Russell ASMR said Schrodinger's M. I know, right? Absolutely amazing. I now need to know what Ems makes of this. I'm going to have to reach out to Ems and ask. And also said Ems is speaking on Deconstruction Zone now. Yeah, that was the experiment we ran. The conclusion is unavoidable. And Buzz said, my beautiful friend from Morocco, Zineb, is now listening. Say hello to our new guest. Well, hi, Zineb. Lovely to have you with us. And a friend of Buzz is a friend of mine. So you're very, very welcome here. And hope that you're having a lovely day, evening, morning, whatever it is. Hope you're having a good one. And thank you so much for listening in. We appreciate having you around. Okay. We are going to get in the next guest. And it's going to be Beard of Empathy. Beard of Empathy is wonderful. We have spoken before. Again, we are at the mercy of this crazy video ninja system, so we'll have to see whether the audio will works. But Beard of Empathy, are you there?
I think
yes,
I am. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Hey,
we can indeed. Great to speak to you. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I just wanted to pop up and say thank you again for having me up last time. I did get some people who reached out to me and did one of the shows. It's going to be edited and finished on Sunday.
Fantastic. Can you just tell everyone what it is that you do, so that maybe some more people may want to come and speak to you?
Yeah, I'm a mental health therapist. I have a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. And what I've been doing is videos with people talking about their deconstruction and how it affected their mental health. I'm interested in hearing everybody's stories. Been putting the episodes out on my channel. It's Damn Fools, D-A-M-H, Damn Fools. So yeah, I've been doing that. It's been great learning more about the people in the community and hearing their stories. And it's just been a great experience, and I want to keep doing it.
Good for you. Good for you. Well, we're delighted to speak to you again. And I did watch a bit of your video with Espresso Jack, who's a friend of the channel's as well. And I think you were very incisive in the way you conducted the conversation, and very empathic, may I say. And so, yeah, I would definitely recommend anyone who thinks that might be a helpful thing for them, or something they might want to do as a valuable exercise. I'm going to go so far as to say it would be a safe space for you to do it in. Safe hands. I think you're great. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll jump to that so you can get some other people, but I do have one question for you.
Sure.
What is your favorite mythological creature?
Oh, that's a good one. I might have to think about that, because so many of them are so cool. Famous mythological creature. Wow, that's like, what's your favorite dinosaur? And then it always stumps me because so many of them are so cool too. My favorite mythological creature, I might have to think about it. I quite like the phoenix. The idea of the phoenix rising again from the flames is pretty cool. So I think phoenixes are pretty cool.
It's usually a fun image.
Yeah.
That burning bird.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah. Phoenixes are cool. All right. Well, thank you for coming up. It's great to speak to you, and keep in touch, and we will speak again more.
I will.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate it, John.
Thanks, man. Take care. All right, that's excellent stuff. Moving straight on, we are going to get to Leo Rando. So we'll try that next.
Keep in touch, and we will speak again more.
We can hear the stream now on the mic.
And now you can't.
Good stuff. Hey, Leo Rando, how are you?
Yeah. I've been waiting so long. My eyesight is blurry. It looks like the stream name is After 14 Hours. But anyway, after hearing all about your industry, I want to exact my revenge by telling you a little bit about mine.
Go for it.
So I work for a financial institution that you've certainly heard of. And, we get dozens, sometimes hundreds of emails a day. Every, a few days or every few weeks, we get emails that have a link that's trying to convince us to go to a site and enter our passwords or our employee ID, or maybe update information about our boss and coworkers. Now, I know what you're thinking. These are all from bad actors, but it turns out that most of them are not, because first there are security people who are doing their best to filter out as many of those as possible so we don't see them, but also because many of them are sent to us by the security awareness engineers, who are trying to see if any employees are vulnerable to such tactics. And then they have to be warned, and maybe they have to go training again. And if it comes to it, maybe we have to let somebody go. But I don't think we've ever done that, because, we have plans in place to make sure people don't do it. And even in the beginning, when somebody is hired, they have to go through a bunch of training videos and quizzes, and these include that. Right. So the threats are mitigated and eliminated. And then I hear about this story that Christians tell me about how all the problems in the world are caused by this, this character convincing employees to take an action. And it makes no sense. I mean, first, where was the training?
Right.
And nobody's war. And instead of leadership taking the blame, being accountable for this lapse in security, hiring the people who got no training, and also they put in an armed guard to make sure that bad actors can't get inside, but also there's nobody in anymore. So that makes absolutely no sense. Also, the armed guard has a sword for some reason.
I understand the analogy. It's ludicrous, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's the main thing I had. You mentioned kittens and puppies and videos. Are you a cat or a dog person?
I love both. I am at the moment. I'm a cat person because I have 2 Burmese cats and I absolutely adore them. But I have had a dog before who I absolutely loved as well, and my heart was shattered into a million pieces when I lost him. So I am both. I love dogs and cats very much. I don't know if I could choose. They have a different kind of. There's a love you get from a dog that you can't really get from a cat, because a dog just loves you. And cats are a bit more like they'll kind of put it out to anyone. But they're wonderful in different ways. So I'm confident I will have a dog again one day. It doesn't suit me right now to have a dog, but I'm pretty confident there will be a day where it becomes the right move, and then I'll look forward to having a dog again.
They say that dogs have owners, cats have staff.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. My dog used to give me a hero's welcome when I came back from putting the rubbish out. I'd walk out of the house for 30 seconds to, put stuff in the bins outside, and I'd come back in and he'd be overjoyed. It's you don't get that from cats, but Burmese cats are amazing, and the people who are regulars here know that most of the time when I'm sitting in this chair and streaming, my small grey Burmese cat called Rocket is normally located down here on my lap. She's not with me right now, but I would say 8 out of 10 times when I'm streaming, she's right here. And people sometimes say to me, how do you stay calm? How do you keep your zen? How do you not get upset with all the kind of crazy conversations? You don't get upset when you've got a cute little Burmese cat just curled up here, giving a little purr. Sometimes she'll sort of give my arm a little lick while I'm streaming, and it's like, I'm happy. I'm in my happy place. It's good. So, yep, cats are the one.
Yeah. I don't really care that much for cats. I love dogs, and it doesn't feel like a choice that I made. I didn't make a decision. It's not something that I have control over. And
I would agree.
I think this is what they call in philosophy dogtastic involuntarism.
Oh, very good. Very good. And on that note, my friend, I love that. You've been working up to that the whole call, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh, just one more quick question. We've heard about how you've met Justin and Sean and Ems, but in reverse chronological order, how did you meet everybody else you've ever met? Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Take care, friend. All the best. Thanks. That's brilliant. I love that. Okay. Big W for Leorando. All right. We'll read a couple more messages and then we'll get the next guest in. I'm having a lovely time. I do love this after hours thing. It's such a different vibe to the debate streams. I love the debate streams too. We're going to be back tomorrow night doing them again. But this is just a special thing. I absolutely love it. Viking Chef, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. In the words of Jimmy Page to Jeff Buckley, John Cohen, a pure drop of rain in an ocean of noise. That's a line I hadn't heard before, but thank you so much. Great to see you, VC. You are a wonderful human being as well. Thank you so much. And Anita says, hey, John, I agree. Justin does great work. Any thoughts on Justin reads Bible and Mezzo? Their style is very different from you, but they're funny as hell. Love your work. I do have thoughts on... not Justin, Joel and Mezzo. I absolutely massively admire both of them. I haven't actually had the pleasure of speaking directly with Mezzo yet, but he's been around in some of the lives and I've seen him around and I've watched his lives and I think he's fantastic. And I consider Joel to be a friend. We've had calls, we've had chats, we've exchanged emails, we've sent music to each other with like bits and pieces and stuff like that. I absolutely love what both of them do. And I think that they complement each other in a very, very special way. And they have a way of being so clever without you necessarily realizing how clever they're being. So they use humor to illustrate the points they're making, which are razor sharp, like the sharpest blade you've ever seen. And they make the points with humor. And they just cut through the shit just like a laser. Absolutely amazing. And it's super funny and entertaining and irreverent and brilliant. And I think that our community of counter-apologetics and pushing back on high control religion and all of that grim stuff is massively richer for the work of those two fine people. So I'm, as you can tell, I'm enthusiastic about Joel and Mezzo. Are just wonderful. Brilliant. Hope that answers the question. Okay, we will get our next guest in, and it's going to be Ants. Bringing in Ants right now. There we are. Hey, Ants.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, great to meet you.
Great to meet you too.
Thank you. I'm going to get straight onto it. I have a question for you.
Sure.
You mentioned your book earlier, and you mentioned, I'm paraphrasing somewhat because I forgot the wording, but you mentioned that something about the book and about non-believers, have no choice in not believing or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you stretch that empathy to believers?
Yeah.
Could you stretch that empathy to believers too?
Yeah, that was the point I was making earlier. I was saying, so in the book, I'm arguing that people who don't believe because they haven't been persuaded, they haven't been convinced of the claims, and therefore they're not capable of believing. And if we're asking for that understanding, then to be fair, we must also give that understanding back to people who do believe and recognize that believers had no choice in their belief either. They were persuaded of things for whatever reason. Something made them accept the truth of those claims, and they had no choice about whether they are believers any more than we have a choice of not being a believer. And so I'm explicitly arguing for a slightly more compassionate way of interpreting people who are believers. Absolutely. I completely agree with what you're saying.
That's great. I'm glad you were on the same page, so to speak. Yeah, so basically what I was going to suggest is that, as you just said there, highlighted that belief or non-belief is it's a contingency, John. It's contingent, isn't it? So basically what I'm trying to say is our beliefs are formed by biology and nurture, okay? Our parents, culture, the proximal culture, etc. Okay? One day when we mature, we become cognizant that we are a certain person, okay? We become cognizant that we are a certain person with a certain culture, with a head full of nonsense often, and we have to deal with it, okay? Some of that might be believing stuff or non-belief or whatever it is. And what I'm saying is it's quite random, isn't it? It's very contingent.
Yeah,
how we turn out.
Yeah, there is a large element of chance to it, and it's also there are many different factors that determine whether you're going to believe any one thing. In the book, I talk about belief vectors, which are like all the different forces acting on you in a moment as to whether you believe something or not. And it's your genes, it's your upbringing, it's your experiences in your life, it's how well that message has been communicated to you, it's what mood are you in, did you sleep last night, have you thought about it, all of these kind of things. There's many, many, many different factors that act on a person's mind in a given moment that's going to determine whether they find something convincing or not. And they either do or they don't.
That's great. I agree with you. Also, I think a lot of belief, or when people say they believe something, it's not the veracity of the belief, it's the psychological attachment to it because of what we've just said. Yeah. And one grows up with it. Okay. Sometimes. So basically, it becomes part of our identity. So our memories, so what I'm saying is our memories becomes our identity. And those memories, as we just implied, can be contingent matters. I like to make the analogy with Father Christmas. All right, Father Christmas is not true. I love Christmas. If someone goes in the streets and burns an effigy of Father Christmas, I'd be really upset.
Would you?
It's not the veracity of it, John.
Right.
It's a psychological attachment.
Sure. Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah, and a lot of beliefs, you can't untangle emotion from beliefs, and a lot of beliefs are influenced by motivated reasoning and by in the book I talk a bit about how our brains process belief, and one of the strongest things is how an idea lands for us emotionally. And does it make us recoil? Does it make us frightened? Does it make us warm? Does it make us feel good? And those things do affect your actual perception of whether or not something is true. It's all subconscious, but the networks in the brain that are involved in processing kind of whether you believe something or not are primarily emotional. There's the sort of logical side to it, but largely and more so are the kind of emotional centers of the brain, the limbic system, and areas in the brain and processes in the brain which are to do with emotional processing are significantly involved in determining whether you're going to believe something is true or not.
Exactly, I agree with you. Like I say, if you go out tonight and burn Santa Claus in the street, I'll be really unhappy with you.
I'll try not to.
I'll be really angry.
I'll try not to.
I know it's not true. I know it's not true.
I got you.
The memories of it are very,
got you.
Very relevant. Okay, John.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in, Ants. Take it easy.
Thanks very much.
Thanks,
Cheers,
man.
mate.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay, there we go. Moving on. We are going to get in Is Mao still here? Yeah, Mao is still here. Right, we're going to give this another try because Mao was trying so hard earlier and I was feeling really bad that we weren't making it happen. So let's try again to get Mao in. Mao, are you there? Desperately hoping that will work. Third time. Let's see.
Yes.
Yes, it did work because I could hear our feed on your mic.
Yeah.
Hey, Mao.
Is it working?
It is working. Finally, we got you in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? No.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Yep. So close, but so far.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mao. Can you not hear me?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All good?
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. Man, sorry, I don't know what happened with this audio.
It's all right. We got you.
What about now?
Yeah, all good.
What about now?
I can hear what's going on. It sounds like you're listening to
What about now? Can you hear me now?
It sounds like you're listening to the stream. We can hear you, but it sounds like you're only hearing us off the actual YouTube stream, which is delayed by about 20 seconds or so. So you need to turn you need to turn the YouTube stream off.
I only hear you from the streaming.
Yeah. It's annoying. I'm trying to reset your audio device, but it's not working. So
exactly.
You're only going to hear me with a delay of about 20 seconds, which is going to make conversation difficult. So why don't you say what you wanted to say, and then I'll try to reply to you afterwards.
All right. And now? What about now?
Now we have to wait for that message to get through. Now maybe he's turned off the stream. This is problematic, and I feel really bad because the poor chap's been waiting around for like an hour and a half or 2 hours or something.
I think the problem is, I can make it only from my phone.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a problem.
But anyway, I'm gonna try another time.
Yeah,
maybe from trying to use a different.
Do that. I'm going to message him and say try with a different device.
So why don't you say what you wanted to say, and then I'll try to reply to you.
Yes. So I'm gonna ask you. So the first question I had was about would you still push on religion if it had no harmful ideas, like for example.
Yeah. The delay is horrible because he's hearing me talk about whether the conversation is going to work, but I just did hear his question. Let's have a look. And now it looks like he may have dropped out, but I did hear his question, and he asked a very, very fair question. So, Mao, what I'm going to do, for the sake of not making the stream completely unlistenable, is I'm going to answer the question you asked, and then I'm going to invite you to call back another time if you want to speak some more, because otherwise it's just going to be tricky. So the question Mao asked was, would I still push back on religion if it didn't have harmful ideas? And the answer is no. I absolutely don't care what someone believes. And there are false beliefs that people have that I don't feel inclined to spend any time pushing back on, because I see them as being pretty benign. And the reason I do push back on religion is because of the harmful ideas, and because I see the evidence of ideas like making people feel a fear of hell, as we've already seen tonight, evidenced from more than one person, and making people feel unworthy and making people feel a sense of shame. I do think those are really, really, really harmful ideas, and so I feel compelled to push back against them. I can't not say anything about that stuff. But there are religious ideas or devotional ideas that are more benign. Like, if someone just wants to believe in an afterlife, or believe they're going to see their loved ones who have passed away again, I would never make it my business to tell them they're wrong, because why would I do that? What would be the benefit of that? With that said, there's one additional consideration, which is just that we all collectively do better the more of us are thinking rationally and employing sound epistemology, and we're all in this together, right? Here we are, 8 billion odd people on this ball of rock, and all our interests are inevitably intertwined. And so the more of us who are thinking well, the better all of our chances are. And the fewer of us who are thinking badly, like, the better our chances are. And what religion does is it promotes the idea that faith is a virtue. It promotes the idea, not all religions, but largely, most religions, many religions, some religions, promote the idea that just believing things in the absence of evidence is something to strive for and aim for, and that it's a good thing. And all things being equal, I don't think it is. And the reason we've been able to make progress as a global collective so astonishingly in the last few hundred years is because people started to cotton on to the idea, it's an enlightenment value, that believing things on the basis of good evidence is a much better strategy for survival, for thriving, for progressing, for learning, for building, for growing. And the idea, which is fairly common in religion, that kind of reason and sound evidence for beliefs is something that should be valued, isn't really there. And so that's a kind of value in many religions. I'm not going to overgeneralize and say all religions, but it's a value in many religions that I think, even though it doesn't necessarily do an immediate harm, there may be a secondary harm caused by it, because it just makes our collective potential for progress less. So that would be my answer there. But thanks, Mao, and I'm sorry we couldn't make the call work. Feel free to try back another time. Okay, we are going to keep this moving swiftly on. I will take the next call, and this is going to be Vara. And hopefully the platform behaves itself, and it's going to work. Hey, Vara, how are you?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you?
Very well. How are you?
It's good that you like cats. Look what I have.
Oh, look what you have. That's very beautiful.
Isn't she beautiful?
Is it she? Yes, I approve. I approve.
She turns 18 years old.
Wow, 18 is good going. And she looks healthy. She looks great. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, and welcome in. What would you like to say?
You. Well, it came to this that you were talking about Justin. I think I saw some clip of you, and then I subscribed to your channel, and then I see this after I was on Justin's show for the first time.
Oh, you were? Great.
Yeah. For about 3 minutes before he kicked me out.
Right. Did he kick you out?
For argument or something.
He kicked you out for what? For making.
Actually, I asked him a question.
Right.
Sorry.
That's all right. No, I was going to ask. I was going to ask if he kicked you out for calling on a debate show if it wasn't to debate, or you did call him to debate.
Well, he had streamed tonight. The subject was, or the argument basically was from him that your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Right.
Right. So I came in there with an argument, and I prefaced the thing like, should we define God, or because usually I'm pretty, well thought in this when I enter these discussions. Greetings from Finland, by the way.
Greetings back.
And English not being my first language, it always creates that kind of barrier in the communication. So I understand that, but I'm just disappointed by the way Justin acted with this reputation of being a really smart guy. And if you're running a show that says prove me wrong, okay, I'm with you. But if we're going to debate about something, we should define words first, right? So that we agree that we are talking about the same thing. but then the discussion went into, I didn't really get to present anything. He just started asking me, like, because my argument was, well, you're God. I'm sure you're heard this kind of school of thought or line of thinking that we're all one as the universe, and in some indirect way we're all connected energetically.
Sure. Can I just check something with you? Is the purpose of your call today to have a conversation with me about the fact that you had an unsuccessful encounter with Justin?
Oh no, sorry, I was just rambling.
Okay, so let's given the fact that we have quite a number of people waiting to come in still, and I'm already past my bedtime. Let's try and focus up. So what was the point you wanted to make in calling in?
Well, actually, I'll just throw out my question, and you can throw me out and let the others, come in.
Sure.
You can answer the question regarding becoming aware of this sort of state or higher awareness of something beyond human understanding, right? Have you ever done mushrooms or acid trips?
No, that's not really my thing. I haven't done psychedelics. Okay. No.
All right.
Was that it?
That's
cool. I understand.
Well, okay. What's your thoughts on simulation theory? And I will leave you and say thank you. Good night, sir.
Sure. So I fair enough. I haven't done psychedelics, but there are interesting people who have a lot to say about it, and some people think that those sorts of things can unlock ways of thinking about things that are novel. That some of that novelty can persist, and there might be some value in that. And in terms of simulation theory, there are much smarter people than me that make arguments for why it may not be plausible in terms of the amount of processing power that would be required to do it. And of course, if we're being simulated, then all the reasons for thinking that we are being simulated would also apply to whatever layer of reality is simulating us. And you could end up with a sort of infinite infinite series of nested simulations, each one being obligated to also contain within it all the information about the other realities that it is simulating and the ones that they are also simulating, and that there might be some issues about that. So I don't find the idea of simulation to be massively plausible. But hey, maybe it is. Maybe I'm a dummy, and there's some plausibility to that I hadn't thought about. So that's my view there. Okay, but chap had a nice looking cat, so we will definitely give him that. There we are. Okay, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and we will keep this going. Winstead, thank you so much for this. I love your comments in the chat, by the way. Deconstruction is extremely hard to do. Unlearning things from birth, much of the time, is a lonely struggle. So finding a communicator like John and this community helps beyond words. Many thanks. Well, thank you. It really means a lot to hear that. So thank you so much, and you are infinitely welcome here. And Scatty Music, thank you for the super chat. As an atheist myself, I helped a friend of mine who grew up in a fundamental free church family to deconstruct in the last 30 years. Many arguments from channels like yours helped a lot to assist him. Well, that's what we're here for. Thank you again for letting us know that we can make a little bit of a difference. Just a tiny one. We don't get carried away with the scale of the difference we can make, but a tiny difference is still a difference. It could be a life changed in some way. It's good. It's a good thing. And look at this from my very own Sean James. Sean, love you, man. Sean says, John, I have grown to consider you a true friend. Likewise, Sean. And to all of our community members on both TikTok and YouTube, I greatly appreciate all of you. Go skepticism, go humanism. I agree. Go skepticism, go humanism. Well said, Sean. Big respect to Sean for his amazing contribution and consistent presence and decisive brilliance. So there we are. Thank you, my friend. Amazing, amazing. Right, we'll get the next guest in. The bad news is the call queue is not shrinking. I'm going to have to do this quicker. I am going to get in my friend Sohan. Sohan, are you there? Let's see. if we need to do...
Hi, yes, I am.
There we are. How are you, buddy?
Sorry, let me just stop the feed.
That audio is really, really bad for some reason. It's very distorted, but I'm trying to manage it my end. See how we go. How's that?
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just turning off the or muting the stream. Muting the YouTube.
Sure, but I'm going to try and reset your microphone because it's coming out like a bit like a Dalek. It's like it's really, really horrendous and distorted and horrible. Let me have a look. I've got internal microphone built in, or UF on Bluetooth mic, or yeah, those are the two options. Is it worth trying the other one?
Yeah, let's try the other one.
Let's try that. How's that? Any better? Well, that one's definitely not working at all. Oh no, it is. That's it. That's better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
okay,
it.
That's surprising because now it's a bit tinny, but that's okay. As the more important thing is people can hear me.
Yeah.
I guess too, because you're okay.
It's not great. Mr. J. Shepherd is saying, please ask him to say exterminate before you fix it. It would have been good to get that. It's not sounding great, my friend. We can try the other one again, and maybe going back to the internal mic will reset it and make it not be horrible. Let's try that. Try that again for us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, that'll do. That'll do for now.
Okay, great. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to mention you wouldn't be the first person, I guess, to go from I guess entertainment or media to sorry, you seem to not be able to hear me now.
No, I got it. I got you. All good.
I mean, there are a few others like have you heard of Brady Goodwin? He goes by Fanatic.
No, I haven't.
Okay, yeah, he used to be in the Christian rap scene, and now he's become a counter-apologist. And there's also, I mean, this was a long time ago. Scott Clifton, he used to play a character on The Bold and the Beautiful.
Right.
And he also had a bit of another moonlighting, I guess, as a counter-apologist. Pretty good one, actually.
I did not know this.
So yeah, there are quite a few people that, yeah, media and show business. I mean, Scott isn't very active, and while doing counter-apologetics, he would actually use a nom de guerre or a sort of a pseudonym. He went theoretical bullshit. He even got to the point where he had a debate with William Lane Craig once, if I recall correctly.
Wow.
So yeah, it was Brady Goodwin, Fanatic. He's still Fanatic with a PH. He's and ending with a K. He's still pretty active.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, what I wanted to. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What I wanted to actually ask about, I guess, is kind of in the line of like not being convinced, right? Like you can't choose to be convinced. You can choose to investigate the evidence or the alleged evidence and things like that. But there's another layer to that as well, right? Like you also can't be convinced that it's worth investigating certain like alleged evidence, right? I guess if someone is like, they want you to read their entire scripture, like I don't know, the Book of Mormon or something like that, right? They want you to read the whole thing, or like try some, I don't know, book a 10-week stay at Labrie or something like that. Have you heard of Labrie, by the way?
No.
Yeah, it's like it's L''ABRI. It's like this Christian retreat system. There are a few of them, including one in England. It's a bit out of the country, and it's like this thing where you supposedly, like, if you're investigating Christianity, you're invited to like stay there for something like 10 weeks at your own expense, and I guess you have to take time off work or whatever. But yeah, it's like, one of those things, you got to go on some retreat, or you got to, put some time studying different scriptures or whatever. And, to be convinced that it's worth doing that is another, I guess, something that you can't be convinced of, right? Like, you can't make yourself convinced that it's worth doing that.
Yeah, because your judgment about whether it's worth it is an assessment of facts about reality, and that would also not be a choice. You're completely right.
Yeah, I guess so. Because it's like I often run into people in these counter-apologetics events where they invite me to do like an extended Bible study, or do some kind of go on a retreat or something, one of these retreats or something like that. And it's like I've seen enough evidence. I think I'm convinced I've seen enough evidence so far that it's not really worth to do so, because there's just so many contradictions or holes in what I have seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's kind of what I wanted to raise as an issue.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree with that. And, we're not obligated to investigate to its fullest extent every claim that every person makes about everything, because you'd never get anything done in your entire life if that's what was entailed by sound epistemology, is that you must read every book and examine every aspect of everything anyone says and live those suggestions to their fullest to see how they unfold in your life and all of that. We would all be stuck forever in analysis paralysis, because we wouldn't, none of us would get off the starting line by the time you'd fully investigated Mormonism and Hinduism and Shintoism and all the other isms and Rastafarianism and everything else. Life would be unlivable. So we have to accept, we have to work with the limited time we have and say, okay, well, I'm going to kind of triage my attention, and I'm going to devote my exploration bandwidth to the avenues or the avenues which seem most likely to be worth it. And the same applies to science. I mean, there's a reason why we don't do research anymore into the efficacy of leeching, because we just know that we don't need to anymore. We've kind of worked out that that's not a thing, and we move on and investigate the next thing. So I agree with you that that the assessment of when it's time to pay attention to something, when it's time not to, is an assessment of reality. It's a belief we come to, and we don't choose that either. And it's a horrendous delay, my friend.
The evidence.
Sorry, it's so awful, isn't it?
Oh, the delay. I guess it might be. I don't know. It's sorry. Actually, maybe I'll just cut the call. I don't know why this delay is so heavy.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, but I appreciate you raising the point. It's a good point, and it's always nice to talk to you.
Anyway, thanks for taking the call.
Sure, friend. All the best. Take care, Sahan. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, nice to talk to you
too. Cheers. Thanks. Bye.
Take care.
Bye. Okay, that's awesome. He's a lovely guy. Actually met up with Sahan in London a few months ago, and we were going to meet a couple of weeks ago with a couple of other friends, but I wasn't able to do it. But fine fellow and a very, very fine counter-apologist, I will say as well. Okay, we are getting there. We're kind of chipping away. Liberty Giblet said, "I've entered Bizarro World. Who is this Lloyd imposter? Great chat so far. He's so well to bring this energy to the debate calls." Yeah, I agree. Lloyd was perfectly charming earlier, and it was a nice conversation. And Nine Ball Junkie said, "Do you think an apologist like Craig or Turek could honestly steelman a typical atheist position? I'm thinking they could, but won't in public." That's a really good question. I've thought about that myself. It would be arguably career-ending if they did it in public, because if they did it in public, then they wouldn't be able to keep on misrepresenting them in their debates, and the debates are their career, right? So I do wonder, and I kind of almost can't figure out what's worse. Is it worse that they are a professional apologists who have such a poor understanding of the opponent's position that they're not able to describe it? Or is it worse that they're professional apologists who have a good understanding of their opponent's position, but pretend not to because it suits the character they have to play on TV, as it were? Neither is a great look, but I think it's a really, really well said thing. It's something to think about, isn't it? Because when you hear them in debates, they do present a complete straw man version of what we believe. You get things like, well, you can't have any morals. Really? Have you not been paying attention to all the arguments for exactly why we can, and why the basis that for your morals that you think you have is actually exactly the same as the basis of our morals? It's just the parameters are tweaked slightly, the basis being what your priority principles are. My priority principles being avoidance of harm, your priority principles being doing what God wants you to do. They're just subjective choices, one that you make, one that I make. They're exactly the same. They wouldn't be able to pretend that we have no morals if they admitted that those kind of arguments don't work. So I think that's a really, really good comment. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Brilliantly said. Okay, we are going to move it on and get in One Pulse Studios. We have definitely spoken before. One Pulse, are you there? This is the inevitable delay, of course, as well, as we wait for the signal to reach people on the YouTube side. There we go. One Pulse, did I hear a noise?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome in.
Thank you for having me, John. And I know you have to go to sleep, so I won't be long.
Sure, thank you.
And essentially, really what I wanted to share is get your thoughts on some of those things that how I've been dealing with being disconstructing, which is the first thing was for me, because it didn't really take me long to figure out what was going on when I started to think about it.
Yeah.
When I started to really question it, it took me really 15 days to say, okay, this is not it.
Wow, really? Wow.
I don't know if it was because of for the last 20 years, I've been a day trader. So I'm used to cut my losing positions quickly. So if I'm in a losing position, hey, I'm gonna cut it.
No sunk cost fallacy for you. Just get the hell out of there. Yeah.
Yeah, get out of there and reconsider.
Right.
So everything really started quickly. I mean, I got my quick story is I got a video on my feed, and it was like a Bible scholar talking about the fact that Lucifer wasn't Satan. He was talking about, and then when I looked into it, he said, oh, what he was saying was right. And I asked myself this question, what else don't I know? And then I started looking into things deeper, and then I'm realizing, wow, this is not what I thought it was.
Yeah.
And for I know Doug Way was up there. One of the things that really earlier on Reckless, one of the things that really got me to say, okay, this is not it, is when I figure out that hell and heaven were concepts invented by human beings. So when I really studied that out, I'm like, okay, this is not it. And one of the things I want to say tonight is one of the ways to get rid of a fear or something that you don't want to be thinking about is really replacing it with something else, because I think knowledge is power. But you gotta make the effort. You gotta get into replacing those bad thoughts, and it's been over years. For me, I'm in my 40s, so I know those 4 months that I've been through here, they're not enough. I have a lot more to go, so I'm not gonna rest on my laurels. So one of the things I've done is really studying this thing out, because the Federal Reserve Bank doesn't study counterfeit money; they study the real deal. So you got to study the real deal. Then the fear, because a lot of time we're afraid because of not knowing, and that's what religion does to people. And that's why they don't want you to inquire. They don't want you to look into this stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know, if you know the truth, you wouldn't be there. So for them to keep you around, you have to stay in the dark. So that's why I would tell people, and one of the ways I've dealt with this at the beginning, especially, was journaling. You know, if you don't like to write, you can do it like a voice journal, and I don't know, just say how you feel, get that out of you. And when I really figure out things the way they were, then I really got to that angry phase. You know, I'm like, how did I get to this point? You know, how did I let so many years go by without really checking it? Then I had to really get to the point. It wasn't really my fault. You know, I as much as I was sincerely believing this stuff, it was handed to me. So I had to get to the point to forgive myself and really understand how my brain works, how people's human how the mind works. That really kind of helped me deal with that, because that helped me to get over that anger, to that because I felt like, wow, I lost all this time. But at the end of the day, nothing is really lost. I can always repurpose it. I can always use it to help somebody else down the road. And I think you said something that's very important too: empathy for the people that believe, because some of them do actually believe. It's not even their fault. It's just that's what they've been handed, and they just don't know.
They don't know.
So that's at the place that I am right now. You know,
nice.
Also, one of the things I've been writing in my journals were like, I turn them into songs. I'm not a musician, but I started writing some lyrics. Those lyrics were really from the perspective of someone that I wish would tell me those things that I'm learning. So I'm basically trying to pay it forward, you know, like, and some of those songs that I've written, what I've done is just, you know, there's different AI stuff in there, just put it in there and just make a song. I'm not making it to make money or anything like that. It's just for me, sometimes I listen to it to remind myself, you know, some of those things that I wish that I knew, or some of the things that I know that are
That's
true.
Great.
You know,
as much as I have a distaste for AI music, but I can see how that would be a cathartic thing for you.
As a matter of fact, there was a point I was looking into getting some real human musicians to do it. I may still do that, but it's really just for me. I don't do it. Sure. You know, I just do it for me and listen to it at the moment.
Sure.
And because it really, when you're surrounded by people that doesn't want to even listen to what you have to say.
Yeah.
And one of those people is my wife. She's a very, I would say, very, very fervent believer. I mean, we're basically the same level. But when I realized, hey, this is not it, I'm like, you know what? I would have to stand in front of people and tell them, hey, this is the word of God, but it's really not. So that was my dilemma. So I had to pick one.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's really what I wanted to share. I think I spoke a couple of times before.
We have, I remember.
Journey, and your streams have been very, very good. And also the way I said this before, the way you talk to people, even though they don't disagree, they don't agree with you. It's really refreshing, because I've seen some other stream where people just get put down. Now, for some people are just they're just like really out there. You know, you have to kind of almost like, I mean, you said it. Sometimes I have to talk to you like a child. You know, like it's unfortunate, but you know,
Thank you.
I think at the end of the day, people gotta realize that. Learn the stuff that you didn't know, because if you knew that stuff, you wouldn't be in this position, you know. Because heaven and hell is a big example. Like I said, once I figured that out, I was like, okay, all those things that I've read and researched, and I would spend days without sleeping, you know, in the first couple of weeks.
Oh, good for you for figuring it out, man.
Intense.
Good.
Yeah, it was very intense. So it takes some work. I would tell people it's gonna take some work, some effort to really replace those thoughts, because it's been ingrained in us. to believe in certain things that are just mythology, just mythology. So with
Thanks
that,
for calling in, buddy.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, definitely. Time is running short. So
thanks, man.
Thank you so much for having me, and
take it easy.
I hope that everybody just keep going and don't let that stuff derail you. Thank you.
Keep well, man. Thanks. Take care. Good stuff. Okay, we are going to move swiftly along, and the next guest is going to be Durango Soul. Good friend. Coming in right now on TikTok. Durango Soul. There we are. How are you?
Hey, John. How are you, buddy? Can you hear
really
me?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hey, so I'm another live creator. I'm much smaller than you are for sure. I had a live earlier today, and I sent somebody to you. I hope she came on and talked to you. Her name was Stormy. I hope she came and talked to you.
Not so far tonight.
Somebody who's deconstructing. That's kind of like where I like to. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of where I focus is in the I try to really drill down on finding people who are on the fence in their belief, and I help to kind of guide them through that to a better way of thinking. But I'm going to be really short because I know you are trying to get out, and I'm in the middle of cooking. But
sure.
Yeah. So I have two things that I really like to tell people whenever I'm having these discussions with them. And one of them is that when we start to move away from belief, it leaves this hole, this hole that used to be filled with that belief, and that's a dangerous time. And it's dangerous because we start stuffing a bunch of weird stuff in there, like conspiracy theories and aliens and New Middle-ish and weird stuff. That's exactly what I did whenever I deconstructed.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to tell them, I'm like, hey, instead of stuffing that hole with all of this weird stuff that is also not going to lead you to truth, fill it with skepticism. Make that your socket for skepticism and put that there. And that will help you to kind of look through all of the things that you believe, just kind of like that last gentleman that you were talking to. I hope he hears this too. He was saying that he spent a whole lot of time trying to go down these, trying to find things and find information. But if you fill that hole with skepticism, it kind of helps you to seek truth, and let truth be your anchor. The other thing that I really like to tell people is that there are several different questions that we all ask ourselves, and those questions are, how did we get here? Why are we here? What's our purpose? And what happens when we die? What I really believe, I hope it helps people when I tell them this. I hope it helps them. Excuse me. That these questions are hard questions, and they're all questions that we probably will never, ever learn the answers to. Mm-hmm. And that's okay. It's okay that we don't know those answers, and it's okay that we'll probably never know those answers. And once we come to that realization that we don't need to find those answers, it kind of really helps us to settle into a place of just being able to sit back and relax in life and enjoy it. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, man.
I really love what you do, John. You are the GOAT. I listen to you every opportunity that I can. I definitely would say that I look up to you for sure. And I hope to hear many, many, many more years of you doing what you do.
Thank you. That's really kind. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And good luck. Good luck keeping things going. I mean, as I said earlier, I'm all in favor of more people doing this. So it's great. It's the more of us, the better. The better. This is all about solidarity with each other. So it's brilliant that you're doing it too. So keep well. All right, brilliant stuff. That was Durango Soul, and we will get the next guest in now, which is going to be It's going to be over here. In fact, it's going to be Metawave. There we go. Metawave coming in right now. Metawave. And we have spoken before. Hey, Metawave, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. I think the topics that I've been focusing on lately that I'm curious to get your take on is when it comes to like orienting ourselves towards a value structure that's and ideally the scope of the world, do you think that orienting towards a transcendental sort of spiritual realm is a misguided sort of orientation?
I think so. Purely because there's no reason to think that such a thing exists, and so we would do better to focus on the things that we know exist and the areas where we know we can make a change, and where our attention and our focus will have the greatest tangible, real impact on improving everyone's lives. So, people waste so much time thinking about realms and thinking about spiritual stuff, and there's a possibility that every second spent doing that is just complete fantasy and a waste of time. And it might be that I'm wrong about that, and that these realms do exist and these spiritual considerations are, they do pertain, but I think it's much more likely that they don't. And so I'm a big fan of let's deal with what we know is there. And then if it turns out that there are spiritual realms and all of these other things, then, okay, well, when that becomes apparent, then we can adjust our strategy and say, okay, well, now we've got to look after that stuff too. But I hope I'm answering your question. My instinct is to say, I don't think that we ought to be doing that.
I actually really respect that answer. I guess where I tackle it and where I approach it, or how I approach it rather, is similar to the way that like social contract theory of we kind of start our assumption that it's better to work together than to work for ourselves, in a more civilization sense. But I'm wondering if like belief in God in a more solidarity way, in the same vein of like social contract for like being a citizen of reality, if you were, is kind of like the binding idea that I'm gearing towards. Because like how I see it is the quote unquote God, or beliefs that align me with the God that I believe in, it's less of a entity in the world, and it's more of like the substrate of just coherence of reality itself. And it's, I would believe, is like the source of truth, love, beauty, and things of that nature. And the failure of language is what's tough. But I feel like in pursuit of a common goal, if everyone's in pursuit of God, we're all after the same sort of target. And
unless multiple people have got different ideas of what that God is and what that God requires and what God demands and what's going to happen if you don't do it. And that's the problem, is that people have there's no reliable method that we can employ to make sure that our idea of what this God is, if such a thing exists, what it is, right? There's no sort of technique where you can reality test your idea and say, well, I think that these are God's properties and requirements, and someone says, well, I think these are God's properties and requirements, and someone else has got their own set, and it turns out 7 billion people have got their own ideas too, and we've got absolutely no way of discerning which one of them is correct. And everyone who has these views tends to be of a mind that their ones are correct and everyone else's is wrong, and they all kind of, the validity is therefore uniformly cancelled out. And so I think it's tricky, because you might as well talk about trying to please the fairies, and that would be just as admirable a goal. And then we'd have to say, okay, well, what is it the fairies require? And you're kind of back to square one, which is why, like the answer to the other question you asked, I say, well, look, I don't know if there were gods or not. Maybe there is a god, maybe there are multiple gods. But because we don't know, and because we have no way of knowing, and because we know that so many, one method of getting to the knowledge, which is guaranteed, almost guaranteed, to get you poor results, is to employ faith, because we know there are definitionally billions of people in the world who believe wrong things by faith, because there are counterclaims, right? They can't all be true, and or to lean into accepting the authority of old texts because the same problem arises. So shouldn't we let's just say, okay, we can remain open-minded to all the fun things, but let's just deal with what's in front of us and deal with finding solutions to our problems that make life better. We're doing a pretty good job of that. Track infant mortality rates in most countries over the last 200 years. It's a good graph, right? And other metrics like that. Things are generally gradually getting better, and we're doing pretty well. So let's focus on the stuff where we know we can make a difference. And if anything else comes along later, as I said before, we'll worry about it then.
I guess I have one, kind of final question regarding, like, once again, my approach to the transcendental realm, if you would, is it's less focused on a singular creed, and it's more of a syncretic sort of like looking at the mystics throughout the years and from various different walks of life, and sort of sifting the gold that all quote unquote enlightened pursuing individuals, the truths that they've attained, which I would say are the result of arguably spiritual or religious inquiry. Would you say that those are just merely secular phenomena, that they are sort of glazing on a spiritual like flair to, or do you think that points to a very real maybe realm that we don't know yet?
I don't think it points to a realm. I think that people can stumble across things. People can come to valuable conclusions for bad reasons. So people can be, for example, motivated to help people because they think it's going to please the gods. Well, it's great that they're motivated to help people, but it's not going to be pleasing gods. It's just you're doing the right thing, but for a wrong reason. And it could be that people who have been, let's say something like, I mean, this is a trivial example, but Bach was motivated to compose incredible music, and a source of his inspiration was his religious devotion. So he created all this amazing art, this amazing music, basically, in my view, because of bullshit. But we can still value what he created. And so I suspect in cases like you're talking about, where people have had a devotional, let's say a spiritual inclination, and through doing that, they've come to helpful realizations, true realizations about other things, or positions which are admirable. I don't think that we can infer from that they are tapping into some realm or spiritual layer of value. I just think they were motivated for poor reasons to come to fantastic conclusions. That's a thing that we know happens.
I really respect that. And another thing, I sent you a DM. There was this author that I came across who he's writing a book on theism that I thought was compelling. I feel he might be a little bit more educated on these topics, but I would love to connect y'all at some point if you ever get around to it. But yeah, I just wanted to put that on your radar if you're interested.
Sure. Yeah, hit me up anytime.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Have a good one.
All right, buddy. Thanks for calling in. All the best. All right. We are going to move it along still. I'm desperately trying to shrink the call queue. It kind of is shrinking. So we'll keep on going. I'm here to make this happen. So we are going to get in Rico next. Again, we are dealing with potentially a delay on the YouTube side, but let's see if it works. Rico, are you there?
I am here.
Yay, it worked. I love it when it works. I'll just get your name up on the board. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
It's great to meet you. I found your videos and your streams not too long ago. I really enjoy your style.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to just ask a couple of quick questions because I know you're probably tired.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
First is, do you have any advice for somebody who, especially someone who lives in, let's say, a rural area, who is very interested in having real-world conversations of a similar style to the ones that you have in your debate streams, finding appropriate venues in real life to facilitate that?
That's really tough. I mean, that's not something I've ever tried to do. I've always relied on the internet as a source of connecting with people to speak to or engage with in any way. So I don't know if I would know how to do it. I mean, I guess when you say the conversations, do you mean like debate type of conversations, or do you mean connecting with other people who are likely to have a similar view to you, or both?
Mostly people that have differing views.
Okay, right.
So
yeah.
more debate style, not necessarily having debates, but someone who will not only that they're going to be open to challenge myself and me challenging them, and share ideas like that.
It's a really interesting question you ask. It's not something I've ever been asked, and if I'm honest, it's not something I've ever thought about, because I've always just thought, well, there's a massive supply of people online who are actively looking for these kind of conversations. So if you ever want to have one with someone, you just enter a space where those kind of conversations are, easy to facilitate or come across. And a real life thing is a little bit tricky, because how do you find the people to have the conversations? I mean, you could do something like old school kind of poster a notice up somewhere saying looking to form a group for respectful conversations about religion, all views welcome, and say something like, these are likely to be robust discussions with differences of opinion, looking for people who are interested in these kind of conversations, and put that somewhere and put it in the local shops or shop windows or bar or something, and then see if there's any takers. I mean, that's a kind of old school low tech way of signaling to people in the community near you who might be interested. Other than that, pretty hard to say. I'm not sure. It's tricky, right? Because you need to invite people into a space of some sort, otherwise it's not going to happen.
Right.
So you have to find a way of advertising out to people in a locale to say, this is a thing I'm looking to do. Does anyone want to do it? And then you'll find out whether you have takers or not. Because these are not the kind of conversations you strike up with random people in a bar or something. It doesn't really work like that, does it?
Right. No. The best you can do usually is, people that are open to having conversation, but not, at least in this area, not open to exploring differences of opinion too deeply. I live in the Bible Belt of America, so
right. Yeah,
I'm surrounded by people with differences of opinion, but not necessarily spaces where that kind of discussion is welcome.
Yeah, sure. And a tolerance for difference of opinion may only stretch so far, right? So it's one thing if you want to talk about, Arminianism or Calvinism, that's a difference of opinion. But if you want to talk about, the other stuff, I understand that it could be that it's not socially possible for you to do that where you are, or at least without, you don't want to cause any problems or put yourself in any danger or cause any disruption or anything like that. It's tricky, and I'm sorry you're in that situation. Is there a reason why you are wanting to do that kind of in a kind of personal, present way and not online? Because I wouldn't even
formats unless you build your own platform. Right? The kind of discussions I like to have, if I really get into a good discussion, I love it for it to go like, an hour, 2 hours long.
I see what you're saying.
And if you're trying to build a platform, you can't really do that. You want to get a whole bunch of different viewpoints and different callers on and stuff like that. Not to mention just the time commitment. Being a busy family man, it's very sporadic when I have time to do anything.
So here's something you could do. You could go into online discussion forums. So you could go into, say, there's any number of Christian discussion forums online, and they quite often have within them sections for debate and discussion. And you could say, I've actually done this. When I was researching my book, I actually did this. I went to, I think it's called Crosswalk, or something like that. So one of these websites where they, mainly full of people who are sharing prayer requests and talking about, interpretation of particular passages, but it's all from the perspective of assuming everyone there is a believer. And I turned up in the discussion forum. I said, I'm a non-believer. I'm looking for people to have respectful discussions about aspects of belief, and I had quite a few takers, and people who were willing to engage in pretty good, in good faith. And there was one guy in particular that I ended up actually becoming quite good friends with. He's still a devout believer, but we used to have long email exchanges, and he would write me an email with lots of points, and I would think about it and dwell on it and compose my reply and send it back. And I'm sure if I'd said to him, do you fancy having a call online to talk about this one day or something like that, he probably would have been up for it. So that could be a thing you could do. You could go into an online space where there are people there, and you could just say, I'm a non-believer, or I'm whatever you want to say. These are the conversations I'm looking to have. Is anyone interested in having that? And then they might engage you within that forum. And then you can, if you find someone who you think there's a good kind of possibility of productive dialogue, you could say, can we take it, somewhere else, either one-to-one in real time or by correspondence or whatever it is that you feel like. That would be a thing you could do. So then you're still online, but you're not dependent on the vagaries of algorithms deciding whether you're building your platform in the right way, which I understand what you mean. It's tricky to do that.
Yeah, that sounds like a great piece of advice. I'll definitely look into that.
All right, friend. Well, lovely to talk to you, Rico. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Is it okay if I ask you one quick weird question?
Sure.
Just as a weird hypothetical, if humanity were to survive long enough, spread throughout the cosmos and advance technology to the point where they could pull people from the past at their point of death, keep all their memories, and basically have like a second chance of life for however long they want to live, or just go back to existing. If it's continuing to exist or go back to non-existent.
I lost the last part of the question because your audio cut out. So you said, imagine a hypothetical future where we have the technology where we can pull people from the past back into existence. Did you say?
Yes. Keep all your memories.
Yeah.
And decide, and you could decide whether to continue to exist in that future or go back to non-existence. Would you lean towards more
accept my life ending? Because then a life of suffering is not really a life. But if I can be reanimated with a reasonably healthy body and continue to have experiences in life, I don't think that 8 or 9 decades, which is what we get if we're lucky, is enough. I don't see myself being so world weary at the end of that time that I am now desirous of non-existence. I'd like to keep on going. I don't think I would like to necessarily live forever. The idea of that I find a bit frightening. So I wouldn't want to make a commitment to a permanent buy-in to the arrangement. But I think if I was offered the chance to continue living for a bit later until I get bored and don't want to do it anymore, I think I'd probably take it.
I wanted to ask, because most people have asked, are people who are of faith. And the interesting I found is most of them say, no, I would hate that. I would rather just not exist.
Wow. Fascinating. Well, I quite enjoy existence. If that changes, I'll let you know.
All right.
All
I
right.
appreciate you having me on. It's great talking to you.
Thank you, Rico. Likewise. Keep well. Thanks so much.
You too.
Cheers. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. We are getting there. We're getting there. We are going to bring in our friend of the channel, Aether, or Ether, or Aether. I'm not sure how we say it, but we spoke to him on yesterday's stream, and we are going to get him in right now. Hopefully it's all going to be good. Ether, how are you? Hang on a second. We are not hearing you. But now we do.
Yes.
That's it. You need to get the stream off.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yep. Got you. Welcome back.
Yeah.
We were speaking to you only yesterday.
Yes.
Did you miss us?
Yes.
You missed us, didn't you?
Yes. Now it's weekend time here, so
Right.
I have more free time, like when it's Friday night. No more med school this this weekend. So I while I was waiting, I was like preparing a document to creationism because I have to explain it to my family still, and I know it's going to be hard. I mean, they are not going to take it well. I think they are going to say I have pride or a secret reason or I don't know that things. So I am trying to create a quite strong argument, like 15 independent scientific lines of evidence. But well, I think in some months it should be completed.
Good for you.
And I was hearing to your interviews, and are you a musician?
Yeah. I mean, I was in another life.
Oh, that's cool. Me too. I am planning to have my first album next year. I am working with a team, so
that's fantastic.
I'd like to see what I can create.
Good for you. Good for you. Well, it sounds like you've got a lot going on. You're a musician. You've got a first album next year, and you're a medical student. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I am quite busy, but I like it. Like there are several things I like, so I think it's better to be busy than boring.
for sure.
So, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about fine tuning?
I think that there's a number of problems with the fine tuning argument. And obviously, we're not going to get into discussing these things at depth now. I would say if you want to have I would love to talk to you about the fine tuning argument, but it starts to feel a bit more like a debate stream if we do, and I kind of don't want to get into it too much. But in a nutshell, there are problems with the fine tuning argument, which are mainly that there are a couple. So the first problem is that it looks at the universe how it is right now, and it kind of presumes that our current state was the intended target at the beginning. That like, look, what are the chances that things would have worked out just like this to allow us to live here, and the sun to be just the right distance from the planet, and the gravitational constant to be just right. And it's a problem to think that way, because it assumes that that someone or something was attempting, or that there was an aim to get reality to be how it looks right now, without really looking at it clearly, which is to say the universe has the properties it has, and because of those properties, this is the only way it could have come out. So we're just looking at the way we happen to be and going, well, what are the chances of this? And the analogy we always use is like a deck of cards. You know, if you shuffle a deck of cards, you've probably shuffled the deck of cards into an order it's never, ever been in before and won't be in again. And the chances of any deck of cards being in a particular order are minute, and yet they are in that order. And if we then, after having shuffled them into that order, declared something special about that order, then we could say, well, what are the chances of the cards coming out exactly like this? It's a miracle. Rather than being able to see clearly and just say, well, yeah, those are the properties that's the order that the deck of cards has. And I think about the universe a bit that way. Like, it is what it is. It has the properties it has. And if it had different physical constants or different parameters, then it would look different. And maybe there wouldn't be life. And maybe things would be different. And if they were, then it would be different. But this is how it is. And it just so happens that it has the properties that lead to matter forming, that it has the properties that lead to organic compounds forming, that it has the properties that lead to intelligent life forming and being in a position to go, how did I get here? What is this all about? What are the chances of that? But as a probability argument, I think it fails for that reason. We often talk about the sharpshooter fallacy, which is to kind of draw the target around the arrow after it's landed. And so that's what that argument does. And then the other problem it has, I mean, it has many more, but the other main problem it has is that it presumes that all of these physical constants and parameters that make the universe just how they are could have been different. And we don't know if they could or they couldn't have been different. It might be the case that as a brute fact of nature, the gravitational constant is always this, the strong nuclear force is always this, and it couldn't possibly have been any other way. In which case, any kind of probability argument, which is to say, you know, how amazing that this happened, the chances of it being just right are falls apart, because it could be the case that the probability of the universe being this way is 1. It just had to be this way, and it's not possible for a universe to not be this way. Or it could be the case that there's a massive number of different universes, all with different properties, and in some of them no life can form, and in some of them life can form, and in those universes you're going to find people on the internet having discussions about fine-tuning eventually at some point. So that's why I don't find it compelling. There's another argument which Sean often mentions, which is if God is indeed all-powerful, then he wouldn't need to fine-tune the constants to make the universe how it is. He could just make it how it is anyway. However he likes, he could give us, he uses the example, he could make it so we can just walk on the sun if he wanted to. So this whole idea of saying that the universe could only form in the correct way and have the right conditions for us if the properties were just right is to limit God's power, right? Because if he's sovereign, he could just do it any way he wanted and he wouldn't have to worry about that. And I've got a couple of other arguments as well, one that I invented myself about God himself needing to be fine-tuned, but I don't think we'll get into that now. But in a nutshell, that's why I don't think the fine-tuning argument is compelling.
Yeah, I understand. It's like the brute fact, anthropic principle, and multiverse hypothesis.
That's it.
So
you got it.
And then you have different multiverse theories like the many worlds interpretation, quantum fluctuations in the first moments of Big Bang, and things like that. So I understand. So I think in another day I could come discussing this thing. It's very interesting, really. And I think there's a girl, a scientist, could be. Some days I have heard about her.
We have a couple of fantastic women who sometimes come up to speak about the science here. We've got Dr. Dig, who sometimes comes up. She's molecular geneticist, and then we also have Scientific Snitch, who also comes up sometimes, and between them they've got some great expertise, and then we have another friend who's just recently started coming up called Chase, who is a theoretical physicist, and he's fantastic too. So we do have people in the community who can speak about these topics with far more expertise than I ever would be able to. So hang around and feel free to come back and talk about the scientific stuff, and we'll get someone in who can help us all to learn together.
Yeah, I would like, for example, to talk to her about abiogenesis. What does she thinks about it? Because I am starting to get into genetic research, and now I think with my team we are going to publish a peer review paper on PubMed in, I think, 1 year's time. It's our plan. So we are working on it. So I would really love to talk to a real expert on the field.
Great. Well, come back again. I mean, our next live stream is tomorrow night, funnily enough. So feel free to come back tomorrow, and if one of those people is around, I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to you. We're all about spreading the knowledge around. But it's lovely to see you again. I'm really glad you called back, and we do enjoy talking to you. You're always a lovely person to talk to, Ether. So you're welcome here every time.
Okay, it was a pleasure too.
Great, good to see you, friend. Take it easy. Cheers, buddy. All right, we are going to move on and get in the next guest. I'll just read a couple of super chats and then we'll do that. My plan for getting to bed early has gone up in smoke, but hey, you know, that's what we do. That's what we do. There we go. Tim said, this ain't never met your heroes. Oh, I see what happened. What Tim meant to say was, they say never meet your heroes, but when John and I finally hang out, I hope he takes it well. I mean, I'll be nervous, Tim, not gonna lie. I'll be nervous to meet my hero, but one day I hope it happens and I'll manage to calm my nerves and it will be all right. I'll manage. And then we had the next one was that one. Liberty Giblet said, previous chat was supposed to say he'd do well. Okay, that was the previous message from me, of course. Anyhow, as a Les Mis obsessed fellow, I'd love to hear more about your work with Alfie Boe. Yeah, I've worked with Alfie Boe a few times. He's really good. He's really, really good. He's got sort of he's doesn't have that kind of very highly trained conservatoire elitist thing about him that some people in that world have. And he's just very kind of your normal bloke. He'll just kind of turn up and, you'll do a session in the studio and then go and have a beer or something like that. He's very down to earth. Nice guy, really nice guy. If I'm honest, there were times where he hadn't completely learnt the material well and he turned up at the studio to record and we had to spend a bit of time on the learning and others would perhaps turn up more prepared. But, he's a busy guy. And he's been very successful indeed. But yeah, decent bloke. Okay, moving on. Let's get the next one in. We are going to speak to... next one is going to be Spawn of Stan. So hopefully Spawn of Stan is going to activate. We are going to speak to Spawn of Stan and hopefully we won't have a crazy delay. It'll be wonderful. Spawn of Stan, how are you? There we go. He's hearing it now. That's it. Hello. It's a good name.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How is it working?
It is working.
Hello. Can you hear me, John?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah. I can't really hear you though. Only through the TV, not through my.
Right. So we'll have to work that out.
How you doing?
Yeah, we're gonna have the same issue here of the delay, aren't we? So you're only hearing it through the TV, but you're not hearing it through.
Right. It's the delay again. Okay.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I'll just kick off. I'll just kick off. I had things written down, but I'll just have to skip through most of it because obviously it's late and we all need to go to bed at some point.
Sure.
So.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just heard you just now, so I'll just keep going. I'll skip most of my prose and filler. Obviously, a lot of praise to you guys. It's amazing what you guys do. It's great. I'm an atheist myself, always been one. I have gone to church as a kid, Catholic church. I even did communion. But yeah, I love watching these streams. I love the connectivity that it offers. Internet was made for this, I think. And there's no greater goal than for us to fight for enlightenment, basically. I'll ask 3 questions in increasing intensity. The first one would be, yesterday you made a remark to a Lisan al-Gaib reference, and then you said, yeah, that's the Dune books. But that implies you've never seen the movies, have you? You should.
I have seen the movies as well. Now we wait. Now we wait for a week for the message to get back to Earth. Peak technology here.
Okay, well, great. Sorry for the pause there. Second question. Earlier on, there was this Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Just before, there was a guy who mentioned entheogenics, psychedelics or entheogenics. I have done plenty of entheogenics. I've seen friends of mine go into religious psychosis, staring into the sun because the sun offered pure data and you just need to concentrate and then burn your retina out, that kind of. I've seen a few of those people, and none of their family ever visited. This particular dude was a Jehovah. For the Jehovah's, I feel the most sympathy, really, because what a cult that is. But during this whole journey, one thing always stuck out, and that was the closest I ever got to believing in anything beyond what we experience here, but never broke through the veil of reality, and that's DMT. DMT is dimethyltryptamine, and the thing that always got me and made it too weird to really get my head around was the fact that tryptamine is the most simple molecular compound that is found in everything that lives, and only 2 methyl molecules added to it makes it the most active psychedelic in the world. There's a documentary about this, DMT, the spirit molecule. A lot of people nowadays that use drugs will have seen this and know this. But my question here would be, how would you explain that? Like in the intelligent design kind of aspect, how would you explain that the most simple compound is the most strong and most psychedelic and also non-toxic? That's kind of weird, isn't it?
I mean, there's no reason to assume that for something to have great potency, it must have great complexity. It just happens to be the property of that particular compound when it meets human brains has that effect. I'm not a chemist and I don't really understand how those particular substances affect neurotransmitters in the brain. I'm sure there are people who do understand it. I would just accept what the experts say, and if that's the case, then so be it. The delay is really bad.
I would just accept what the experts say. If that's the case, then so be it.
Okay, great. Yeah. For me, it's kind of the same. I'm still sober, and I don't think if you take the magic fairy dust and you see the Sky Lord, that doesn't mean that when you come out of your trip, it's still true. Anyways, then on to my last question. This is a bit more personal, but for me, I'm a bit more fierce in my stance as an atheist. And my question would be, wait, let me just scroll on into my notes here because fuck, I don't want to mess this up. Gotta read them. Fuck, I can't find it. Hold on, give me a second. Sorry for the cursing. It's late. It's late as well.
Yeah, let's get the job done, my friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Here it is. Here it is. My question is it morally justifiable to eliminate religion forcefully, knowing that the anguish and the destabilizing effects that it has on humanity? I mean, if somebody, it's the eye for an eye concept, right? Knowing what they've done to the world, wouldn't we be justified in being way more fierce? I wouldn't go full Mao on them. I wouldn't erase culture and history. But I would definitely take away your right to vote or sit in office if you admit to any religion. What is your thought on that? Like, is that just too much anger I have in me, or is it something that you see as, well, just not the best approach, but not untrue either?
Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to give you a reply off the air, or I'm just going to give the reply and then move on because there's a huge delay and stuff. But you can't eliminate religion by force. There's nothing you can do to do that because religion is people's beliefs, and you can't legislate people's beliefs. And you can't stop people from having faith, and you can't stop people from organizing around their beliefs. So it's not possible to do it. You can organize your society such that it penalizes people for the things they believe, but I feel really uncomfortable about that because it's not their fault that they believe those things, and I feel that I don't want to live in a world that does that. It's just, as much as I don't like the fact that people have these silly beliefs and that they have a negative impact on the world, I wouldn't want that kind of thinking turned on me for my beliefs. And so as a matter of principle, I feel uncomfortable with that sort of thing. With that said, I do think that you could have a system where if people want to have positions of power and where they're able to influence the lives of other people and legislate and make laws and decide rules and the parameters of people's lives, I could get on board with some sort of need for people to demonstrate scientific literacy and basic reasonableness, and there was some sort of test of whether someone is actually capable of making sound decisions. I could kind of get on board with something like that, in the same way that you don't let someone fly a plane until they've demonstrated competency to fly the plane. Why would we let someone rule a country or legislate if they haven't demonstrated competency to do that responsibly too?
And proof of logic comprehension.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So yeah, that would be my answer. You know, we can't get rid of religion forcefully. That's just not a thing we can do. We can just try to change our culture so that people are better educated, and we educate children in critical thinking, and we teach people the value of sound epistemology, and we denigrate in our culture the value of faith, because faith is stupid. That's what I think. Those would be social changes that I'd be in favor of. So with that said, my friend, I'm going to move it along because the delay is fairly insufferable, but thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it. All right, we are going to move it on and take the next one. Call queue is kind of starting to shrink, which is very, very encouraging. I thought I was never going to get out of here, and as much as I love being here with you people, at some point I am going to have to stop, but we'll see what happens next. Right, so the next call is going to be, it looks like Daniel loves OSRS. We'll try that and see how it works. Daniel loves OSRS. Are you there? Or not? Daniel loves. Are you there? It's going to be a going, gone scenario.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, we got you. Welcome in, Daniel. How are you?
Let me see. Hello?
Hello. How are you doing?
Hello?
Same issue again. It's not normally like this. I don't know.
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, I think I might be able to try one thing.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, John. I just want to say thank you for everything you do online. I know it's late. I'm gonna let you go, but thank you for everything and all the teachings that you give. I started listening to you, Justin, and a couple of the other atheists, and currently deconstructing myself. So thanks for everything you do. Keep it up, and appreciate everything, man. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you so much, Daniel. That's the kind of caller I love. Straight and to the point. Brilliant. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know why you couldn't hear me, though, because my microphone is getting through to the Video Ninja callers. So do not understand. But anyway, there we are. What a sweet man. Thank you so much, Daniel. Much appreciated. Okay, we are getting there. We're making inroads. We're going to take Am I next. Am I, I think. Am I. I'm not saying it properly. Am I? How are you? Are you there? Am I? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, I can.
There we go. Welcome in. How are you?
Hey, John. I'm good.
Hello.
Let's go fast because we all got to go to sleep.
That's the one.
I was just curious to hear what your opinion is on secular arguments for objective morals, if you've heard them.
Yeah, I think I have. I think I have heard them, and I know that Matt Dillahunty has had something of a change in his position as a result of conversations he's had with Ian, and I think I understand something about those arguments. There's something along the lines of, and I don't want to misframe the position, but it's something along the lines of whatever is important to you, whatever your aims and objectives are, in order for you to be able to achieve those things, you need to be able to act in order to achieve those things, and something in there gets you to an objective moral. I'm probably completely massacring the argument, and I massively respect Ian, and I massively respect Matt, and so I know I'm butchering this way of demonstrating that some sort of objective ought exists. I'm not sure if I'm fully on board with it yet, because I still think that there's an element of, I don't know, I'm open to being convinced about this, but I still think that there's...
Can I run it like very quickly?
Yeah,
like
you can run it, please.
quickly?
I'm sure you can do it better than I just did.
Yeah, so basically, everyone that takes actions is committed to the position that they ought to take those actions, because otherwise they wouldn't do it. But saying that you ought to take an action implies that you ought to have the ability to do it, because you can't have an ought do something if you can't do it, right? Like I can't say you ought to go back in time and do something because you can't. And in virtue of saying that you ought have the means, or the freedom and well-being as Ian puts it, to do that action, you need to justify that ought with some quality of yourself. And there's no quality of yourself that you can point out that distinguishes you from other agents. You can't say, oh, maybe I'm the smart, or maybe I'm the strong, maybe I'm all of these things, because none of that is going to truly differentiate you from everyone else. So in order to be morally consistent, you've got to extend the same right to freedom and well-being you think for yourself to all agents, because you don't have a logical distinguisher between what's giving you that right and what's giving other people that right. And you're committed to saying you have that right.
I see. Yeah, it's a pretty compelling argument. It is a pretty compelling argument. I see what you're saying. So in order to remain consistent, there is an ought which emerges from that line of thinking, which is that you ought to have the right to act in order to whatever. And if you think you ought to have it, then everyone ought to have it.
Yeah, because you don't have a symmetry breaker between you ought have it and someone else ought have it. So
Right.
there's no logical distinction, and then that gets you to universalizing actions. Because if you want to say, I have the right to go kill someone, obviously you wouldn't extend that same right to them, because if they had the right to kill you, you couldn't do your thing. So there'd be a contradiction on your view. So you'd have to take a position of like, if you can't universalize an action, then you can't, like, then there's a contradiction in your view. So like actions which inhibit the freedom and well-being of others.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're saying I should have this right, but other people shouldn't have this right just because of what I think, which is a obviously unreasonable position to hold. Like just because I feel like exactly. it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. I guess the point of vulnerability that I still haven't completely managed to resolve is it the case that you ought to have the right to act to actualize your
well, you're sort of
goals?
You're committed to the position, because there's no way to sort of be without doing things. And in light of doing anything at all, you sort of do have to take up the position that I ought to do that thing. Because if you don't take that position, then obviously you wouldn't do it, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So because you are definitionally, as a human being, going to do some things. There aren't human beings who don't do any things. So because you're going to do those things, what about someone who would say something like, I'm going to do things, but I know I ought not to do them, but I'm going to do them anyway. So someone who's able to look at their own actions and not consider them to be virtuous. Like someone who robs a bank, right? They're intending to rob the bank. It doesn't follow from their intention to rob the bank that they think it's a virtuous act.
Yeah, it's less a thing about virtue and more about like, it's actually not possible to like believe that you ought not do something and then do it. If you have the belief that you shouldn't, you can, like, let's say the robbing the bank scenario, you can have like beliefs about why doing that is wrong and why it's not virtuous. But if you think that you ought not do it, like if you actually truly believe that, then you won't do it. Like the reason you're robbing the bank right now, you have some reason. Maybe you admit that it's not like a fully virtuous reason or a fully good reason, but you have some reason. And that reason you're taking and you're saying, even if you're not saying it out loud and you're not saying it to anyone else and you're not even saying it to yourself, you have to believe that I ought do it to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really, and for me, that's probably if there's a point where it's not fully connecting with me in a way that makes me feel resonant, it's probably somewhere in there. But it is a really fascinating line of argument that I'm going to think about more, and it may result in me without a choice becoming convinced that is indeed the case. In which case, I will. It would certainly change the nature. The audience might be quite relieved because we have to hear ourselves have exactly the same conversation about ethics with believers calling in left, right, and centre. If this indeed results in a similar kind of change that Matt Dillahunty has had as a result of the conversation with Ian, it's going to at least change things up around here and mean we can have some slightly different conversations with the theists who call in, accusing us of just being mere sort of frivolous moral relativists compared to their wonderful God-given objective morality. Because what we'll then be doing is saying we're going to compare a different type of objective morality to the one that you're claiming you have. So
yeah, because it's purely basically founded on reason. I think the main issue with it is, while it succeeds to establish that you have to universalize certain rights and stuff, it doesn't actually fully elucidate the individual oughts and shoulds as to what's going to reduce the most harm, what's going to cause the most good. All of that is sort of still in all of this haze of culture and circumstance and all of this stuff. So I think at most what you can get to is there's an objective, we ought be consistent in this way, but the ways in which that we remain consistent and good, that's all super up for debate and interpretation and all of that. But I think that's fine, honestly.
Cool. Well, thank you for giving me food for thought. Again, I knew that I'd heard the conversation had, and I had it in my head that that's kind of the flavour of the conversation, but it hadn't really crystallised. So you have helped me to see this a little bit more clearly in terms of not wanting to take an inconsistent position and saying that you should have a right to act in a certain way that other people shouldn't have just because you have a personal distaste for their inclinations. That's clearly an unreasonable position to take. So I'm going to say thank you for helping me think about that a bit more clearly. I really appreciate that. We're all learning, right? All the time.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, have a good night, John. I hope you're not staying up too late.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in. Take care.
See you.
All right. Excellent stuff. We are going to move along. We are dealing with a call queue that is finally shrinking a bit, which is great. I don't want to leave anyone behind, though. So, Beefy Empanada, I kid you not, is going to be next. Beefy Empanada, how are you?
Great, man. Happy to finally get in here. I've been waiting a good minute. You are a machine. So happy that I'm finally able to talk to you.
Likewise.
I've been following you for a few months now, almost as long as you've had the channel up. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thanks for what you and Sean are doing. You've given me a lot of, as you said before, food for thought, just regarding my journey as an atheist. I've always sort of, I guess, just to give you a little bit of background. I come from, I guess, what I would sort of consider sort of descending skepticism in my family. Like my grandmother in Puerto Rico, she was a Jehovah's Witness, came to the States, and my mother was like kind of, sort of, very passively Christian, and that's sort of how I was raised in a household. Like, we didn't go to church, but it was just sort of the, we believe in God and all this other stuff that's in the Bible, but we don't really, think much ado about any of it, which I think is sort of the case for a lot of Christians today. I won't speak for all of them, obviously, but you get what I'm sort of saying.
Yeah.
And then because my parents were so passive in their belief, it sort of, thankfully, didn't indoctrinate me the way that a lot of people were, a lot of Christians are. So that really opened me up to being a lot more inquisitive about the world. And it sort of just goes on from there, and now I'm an atheist. I think really I sort of solidified that when I was maybe in like my teens, 14, 15, something like that. And up until now, I guess I really didn't explore it as much. It was just sort of that thing that was like, okay, I don't really believe in God, whatever. But since I found just sort of like I've been in sort of like the YouTube atheist space, like, with, Justin and Matt Dillahunty and Alex O'Connor. I think he was a really big one for me. But then I found your channel, and I think that was what was really interesting to me was doxastic involuntarism. I had never heard of that before. And I thought it was really, really interesting. So I started doing a lot more looking into it, and I was like, wow, this actually makes a lot of sense. And then from there, I just sort of spiraled. Like, I'm actually trying to read the Bible now, which I think is really important to being, epistemologically consistent. And right now, I'm not actually. So I'm sort of reading the Bible. I have the King James version. I've heard that's not really the best version to go with if you're reading the Bible. Do you have a recommendation for which is probably the best one to go with?
Yes, I do. I'm just to wait for my ridiculous air conditioner to stop making a noise. The NSRV, NRSV. Sorry, NRSV. I always get it confused. Updated
New
edition.
Standard version.
New revised standard version. Updated edition is good, really good. And my understanding is that it has a good balance between being kind of true into accurate in translation, and also there's sometimes a tension between being accurate in translation and reflecting the intentions of the author, and that's considered to be a pretty good balance between them. It's used in many seminaries, and I've become convinced that it seems to be a pretty good translation. And there are things in the King James where certain snippets and parts of the Bible had not been found yet, like old. I think some of the Dead Sea Scrolls hadn't yet been found, and so there are things that are based on a less generous supply of original materials than we have in more modern translations, and things like examples like Asherah being translated as not a wood, like a grove, and things like that. And more modern translations are just more accurate in terms of what was actually written down. So, and the King James Bible is based on the Bishop's Bible. There's some, it's messy. It's messy. Justin knows an awful lot more about this than I do. I mean, like 100 times more about this than I do.
Right,
but
I've heard him talk about it.
Yeah, so I think King James is not the best place to go, I think, and the New Revised Standard is a good one.
Right. Yeah. So I'm actually currently looking into getting like I said, I have the King James right now, but at your recommendation, I will definitely look into that NRSV. But as sort of a companion to that, I'm reading right now the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament by Joshua Bowen. Are you familiar with his work?
No, I'm not. That sounds great.
So he's in a Syriology. He actually he runs a channel. I think it's called something Hammurabi. Somebody in the comments will let me know. But he's a Syriologist, and he also does a lot of work on studying the Old Testament and stuff like that. So he has the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. I'm reading volume 1 right now, and it's just I guess as the back cover says, it's reading it on its own terms. It gets a lot of recommendation, like Francesca Stavrakopoulos.
Yeah, she's great. She's fantastic. She's wonderful. Yeah.
So really enjoying it so far. One thing, I think I'm still in Genesis, But
I'm actually going to make a note of it. Did you say The Atheist's Guide to? Did you say
The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament?
Handbook to. I beg your pardon.
Yep.
I'm just going to write it down.
By Joshua Bowen. And what I think is really funny right now is that in Genesis, it's I never realized this before, but there's like prosperity gospel in it. And do you know what about prosperity? Like, you know, like the Kevin Copelands and the
I do.
Joel
No, I totally do. In Genesis.
Yeah, in Genesis with Abraham, and it's like it's so crazy because it's like him and God are running this con job where Abraham will go to a city and he'll be like, oh, if these guys know that this is Sarai, if they know that Sarai is my wife, they'll, you know, kill me and take her for their own. So what he'll do is he'll lie and say, this is my sister. And this happens twice, which is nuts, where the king of whatever, well, I think it was the Pharaoh first. And then it was the king of Gerar, Abimelech. But basically what happens is he lies and says that it's his sister, and then the king will take Sarai into his harem, and then God will come to them in a dream and curse them in some way or something like that. And then the king will give Sarai back to Abraham, but then give him just tons of money. Like, he'll just end up loaded. And this has happened twice. So
Wow.
I don't know. It's just really, really interesting to me. So that's sort of like, yeah.
And is there commentary? There's lots of props going to Joshua Bowen in the chat, so you've definitely piqued my interest. So is it written like is it written like a commentary on the Old Testament? Is it like bits and then a commentary?
So,
or like, how does it work?
I'm still in the very early portions of it. It's chapter 1. But he's really just retelling right now the stories itself. He's not really making any commentary on it. I think what the point is to sort of give you a baseline of what is going on in the context of like the narrative. And then I believe the objective is just sort of, I mean, it's really just to inform, the atheist. I mean, it could be for the believer as well, but just to really just arm you with information in terms of, just the Old Testament. I think it's really interesting so far, and I'm enjoying it.
That sounds great.
I highly recommend
Thank you. Thank you for the recommendation. I'm 100% going to grab that, because I think, if we're going to do this kind of thing, the more knowledge we have, the more context we can provide, the better job we're doing. And I am profoundly aware of my own shortcomings in terms of my knowledge in this area. Like I feel hungry to learn more and become, better at doing this and better able to make my case. So I really appreciate recommendations like that, and especially when I see the chat light up with agreement. That's a very good sign. So that's awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So real quick before I let you go, because I do want to let other people get in the chat. So do you, like, if there was the book that you would recommend for somebody who is trying to become more than just the quote unquote Reddit atheist?
Yeah.
What would you?
So my two go-to kind of books, one is specifically about God belief, and the other is more about thinking. So Godless by Dan Barker is just brilliant. It's just so beautifully written. It's an easy read. He's got such a the way he writes is almost like you were sitting having a drink with him, and he's just chatting to you, and it's super easy to read, but it's brilliant. So everyone should read Godless by Dan Barker, and then no one will be surprised to hear me say The Demon Haunted World: Science as a Candle in the Dark by Carl Sagan. Is required reading. It doesn't. I don't think the word God comes up in that book, and if it does, it's in passing. But it was the first book I ever read that made me realize how much better my thinking could be, and at the same time inspired me to make it that way, and ignited my curiosity. And that book sparked me reading so many other books about thinking and about critical thinking and skepticism, and how skepticism is not cynicism. It's just applying like good rules of epistemology, and he's got this concept in the book of the baloney detection kit, and it's just a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant book. And you know, Carl Sagan was truly one of my heroes, largely as a result of his
the OG
writing.
science communicator.
Yeah, he was a brilliant science communicator, and he comes across in his writing. He's not an angry, polemical guy. He comes across as having a deep love of teaching and learning and discovery and the world and the wonder of everything, and at the same time a kind of humorous disdain for kind of shoddy thinking and retreating into imagination and fantasy where reality is entertaining enough and brilliant.
Yeah,
enough.
he had a hand in the I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's the message that we shot into space for, which is basic information about humanity for
he was the head of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence for quite a while,
right?
At the SETI project, and it was it Voyager, the probe that they put out? It was he did have a hand in that's right, and he's just brilliant, and the book is excellent. So those would be my two recommendations for stuff to read. That's just going to make you better at talking about this stuff. Godless by Dan Barker, and the Sagan.
Awesome. Yeah.
All right,
cool.
buddy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, take it easy.
Thanks
Hope
for
to talk
calling
again
in.
soon.
Appreciate you.
All right,
Thanks.
bye.
Thank you. Okay. There we go. Right. We are doing very, very well. This is going to be the last call on the Video Ninja side, and then we've got a few over on waiting on TikTok, and I will take those as well. And then I'm going to take my leave. Because we're going to be up all night tomorrow doing the nighttime stream. So tonight was not supposed to be this late. My wife is going to be rolling her eyes at me. But we are going to get Maelstrom in next. Hey, Maelstrom, how are you? Hang on a second. Same old thing. Audio needs to be given a little kick. Maelstrom, are you there? Still not. Same old issue. It does say... Okay, so your audio device is not selected. So let's try that. Maelstrom, are you there? Hang on. Okay, I'm going to try and send you a message. Audio not working. Trying to get to you, but you can't hear me. I'm sending him messages. Why is that the case? Why is that the case? I'm going to try one other thing that might work. Let's try this. Let's try one other thing to try and get him in.
I'm trying to change my
There we go.
space, and it's not going.
There we go.
I can't hear anything.
Hang on.
Unfortunately, it looks like technical difficulties. I don't know.
No, we're going to get this working. We're going to get working. How's that? Any better?
Yeah, I can't hear you guys at all.
Damn. Let's see. Why not?
I'll try again sometime later then, I guess.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. What a shame. I tell you what, as soon as I can find an alternative to this Video Ninja call-in thing, because it's so flighty, like some of them work, some of them don't work, some of them connect, some of them don't. We're going to give them one more try. Right, how's that? Is that any better a second time? We will see. Maelstrom, how's that?
Oh, wait, there we go. I hear you now.
Good stuff. Okay, we were successful.
For a second.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, I can hear you just barely though.
Good. Okay. Well, welcome up. Thank you for waiting. You're the final caller on this side before we head over and take a couple of callers on TikTok to wrap things up. So thanks for coming in. We did have some video, but we're going to take the video off now because we don't need to do that. There we go. Or it will be like that in a second. There we go. Right. How are you? What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Good.
Just got my weekend started, so.
Excellent. What would you like to say?
I wanted to call and pick your brain. I'm an atheist, and I've been watching you and Justin a lot recently talk with people, and I'm especially interested in conversations when it comes to morality and when theists, you guys are talking about morality.
Yeah.
And I think one of the major issues that I see when it happens is that because theists have kind of a really stunted definition of morality, it ends up you guys talking past each other like a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. That does happen a lot. I agree.
Yeah, so I came up with a definition for morality that I posit would encompass both a theistic and an atheistic definition of morality, but I've never really talked to anyone about it, so I kind of wanted to bounce it off you and see what you thought, and if this is something that might be a useful tool when conversing with people who don't understand it well.
Sure.
So the definition I like to use is it is an evaluation of actions by comparing them to a chosen moral standard. And I pick all those words really carefully because it lets you break down like the pieces of that definition to show that morality is both relative, subjective, and in some cases at least partially objective. Like if what your standard is something that's objective.
Yeah. I like that. I like that because the choice of the standard itself is subjective, but whether a given act comports with that standard is objective.
Yeah, and so that's I think where they're trying a lot to like criticize is, oh, atheists don't have an objective standard, but it's like we don't need. Well, I mean, we do. We are actually the only ones in that conversation with one, but like we don't need one because it doesn't matter. It's always still subjective what you choose to be your standard.
Just give me the definition.
To agree to that definition and
give me the definition. Give me the definition once more, if you would.
All right, so it is comparing actions, or it's morality is comparing actions against a chosen moral standard.
Yeah, I mean, someone has rightly pointed out that strictly speaking, one can't use the word moral in a definition of morality because that would be circular. So you would have to improve this, you would have to change moral.
Oh, you could just drop the word moral in that. It's comparing actions to a chosen standard.
A chosen standard, a standard of how, a chosen standard, right?
You could choose, and what makes this definition kind of robust is, for sake of argument, you can choose a really absurd standard and still evaluate actions, and it still works robustly, even if the standard is something completely ridiculous. Like if you chose altitude above sea level as your moral standard, you could say, oh, flying up in a plane is moral and landing the plane is immoral. Right. And it still works, even if that's completely ridiculous.
Yeah. It's like it's valid but not sound. Like it's valid in structure, right? It kind of works. I quite like that. It's interesting.
I think if you could get theists to agree to it ahead of time, you can address talking about morality, and they can't wiggle out as easily. And it's something I'd like to see, or I'd like to practice it against atheists, but I've never had the opportunity to.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, the conversations about morality are always the sort of same shape, and it gets really, really dull because it's when we run like God is evil. I mean, I love running God is evil and silly just because it's such an amusing combination of words. But when we run the topic of God is evil and believers will call in, and it's always the same thing. It's always like, what do you mean by evil? What do you know? Who are you to say? And all of this. And the semantics part is really, really dull. And it's like we always have to go through this dance of spending a few minutes talking about boring semantics, which really no one is interested in. And then I always want to get it onto, okay, well, then let's look at the concrete examples. Let's look at the actual, the behavior that is right there in the text or happening in the world now. And I want you to tell me if you think this is good, whatever your definition of good is. In a way, I'm tempted to say, I think what you've suggested there is pretty good because, as you say, it's quite robust and it kind of works. But in a way, I don't want to spend too much time even having the semantic discussion because I want to just talk about this horrific shit that this God does and commands and ask someone as a human being, do you like this? Does do you think this is good? Whatever you think morality means. But then the problem is that they'll say, well, morality for me comes from God's nature. So if God commanded it, it must definitionally be good, which is just divine command theory. So I'm not sure if even a more robust, well thought through definition, such as what you've suggested there, would ultimately help when essentially they're just going to retreat to divine command theory anyway. Oh, have we lost you? We've now lost you and we're not hearing you. Why is that the case? I don't know why that is the case. I'll try and get you back. 1 second. No, still not there. This damn platform is not good. It's not good. But anyway, I think I'm going to try one more thing, and then if this doesn't work, we'll perhaps move on because it is getting very, very, very late. We'll try and see if we can rescue you here. No, that seems to have dropped. Maelstrom, I'm really sorry. We seem to have dropped the connection. But hopefully my response was of some use. But I appreciate what you offered there. I think it's a pretty sensible definition, I think. Here we go. Back again. Let's see if we can make it work. For the last time.
I think my connection is failing. I'm just going to reach out in the community and pick your brain with it a little bit more. I just kind of wanted to bring it up to you.
Yeah, hit me up anytime. I think it's interesting. What you're saying is interesting. I like it. So thanks for that. All right, buddy. Keep well. Okay. Say bye-bye on the camera to him up there. And yeah, we'll speak soon. Hopefully he will hear that. Thank you, Maelstrom. Okay. Is it late or early where you are, says Forever Atheist. It is late and early. It's coming up to 3 a.m., so pick your poison. Yeah, Maelstrom's just there. I'm just going to drop him a message. I'm just going to say thanks for that. Appreciated it. Appreciated. Going to move on. Hit me up. There we are. Hopefully he gets that. Okay, we are heading back over into TikTok land now, and we are going to speak to Walji. And hopefully that's all going to work.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well indeed. A little bit tired, but doing well.
I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, I'll be real quick.
Thank you.
I have 2 points. I called last time during the other session, and
yes.
My contention with you and Sean is keeping the door open. That hey, if God reveals Himself tomorrow, and that's enough evidence for me, then I would consider it, or I would believe in God.
Sure.
I think that's the context that you always think about.
Yeah.
My point is, it's been, in my opinion, thousands and thousands of years that we haven't seen zero evidence other than the fairy tale books that we talk about. So what makes you think that there's any chance that it would ever happen again?
I don't. But I'm not convinced that there is any chance that it will happen again, but I remain open to it.
So you feel comfortable remaining open to open to something that may never happen or will never happen?
I can't say it will never happen. I can just say I don't have a reason to think it will happen. But that's not having a reason to think it will happen is different to having a reason to think it won't happen. So, or to be convinced of that claim. So I'm open-minded. I'm here. I'm ready. If there's a God and He wants to know me, He can come say hi. Until that point, I think about God exactly the same way I think about Snoopy. It's just a made-up character.
Yeah. But then aren't you kind of leaving the door open for these believers to come at you for that? In my journey, when I became convinced after a lot of work that I did on my own that, hey, there is no such thing. And so to me, there's no God, period. No argument, no discussion. Give me some solid evidence. Tell me other than what my thinking is. Otherwise, to me, if you think there's God, then you're beyond stupid.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're
Is that
saying. I
pretty
do
harsh?
understand what you're saying. It's like it's a. I mean, we had a conversation earlier on in the live today about the plausibility of weak atheism, right? Just the sort of lack belief atheism, and I understand the guest made a really good point, which is, do you have to kind of extend yourself to allow for any possible conception of God that might exist, that then allows you to leave the door open and say, okay, well, if you're malleable enough in your concept of what constitutes a God, then what are you leaving yourself open to? I understand what you're saying. I certainly agree with you with respect to probably every God that's ever been proposed by us, by people, by mankind. So I don't think I'm necessarily leaving myself open to anything that's likely to come at me from a believer, because I'm pretty happy to say to them, your God almost certainly doesn't exist. I definitely think that we have reason to think the God of the Bible does not exist. The God of the Hindus does. Those gods, all of them, do not exist. The God of whatever, whatever we've come up with and manufactured, these are clearly man-made myths, and so we're entitled to say that. Where I guess I would just be a bit hesitant is to say, well, it might be that there's something that exists that some people would say fits their definition of God, some kind of creator thing, some sort of. It is possible that there's some kind of intentionality behind the existence of everything, but I have no reason to think there is. So, open-minded to it, but come back to me when you've got some evidence for it. Until then, it's just like take another rip of your bong and tell me about the next cool idea you've got.
Yeah, when you talk about creationism, I'm like, there's two sides, right? If you're either a creationist or you're an evolutionist, and there's no gray area, right? And if you are a creationist, then you believe in all these religious dogmas and stuff and whatnot. So, but the second point was the reason I'm so absolute about it is because of the damage that it has done, not only to the world but to me personally.
Yeah.
I come from a small town. My ancestors in India, and we were Hindus, and then these not missionaries. There were obviously missionaries that came also, but there were some Sufis and whatnot came and changed us into, convinced us to join a religion.
Mm-hmm.
We joined their religion, and that journey has brought me to where, from India to East Africa, that's where I was born and my father was born, and then from East Africa to Pakistan, and now in the U.S. I don't even feel like who I am, what country I belong to, all because of what they did to us.
Yeah,
my forefathers, right? Which is why I'm so absolute about it, and I just have nothing. I can't give a single cent or single crease to them, single opening that any religion is correct or any God is existent.
Yeah, I understand that. I completely understand why you would take that stance. I completely respect that. Totally get it. We have a caller who sometimes calls. I can't remember he lives in one of the African nations, but I can't remember where or which one. And he's absolutely furious about the fact that his cultural heritage was usurped by people coming in and taking away tribal names and giving people biblical names, and he sees this, rampant kind of injection of both Christianity and Islam into what was the culture of his forefathers, and he feels very injured by this. And I completely understand what you're saying and what you're alluding to, and your anger is completely understandable.
Yeah, huge African population, huge South American population. They still believe in the God that sanctioned genocide, sanctioned all kind of atrocities against them. Even today, it just boggles my mind. But anyways, I appreciate you. I listen to you, and hope you have a good night's sleep. I hope whatever is left of it. Good night.
Thank you, Algie. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up, friend. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. Getting there. We are going to get in Stephen Gray next. And we are almost at the end. Hey, Stephen, how are you?
Hi there. I'm actually only going to take a couple minutes of your time.
Thank you.
I'm Scottish and I'm going to talk quick, so apologies. So I was a evangelical, non-denominational Christian for 5 years, and I was a Bible teacher in Ireland. I'm in Scotland now.
Right.
I deconstructed in November, and it was because of, I made the mistake of reading critical scholarship on the likes of Isaiah 53, Isaiah 9, Isaiah 7:14, Zechariah 9, blah, blah, blah.
That'll do it.
And and also I really, you'll hear apologists say, why would all the apostles die without recanting for something that they would have known was true or not? And it's actually just, there's not even a tiny bit of evidence for that. It's just thrown around. But it's sad because you have prominent, well-known, famous apologists who say these things, and it's unbelievable that you can say things that are so clearly misinformation and get away with it. But anyway, and yourself, you didn't have a religious background, did you, John? No. See, it's very traumatic to leave, especially a non-denominational high control group. And when that med student called there, I was I was trying to think, imagine being scared to tell your parents.
I know.
It's unbelievable. But see, to go from having the community and the support and like-minded people, and you're helping out at kids clubs and you're doing this, to all of a sudden, they're saying Satan's controlling your mind, just because you're asking questions. It's like losing a family member. It's so traumatic. And since November, I deconstructed over the course of several months, but I came across yourself and Justin. Never phoned in, never left a comment, but you would appear on my timeline and I would just stay for a wee while. And I just wanted to quickly let you know that I'm through the other side. I'm out of the woods, and I'm so much more content knowing that I'm trying my best to believe things that are true and trying to believe not to believe things that aren't true. And so I lost a lot of community, but I just wanted to remind you that even when you're getting people phoning and you're going round in circles, it's not getting anywhere, you're actually making a positive impact, because there's people that aren't phoning in or leaving comments, people who are too scared to phone in case someone from their community somehow finds out that they phoned. And so you're making a positive impact, and I'm very grateful for you and Justin.
Thank you.
This is my question, and it's just one question. I have been flirting with the idea of doing things that are similar to yourself and Justin and so on, just making scholarly type videos. Not that I'm a scholar, but just communicating the scholarship on the likes of Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53 and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But despite my young age, I wouldn't be super, super tech savvy. And I'm just wondering, how did you know when you got your PC what software to do. By the sounds of it, I don't want to get whatever software you're using for your YouTube, but how did you know? Do you need an editing software? How do you record your screen? How do you edit videos? Like, do you have any suggestions for someone who wants to build a community to help people who are deconstructing?
Yeah. So it's an interesting thing because I've thought about like putting stuff out there, like guides on how to build a streaming setup and how to do this and how to do that. And I've realized that like the landscape changes so fast, so that it was like the bits of software that I used to use, I don't use them anymore because they changed to the new thing. And by the time I'd put out some kind of guide on how you can do this, it might have changed already. But there are sort of basic things. I mean, it's very cheap and very easy now to kind of make videos is really easy. You film it on a phone and you can even edit it on the phone. It's like the actual act of making a video and uploading it. When I first started, I started on TikTok, and I was just doing everything on my phone. I would write notes on my phone about what I wanted to do. I'd have like come up with like ideas for videos, and I'd keep them all in a little notes app on my phone. They're still there. I can even show it to you. Where's my notes on my phone? I can find it right now because it's pinned at the top. I've got video ideas, right? And without sort of showing you too much detail, but whoops, there it is like that. There are my video ideas, and they would be on. Every time I got an idea, I would just write it down, and then every day I'd go on my phone and make a TikTok video. It would take me a couple of minutes to film it just with my phone holding it there, and I'd post it. And suddenly, right, well, now you're a content creator. You've just done it. Then if you want to get into doing stuff which is a bit more, a bit deeper, then okay, well then maybe you want to you need to be kind of film some widescreen content, and if you want to edit it a bit, well, there's free editing software. You can use CapCut on any PC or Mac, and you can chop a video together and then you can upload it. So okay, well now you've stepped up and you're doing a different thing. Then if you want to get into streaming, when I started doing lives, I did them on my phone. I used to sit at my dining table, and the people who were there from the beginning will remember. I used to sit at my dining table with my phone resting on something so it was high up, and I would just do lives on my phone, touching the screen to send messages and all of that sort of thing. And then eventually I thought, okay, I need to go up a level, and I bought a PC, even though I hate Windows and I'm a lifelong Mac user, but the TikTok software wasn't available for Apple Mac. So I bought a PC, which is the machine I'm speaking to you on now. And the week I bought it, they dropped the software for the Mac. So I didn't need to have done that. But and then it's a learning curve, right? So how do I do this? And that was for streaming on TikTok. And it's okay, well, now I want to stream on YouTube as well. Well, how do you stream to both platforms simultaneously? And long hours spent trying to figure it out, and watching videos on YouTube of how other people have done specific aspects of it and putting it all together. And I'm still learning now, and I'm not the finished article at all. Like, I still have a problem in my stream where if I have a guest on the YouTube side who's called in using the link, and I have a guest on TikTok, I don't have an audio connection between those people at the moment. But that's a problem I'm going to solve. I'm changing back to an Apple Mac for all my streaming sometime in the next few weeks. And there's an app on there that will do it. So I'm figuring it out as I go along. So most questions that you'll come up with, how do I do this? There'll be someone online who will be able to answer it for you. And if you have any specific questions, shoot me a message. I'll help you if I can. I think you should definitely do it. I think you clearly have a lot to offer. You have a lot of knowledge. And I think your knowledge shared with the world will make the world better.
Yeah, John, I appreciate that. I think at the end of the day, it's just about taking action and going, right, I'm going to do this, and then work it out as you go.
Yeah.
But look, I'm going to go now. Tell your wife that we're so sorry, and I'll stay in the community. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate your words. They really mean a lot. So thank you, and you're a gem. Thank you, my friend.
Right.
All right. Good stuff. When people tell me that this stuff makes a difference, it just gets me. It just hits me right here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Okay, we have 2 guests left, and I'm going to speak to both of them. No man left behind, or woman. So we are going to get in Scripture Ripper, and then Truth Teller 61, and then I'm going to bed. So, because we're up all night tomorrow. For me, it's going to be an all-nighter tomorrow, and this has almost been one too. So, Scripture Ripper, hello.
Peace. What's up, John?
Hello.
I'm gonna be brief. I'm not going to be as long-winded as all the rest.
Thank you.
I just want to say I've been a fan of you and Sean James from the moment I saw you guys exegeting the Bible and giving Christians and excusages the work. Keep it up. I'm always going to be a supporter.
Thank you.
And rock on.
That's it.
Peace.
I really
Have a
appreciate
great
that.
night.
Thank you, buddy. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Have a great night too. Amazing.
You too.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Wow, that's awesome. He waited in the queue a long time to say that, and that's very meaningful. So thank you. Okay, our last guest is going to be Truth Teller 61. So coming in right now, we have spoken before. Truth Teller 61.
Hello.
Hey, hello, Truth Teller. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fantastic. You are our final guest, so the closing words are going to be yours.
Good. I've got just a point that I'd like to make. But actually, before I make it, I'm going to say that I am a fan of yours, and I like your even keel. Some folks that have a live, they get a little more ruckus, a little more heated. But I like your even keel style. I think it's important that we try to talk to the other side, because once you can't talk anymore, that's when the pew-pews come out.
Yeah, I agree.
So just trying to So just trying to dialogue. It's important to be able to talk. And so part of that is not yelling at each other. And so I like that style. I like that. So I like listening to you. And I think you have smart things to say, and I like that style.
Thank you.
But but here's the point. I wanted to say, just make a point about someone I saw on TikTok, and to talk about how the Christian morals seem to get a bit warped. And we've seen that when you talk to them, and they end up saying that that really things that are pretty horrific are okay because, well, God said so. It's okay if God said so.
Yeah. So
this was an African American gentleman, and the issue at hand was slavery, and so initially he was befuddled. I can say very quickly, a prohibition against slavery should always be in our legal code, in our national legal code. It's very easy for me. It seems so obvious, but he was genuinely befuddled. Well, I'm not sure. That's a complicated question. And it's because his God condones it, and he knows it. So he was befuddled. So eventually he thought about it. He said, well, if it's done biblically, then that would be all right. If it's done biblically. And so, of course, the panel and the host wanted to drill down. Well, what do you mean? Well, what's this biblical way? So at first he went to the usual go-to, which is, well, it's not like slavery in the American South. It's more like indentured servitude.
Right.
So it's not really that kind of slavery. And so, of course, pointed out, well, there's a few verses that talk about indentured servitude
for fellow Hebrews.
Hebrew. Yeah. But then the next few verses talk about the foreign slaves.
Yeah.
And that ain't indentured servitude. So they brought it up. And eventually, at one point, he did recognize, oh, yeah, okay, that's chattel slavery. He recognized it for that this was different.
Right.
And so again, and how conversations like that can get kind of circular. You kind of come back and they repeat the bad point or the incorrect fact, and you kind of go around. So he kind of came around a couple times. At one point he said, he put himself in place. If he had a slave, he said, I'd allow him to pick out where to live. And when he said it, when he said allow, he's going to allow a grown man to decide to pick where to live. It seemed like saying allow didn't give any, he just said it so easily. It didn't raise anything in his mind. But here's the other thing, that as he came around, he came around back to the point, if it's the good kind of slavery. But here's the thing, John, here's what seemed to just go right past him. The moment that you dehumanize someone down to property, the line of immorality is crossed. It doesn't matter how you treat him.
Completely.
The immorality has been, the crime has been committed. The immorality has been committed. So it doesn't matter, even before they get to the auction block. The crime is, again, you've crossed over the line of immorality, and you can't make it right. It doesn't become better no matter how he's treated. He's been dehumanized. And there's only one solution. There's only one way to make it right, is to rehumanize him out of slavery. It's the only way to make it right.
Of course.
Doesn't matter how well you treat him.
Yeah.
As soon as you dehumanize that person, the wrong is committed. You've crossed the line of immorality.
I couldn't agree more. But you put your finger on it earlier. He can't say that because his God explicitly condones this. So for him to condemn it is for him to condemn the moral judgment of the God who he worships. So it's a bind, isn't it? That's why I say to believers when they come in, like, you have the unenviable position of having to defend this stuff. I don't have to. I'm sitting comfortably here, where I'm like you, my friend. I can say slavery is morally unacceptable under all conditions at all times. There's no scenario where it's morally okay to own another person. They start coming up with these excuses. Well, what if that's if that's the only thing that stops them from starving to death? Well, then you help them and you give them the food and you give them a living wage and you give them some dignity. It's not like, well, your only choices are to let them starve to death or enslave them. You stop them starving to death and you don't enslave them. It's like, it's so stupid. But they're in a bind because they can't say, yeah, I see what you're saying. My God passed a bad law. Even though he admits that he did anyway. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's why he was befuddled. And a question that was so easy for me to answer. He was so befuddled. But it was the other point that as they kept circling back, it was just the fact that dehumanizing this person, it just seemed to go right. He didn't seem to recognize that infraction at all, that piece of immorality. Just the fact that you've dehumanized him, there's no recovering it. I don't care how you treat the man. And that's what he kept. It just seemed to go right over his head.
Yeah.
You've just dehumanized somebody.
Yeah, it's cognitive dissonance.
No matter how you treat them, it ain't right. You've got to rehumanize them to make it right, and that's it.
Agreed. Well, thank you for calling in and being our final guest. I appreciate it, and I'm quite excited to make plans for my own rehumanizing now, by going to get some sleep. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You take care,
and you, buddy.
You take care. We'll talk again sometime.
Thank you, friend. Take care. Bye bye. All right, that is everyone spoken to. I didn't leave anyone. I was planning on ending this like more than 2 hours ago, but it just didn't feel right to do it. Everyone came in and wanted to have their say, and it just felt like the right thing to let people do that. So with that said, there's a few super chats to read before I leave, because people have been very, very kind in sending them. Tim said, stupid talk to text. They say, that was about his earlier message. That's fine. We don't need that one. And we've got Tim also said, Kenny's crematorium and barbecue. Either way, you'll love what we're cooking. That was when we were speaking to Reckless Religion earlier on. And Jerry O'Connor said, at last, got you live, John. Got COVID again, so this is a bonus. Oh, Jerry, I'm so sorry that you've got COVID. quick recovery. I hope you're fine and deal with it. I had COVID last year. It was pretty sucky, but it was pretty nasty for like a day or two, and then it was just like meh, low energy, didn't feel great, but it wasn't terrible. So I wish you a speedy recovery and that you feel even better super soon. But thank you so much for this. And the wonderful Babs said, a problem with death, you're not alive to enjoy it. It's true. It's just one of the issues with it. Remember Christopher Hitchens saying the way that he thought about death was it seemed so unfair that the party would carry on without him. And that struck me. But well said, Babs. Thank you. And nice dreams made true. Says, dear Leia, dear your name, the time has come, a new day has begun, and even though you haven't tried, you have already won. Seed didn't need God. Night. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. Anyway, that might have gone over my head slightly, but maybe it's just because it's late and I'm slow. But I appreciate it very much indeed anyway. Thank you so much. Absolutely love this one from Eric. No, Coco, no. Coco, leave it. And if you don't get it, you had to be there. That will always be funny. It will always be funny. It's amazing how these kind of memes are created. Like another one, which is never going to not be funny, is Jethro. Long live Jethro. I absolutely love that one too. Thank you so much. And then the final one from Pollum, go to bed. That is exactly what I'm going to do. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. I absolutely love doing the After Hours show. It's such a different vibe. And it's a much smaller audience, but it's just a calm, cool, friendly, lovely vibe. And it's so affirming to me to know that the stuff we do here helps, connects, brings people together, lifts people up, helps in some small way. It really, really does mean the world. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to be back tonight. So the Saturday night stream, which is going to start at 5 p.m. Eastern time, that's 10 p.m. in the UK. We'll be back on the debates. The blue light will be behind me, I imagine. And I haven't picked a topic for tonight yet, but it'll be another, a favourite off the list. I might do, I don't know, I'll have a look and see which one we haven't done for a bit. I'll put the notices out for that later on. And we'll all meet back here again a bit later on. So thank you, everyone. Deeply grateful for your company tonight. We went for over 7 hours in the end, which is a bit longer than I thought we were going to do. But I'm happy to have done it nonetheless. And thank you so much. You were all wonderful mods. You know you always have my thanks on both sides. So see you back here in a few hours. Have a fantastic rest of your night and day and all of that stuff.